the patrician family of the Claudii, for there was a plebeian family of the same name, no way inferior to the other either in power or dignity, came originally from Regilli, a town of the Sabines. They removed thence to Rome soon after the building of the city, with a great body of their dependents under Titus Tatius, who reigned jointly with Romulus in the kingdom. Or, perhaps, what is related upon better authority, under Otto Claudius, the head of the family, who was admitted by the Senate into the patrician order 6 years after the expulsion of the Tarquins. They likewise received from the state lands beyond the Anio for their followers, and a burying place for themselves near the capital. After this period, in process of time, the family had the honor of 28 consulships, 5 dictatorships, 7 censorships, 7 triumphs, and 2 ovations. Their descendants were distinguished by various praenomina and cognomina, but rejected by common consent the praenomen of 193, Lucius, when of the 2 races who bore it, one individual had been convicted of robbery and another of murder. Amongst other cognomina, they assumed that of Nero, which in the Sabine language signifies strong and valiant. Roman 2. It appears from record that many of the Claudii have performed signal services to the state, as well as committed acts of delinquency. To mention the most remarkable only, Appius Caecus dissuaded the Senate from agreeing to an alliance with Pyrrhus as prejudicial to the Republic. Claudius Candax first passed the Straits of Sicily with a fleet and drove the Carthaginians out of the island. Claudius Nero cut off Hasdrubal with a vast army upon his arrival in Italy from Spain before he could form a junction with his brother Hannibal. On the other hand, Claudius Appius Regillianus, one of the decemvirs, made a violent attempt to have a free virgin, of whom he was enamored, adjudged a slave, which caused the people to secede a second time from the Senate. Claudius Drusus erected a statue of himself wearing a crown ad Appiae Forum, and endeavored, by means of his dependents, to make himself master of Italy. Claudius Pulcher, when, off the coast of Sicily, the pullets used for taking augury would not eat, in contempt of the omen threw them overboard, as if they should drink at least, if they would not eat, and then engaging the enemy, was routed. After his defeat, when he 194 was ordered by the Senate to name a dictator, making a sort of jest of the public disaster, he named Glaetius, his apparitor. The women of this family likewise exhibited characters equally opposed to each other. For both the Claudias belonged to it, she who, when the ship freighted with things sacred to the Idaean mother of the gods, stuck fast in the shallows of the Tiber, got it off, by praying to the goddess with a loud voice, "Follow me if I am chaste." And she also, who, contrary to the usual practice in the case of women, was brought to trial by the people for treason. Because, when her litter was stopped by a great crowd in the streets, she openly exclaimed, "I wish my brother Pulcher was alive now, to lose another fleet, that Rome might be less thronged." Besides, it is well known that all the Claudii except Publius Claudius, who, to effect the banishment of Cicero, procured himself to be adopted by a plebeian, and one younger than himself, were always of the patrician party, as well as great sticklers for the honor and power of that order. And so violent and obstinate in their opposition to the plebeians, that not one of them, even in the case of a trial for life by the people, would ever condescend to put on mourning, according to custom, or make any supplication to them for favor. And some of them in their contests have even proceeded to lay hands on the tribunes of the people. A Vestal virgin likewise of the family, when her brother was resolved to have the honor of a triumph contrary to the will of the people, mounted the chariot with him and attended him into the Capitol, that it might not be lawful for any of the tribunes to interfere and forbid it. Roman 3. From this family Tiberius Caesar is descended, indeed both by the father and mother's side, by the former from Tiberius Nero, and by the latter from Appius Pulcher, who were both sons of Appius Caecus. He likewise belonged to the family of the Livii, by the adoption of his mother's grandfather into it, which family, although plebeian, made a 195 distinguished figure, having had the honor of 8 consulships, 2 censorships, 3 triumphs, 1 dictatorship, and the office of master of the horse, and was famous for eminent men, particularly Salinator and the Drusi. Salinator, in his censorship, branded all the tribes, for their inconstancy in having made him consul a second time, as well as censor, although they had condemned him to a heavy fine after his first consulship. Drusus procured for himself and his posterity a new surname by killing in single combat Drusus, the enemy's chief. He is likewise said to have recovered, when propraetor in the province of Gaul, the gold which was formerly given to the Senons at the siege of the capital, and had not, as is reported, been forced from them by Camillus. His great-great-grandson, who, for his extraordinary services against the Gracchi, was styled the patron of the Senate, left a son, who, while plotting in a sedition of the same description, was treacherously murdered by the opposite party. Roman 4. But the father of Tiberius Caesar, being quaestor to Caius Caesar, and commander of his fleet in the War of Alexandria, contributed greatly to its success. He was therefore made one of the high priests in the room of Publius Scipio, and was sent to settle some colonies in Gaul, and amongst the rest, those of Narbonne and Arles. After the assassination of Caesar, however, when the rest of the senators, for fear of public disturbances, were for having the affair buried in oblivion, he proposed a resolution for rewarding those who had killed the tyrant. Having filled the office of praetor, and at the end of the year a disturbance breaking out amongst the triumviri, he kept the badges of his office beyond the legal time, and following Lucius Antonius the consul, brother of the triumvir, to Perusia, though the rest submitted, yet he himself continued firm to the party and escaped first to Praeneste, and then to Naples, whence, having in vain invited the slaves to liberty, he fled over to Sicily. But resenting, 196, his not being immediately admitted into the presence of Sextus Pompey, and being also prohibited the use of the fasces, he went over into Achaia to Mark Antony, with whom, upon a reconciliation soon after brought about amongst the several contending parties, he returned to Rome, and, at the request of Augustus, gave up to him his wife Livia Drusilla, although she was then big with child and had before borne him a son. He died not long after, leaving behind him two sons, Tiberius and Drusus Nero. Some have imagined that Tiberius was born at Fundi, but there is only this trifling foundation for the conjecture that his mother's grandmother was of Fundi, and that the image of good fortune was, by a decree of the Senate, erected in a public place in that town. But according to the greatest number of writers, and those two of the best authority, he was born at Rome, in the Palatine quarter, upon the 16th of the calends of December, when Marcus Aemilius Lepidus was second time consul, with Lucius Munatius Plancus, after the battle of Philippi. For so it is registered in the calendar and the public acts. According to some, however, he was born the preceding year, in the consulship of Hirtius and Pansa, and others say, in the year following, during the consulship of Servilius Esoricus and Antony. Romans 6. His infancy and childhood were spent in the midst of danger and trouble, for he accompanied his parents everywhere in their flight, and twice at Naples nearly betrayed them by his crying, when they were privately hastening to a ship, as the enemy rushed into the town. Once, when he was snatched from his nurse's breast, and again from his mother's bosom, by some of the company, who on the sudden emergency wished to relieve the women of their burden. Being carried through Sicily and Achaia, and entrusted for some time to the care of the Lacedaemonians, who were under the protection of the Claudian family, upon his departure thence when traveling by night, he ran the hazard of his life by a fire which, suddenly bursting out of a wood on all sides, surrounded the whole party so closely, that part of Livia's dress and hair was burnt. The presents which were made him, 197 by Pompeia, sister to Sextus Pompey in Sicily, namely, a cloak with a clasp and bully of gold, are still in existence, and shewn at Baiae to this day. After his return to the city, being adopted by Marcus Gallius, a senator in his will, he took possession of the estate, but soon afterwards declined the use of his name, because Gallius had been of the party opposed to Augustus. When only 9 years of age, he pronounced a funeral oration in praise of his father upon the rostra, and afterwards, when he had nearly attained the age of manhood, he attended the chariot of Augustus, in his triumph for the victory at Actium, riding on the left-hand horse, whilst Marcellus, Octavia's son, rode that on the right. He likewise presided at the games celebrated on account of that victory, and in the Trojan games intermixed with the Circensian, he commanded a troop of the biggest boys. Romans 7. After assuming the manly habit, he spent his youth and the rest of his life until he succeeded to the government in the following manner. He gave the people an entertainment of gladiators in memory of his father and another for his grandfather Drusus, at different times and in different places. The first in the forum, the second in the amphitheater, some gladiators who had been honorably discharged, being induced to engage again by a reward of 100,000 sesterces. He likewise exhibited public sports, at which he was not present himself. All these he performed with great magnificence at the expense of his mother and father-in-law. He married Agrippina, the daughter of Marcus Agrippa and granddaughter of Caecilius Atticus, a Roman knight, the same person to whom Cicero has addressed so many epistles. After having by her his son Drusus, he was obliged to part with her, though she retained his affection and was again pregnant, to make way for marrying Augustus's daughter Julia. But this he did with extreme reluctance, for, besides having the warmest attachment to Agrippina, he was disgusted with the conduct of Julia, who had made indecent advances to him during the lifetime of her former husband, and that she was a woman of loose character was the general opinion. At divorcing Agrippina he felt the deepest regret, and upon meeting her afterwards, 198, he looked after her with eyes so passionately expressive of affection that care was taken she should never again come in his sight. At first, however, he lived quietly and happily with Julia, but a rupture soon ensued which became so violent that after the loss of their son, the pledge of their union, who was born at Aquileia and died in infancy, he never would sleep with her more. He lost his brother Drusus in Germany and brought his body to Rome, traveling all the way on foot before it. Roman 8. When he first applied himself to civil affairs, he defended the several causes of King Archelaus, the Trallians, and the Thessalians before Augustus, who sat as judge at the trials. He addressed the Senate on behalf of the Laodiceans, the Thyatirans, and Caians, who had suffered greatly by an earthquake, and implored relief from Rome. He prosecuted Fannius Caepio, who had been engaged in a conspiracy with Varro Murena against Augustus, and procured sentence of condemnation against him. Amidst all this, he had besides to superintend two departments of the administration, that of supplying the city with corn, which was then very scarce, and that of clearing the houses of correction throughout Italy, the masters of which had fallen under the odious suspicion of seizing and keeping confined not only travelers, but those whom the fear of being obliged to serve in the army had driven to seek refuge in such places. Roman 9. He made his first campaign as a military tribune in the Cantabrian War. Afterwards he led an army into the east, where he restored the kingdom of Armenia to Tigranes, and seated on a tribunal, put a crown upon his head. He likewise recovered from the Parthians the standards which they had taken from Crassus. He next governed, for nearly a year, the province of Gallia Comata, which was then in great disorder, on account of the incursions of the barbarians and the feuds of the chiefs. He afterwards commanded in the several wars against the Rhaetians, Vindelians, Pannonians, and Germans. In the Rhaetian and Vindelian wars, he subdued the nations in the Alps, and in the Pannonian wars the Bruci, and 199 the Dalmatians. In the German war, he transplanted into Gaul 40,000 of the enemy who had submitted, and assigned them lands near the banks of the Rhine. For these actions, he entered the city with an ovation, but riding in a chariot, and is said by some to have been the first that ever was honored with this distinction. He filled early the principal offices of state, and passed through the quaestorship, praetorship, and consulate almost successively. After some interval, he was chosen consul a second time, and held the tribunician authority during 5 years. Surrounded by all this prosperity, in the prime of life and in excellent health, he suddenly formed the resolution of withdrawing to a greater distance from Rome. It is uncertain whether this was the result of disgust for his wife, whom he neither durst accuse nor divorce, and the connection with whom became every day more intolerable, or to prevent that indifference towards him, which his constant residence in the city might produce, or in the hope of supporting and improving by absence his authority in the state, if the public should have occasion for his service. Some are of opinion that as Augustus's sons were now grown up to years of maturity, he voluntarily relinquished the possession he had long enjoyed of the second place in the government, as Agrippa had done before him, who, when Marcellus was advanced to public offices, retired to Mytilene, that he might not seem to stand in the way of his promotion, or in any respect lessen him by his presence. The same reason likewise Tiberius gave afterwards for his retirement, But his pretext at this time was that he was satiated with honors and desirous of being relieved from the fatigue of business, requesting therefore that he might have leave to withdraw. And neither the earnest entreaties of his mother, nor the complaint of his father-in-law made even in the Senate, that he was deserted by him, could prevail upon him to alter his resolution. Upon their persisting in the design of detaining him, he refused to take any sustenance for 4 days together. At last, having obtained permission, leaving his wife and son at Rome, he proceeded 200 to Ostia without exchanging a word with those who attended him, and having embraced but very few persons at parting. From Ostia, journeying along the coast of Campania, he halted a while on receiving intelligence of Augustus's being taken ill, but this giving rise to a rumor that he stayed with a view to something extraordinary. He sailed with the wind almost full against him, and arrived at Rhodes, having been struck with the pleasantness and healthiness of the island at the time of his landing therein his return from Armenia. Here contenting himself with a small house, and a villa not much larger, near the town he led entirely a private life, taking his walks sometimes about the gymnasia, without any lictor or other attendant, and returning the civilities of the Greeks with almost as much complacence as if he had been upon a level with them. One morning, in settling the course of his daily excursion, he happened to say that he should visit all the sick people in the town. This being not rightly understood by those about him, the sick were brought into a public portico and ranged in order according to their several distempers. Being extremely embarrassed by this unexpected occurrence, he was for some time irresolute how he should act. But at last he determined to go round them all and make an apology for the mistake even to the meanest amongst them, and such as were entirely unknown to him. One instance only is mentioned, in which he appeared to exercise his tribunician authority. Being a constant attendant upon the schools and lecture rooms of the professors of the liberal arts, on occasion of a quarrel amongst the wrangling 201 sophists, in which he interposed to reconcile them, some person took the liberty to abuse him as an intruder and partial in the affair. Upon this, withdrawing privately home, he suddenly returned attended by his officers, and summoning his accuser before his tribunal by a public crier, ordered him to be taken to prison. Afterwards he received tidings that his wife Julia had been condemned for her lewdness and adultery, and that a bill of divorce had been sent to her in his name by the authority of Augustus. Though he secretly rejoiced at this intelligence, he thought it incumbent upon him, in point of decency, to interpose in her behalf by frequent letters to Augustus, and to allow her to retain the presents which he had made her, notwithstanding the little regard she merited from him. When the period of his tribunician authority expired, declaring at last that he had no other object in his retirement than to avoid all suspicion of rivalship with Caius and Lucius, he petitioned that, since he was now secure in that respect, as they were come to the age of manhood, and would easily maintain themselves in possession of the second place in the state, he might be permitted to visit his friends, whom he was very desirous of seeing. But his request was denied, and he was advised to lay aside all concern for his friends, whom he had been so eager to greet. Roman 12. He therefore continued at Rhodes much against his will, obtaining, with difficulty, through his mother, the title of Augustus's lieutenant to cover his disgrace. He thenceforth lived, however, not only as a private person, but as one suspected and under apprehension, retiring into the interior of the country, and avoiding the visits of those who sailed that way, which were very frequent. For no one passed to take command of an army or the government of a province without touching at Rhodes. But there were fresh reasons for increased anxiety. For crossing over to Samos, on a visit to his stepson Caius, who had been appointed governor of the East, he found him prepossessed against him by the insinuations of Marcus Lollius, his companion and director. He likewise fell under suspicion of sending by some centurions who had been promoted by himself, upon their return to the camp, after a furlough, mysterious messages to several persons there, intended, apparently, to 202 tamper with them for a revolt. This jealousy respecting his designs being intimated to him by Augustus, he begged repeatedly that some person of any of the 3 orders might be placed as a spy upon him in everything he either said or did. Roman 13. He laid aside likewise his usual exercises of riding and arms, and quitting the Roman habit, made use of the pallium and crepida. In this condition, he continued almost 2 years, becoming daily an object of increasing contempt and odium, insomuch that the people of Nismes pulled down all the images and statues of him in their town, and upon mention being made of him at table one of the company said to Caius, "I will sail over to Rhodes immediately, if you desire me, and bring you the head of the exile." For that was the appellation now given him. Thus alarmed not only by apprehensions, but real danger, he renewed his solicitations for leave to return, and, seconded by the most urgent supplications of his mother, he at last obtained his request, to which an accident somewhat contributed. Augustus had resolved to determine nothing in the affair, but with the consent of his eldest son. The latter was at that time out of humor with Marcus Lollius, and therefore easily disposed to be favorable to his father-in-law. Caius thus acquiescing, he was recalled, but upon condition that he should take no concern whatever in the administration of affairs. Roman 14. He returned to Rome after an absence of nearly 8 years, with great and confident hopes of his future elevation, which he had entertained from his youth, in consequence of various prodigies and predictions. For Livia, when pregnant with him, being anxious to discover, by different modes of divination, whether her offspring would be a son, amongst others, took an egg from a hen that was sitting, and kept it warm with her own hands, and those of her maids by turns, until a fine cock-chicken with a large comb was hatched. Scribonius, the astrologer, predicted great things of him when he was a mere child. "He will come in time," said the prophet, "to be even a king, but without the usual badge of royal dignity, the rule of the Caesars being as yet unknown." When he was 203, making his first expedition, and leading his army through Macedonia into Syria, the altars which had been formerly consecrated at Philippi by the victorious legions blazed suddenly with spontaneous fires. Soon after, as he was marching to Illyricum, he stopped to consult the oracle of Geryon, near Padua, and having drawn a lot by which he was desired to throw golden tali into the fountain of Aponus, for an answer to his inquiries, he did so, and the highest numbers came up. And those very tali are still to be seen at the bottom of the fountain. A few days before his leaving Rhodes, an eagle, a bird never before seen in that island, perched on the top of his house. And the day before he received intelligence of the permission granted him to return, as he was changing his dress, his tunic appeared to be all on fire. He then likewise had a remarkable proof of the skill of Thrasyllus, the astrologer, whom, for his proficiency in philosophical researches, he had taken into his family. For upon sight of the ship which brought the intelligence, he said, good news was coming, whereas everything going wrong before, and quite contrary to his predictions, Tiberius had intended that very moment, when they were walking together, to throw him into the sea as an impostor, and one to whom he had too hastily entrusted his secrets. Roman 15. Upon his return to Rome, having introduced his son Drusus into the forum, he immediately removed from Pompey's house, in the Carinae, to the gardens of Mecines, on the Esquiline, and resigned himself entirely to his ease, performing only the common offices of civility in private life, without any preferment in the government. But Caius and Lucius being both carried off in the space of 3 years, he was adopted by Augustus, along with their brother Agrippa, being obliged in the first place to adopt Germanicus, his brother's son. After his adoption, he never more acted as master of a 204 family, nor exercised, in the smallest degree, the rights which he had lost by it. For he neither disposed of anything in the way of gift, nor manumitted a slave, nor so much as received any estate left him by will, nor any legacy, without reckoning it as a part of his peculium or property held under his father. From that day forward, nothing was omitted that might contribute to the advancement of his grandeur. And much more, when, upon Agrippa being discarded and banished, it was evident that the hope of succession rested upon him alone. Roman 16. The tribunician authority was again conferred upon him for 5 years, and a commission given him to settle the affairs of Germany. The ambassadors of the Parthians, after having had an audience of Augustus, were ordered to apply to him likewise in his province. But on receiving intelligence of an insurrection in Illyricum, he went over to superintend the management of that new war, which proved the most serious of all the foreign wars since the Carthaginian. This he conducted during 3 years, with 15 legions and an equal number of auxiliary forces, under great difficulties and an extreme scarcity of corn. And though he was several times recalled, he nevertheless persisted, fearing lest an enemy so powerful and so near should fall upon the army in their retreat. This resolution was attended with good success, for he at last reduced to complete subjection all Illyricum, lying between Italy and the kingdom of Noricum, Thrace, Macedonia, the river Danube, and the Adriatic Gulf. Romans 17. The glory he acquired by these successes received an increase from the conjuncture in which they happened. For almost about that very time Quintilius Varus was cut off with 3 legions in Germany, and it was generally believed that the victorious Germans would have joined the Pannonians had not the War of Illyricum been previously concluded. A triumph, therefore, besides many other great honors, was decreed him. Some proposed that the surname of Pannonicus, others that of Invincible, and others of O Pius should be conferred on him, but Augustus interposed, engaging for him that he would be satisfied with that to which he would succeed at his death. He postponed his triumph, because 205, the state was at that time under great affliction for the disaster of Varus and his army. Nevertheless, he entered the city in a triumphal robe, crowned with laurel, and mounting a tribunal in the Septa, sat with Augustus between the 2 consuls, whilst the Senate gave their attendance standing. Whence, after he had saluted the people, he was attended by them in procession to the several temples. Roman 18. Next year he went again to Germany, where finding that the defeat of Varus was occasioned by the rashness and negligence of the commander, he thought proper to be guided in everything by the advice of a council of war. Whereas, at other times, he used to follow the dictates of his own judgment, and considered himself alone as sufficiently qualified for the direction of affairs. He likewise used more cautions than usual. Having to pass the Rhine, he restricted the whole convoy within certain limits, and stationing himself on the bank of the river, would not suffer the wagons to cross the river, until he had searched them at the waterside to see that they carried nothing but what was allowed or necessary. Beyond the Rhine, such was his way of living, that he took his meals sitting on the bare ground, and often passed the night without a tent. And his regular orders for the day, as well as those upon sudden emergencies, he gave in writing with this injunction that in case of any doubt as to the meaning of them, they should apply to him for satisfaction, even at any hour of the night. Roman 19. He maintained the strictest discipline amongst the troops, reviving many old customs relative to punishing and degrading offenders, setting a mark of disgrace even upon the commander of a legion, for sending a few soldiers with one of his freedmen across the river for the purpose of hunting. Though it was his desire to leave as little as possible in the power of fortune or accident, yet he always engaged the enemy with more confidence when, in his night watches, the lamp failed and went out of itself, trusting, as he said, in an omen which had never failed him and his ancestors, 206, in all their commands. But in the midst of victory, he was very near being assassinated by some Bructerian, who, mixing with those about him, and being discovered by his trepidation, was put to the torture, and confessed his intended crime. Roman 20. After 2 years, he returned from Germany to the city, and celebrated the triumph which he had deferred, attended by his lieutenants, for whom he had procured the honor of triumphal ornaments. Before he turned to ascend the Capitol, he alighted from his chariot, and knelt before his father, who sat by, to superintend the solemnity. Botto, the Pannonian chief, he sent to Ravenna, loaded with rich presents, in gratitude for his having suffered him and his army to retire from a position in which he had so enclosed them, that they were entirely at his mercy. He afterwards gave the people a dinner at 1,000 tables, besides 30 sesterces to each man. He likewise dedicated the temple of Concord, and that of Castor and Pollux, which had been erected out of the spoils of the war, in his own and his brother's name. Roman 21. A law having been not long after carried by the consuls for his being appointed a colleague with Augustus in the administration of the provinces, and in taking the census, when that was finished, he went into Illyricum. But being hastily recalled during his journey, he found Augustus alive indeed, but past all hopes of recovery, and was with him in private a whole day. I know it is generally believed that upon Tiberius's quitting the room, after their private conference, those who were in waiting overheard Augustus say, "Ah, unhappy Roman people, to be ground by the jaws of such a slow devourer." Nor am I ignorant of its being reported by some, that Augustus so openly and undisguisedly condemned the sourness of his temper, that sometimes, upon his coming in, he would break off any jocular conversation in which he was engaged, and that he was only prevailed upon by the 207 importunity of his wife to adopt him, or actuated by the ambitious view of recommending his own memory from a comparison with such a successor. Yet I must hold to this opinion, that a prince so extremely circumspect and prudent as he was, did nothing rashly, especially in an affair of so great importance, but that, upon weighing the vices and virtues of Tiberius with each other, he judged the latter to preponderate, and this the rather since he swore publicly, in an assembly of the people, that he adopted him for the public good. Besides, in several of his letters, he extols him as a consummate general and the only security of the Roman people. Of such declarations I subjoin the following instances. Farewell, my dear Tiberius, and may success attend you, whilst you are warring for me and the Muses. Farewell, my most dear, and, as I hope to prosper, most gallant man and accomplished general. Again, the disposition of your summer quarters. In truth, my dear Tiberius, I do not think that amidst so many difficulties, and with an army so little disposed for action, anyone could have behaved more prudently than you have done. All those likewise who were with you acknowledge that this verse is applicable to you. Unius homo nobis vigilando restituit rem. One man by vigilance restored the state. Whenever, he says, anything happens that requires more than ordinary consideration, or I am out of humor upon any occasion, I still, by Hercules, long for my dear Tiberius, and those lines of Homer frequently occur to my thoughts. Taudu di, espomno kayak pyros athomno amphonastisumen, epe piri oid noasai. Bold from his prudence, I could even aspire to dare with him the burning rage of fire. When I hear and read that you are much impaired by the 208 continued fatigues you undergo, may the gods confound me if my whole frame does not tremble. So I beg you to spare yourself, lest, if we should hear of your being ill, the news prove fatal both to me and your mother, and the Roman people should be in peril for the safety of the empire. It matters nothing whether I be well or no, if you be not well. I pray heaven preserve you for us, and bless you with health both now and ever, if the gods have any regard for the Roman people. Roman 22. He did not make the death of Augustus public until he had taken off young Agrippa. He was slain by a tribune who commanded his guard, upon reading a written order for that purpose. Respecting which order, it was then a doubt whether Augustus left it in his last moments to prevent any occasion of public disturbance after his decease, or Livia issued it in the name of Augustus, and whether with the knowledge of Tiberius or not. When the tribune came to inform him that he had executed his command, he replied, I commanded you no such thing, and you must answer for it to the Senate, avoiding, as it seems, the odium of the act for that time, and the affair was soon buried in silence. Roman 23. Having summoned the Senate to meet by virtue of his tribunician authority and begun a mournful speech, he drew a deep sigh, as if unable to support himself under his affliction, and wishing that not his voice only, but his very breath of life might fail him, gave his speech to his son Drusus to read. Augustus's will was then brought in, and read by a freedman, none of the witnesses to it being admitted, but such as were of the senatorian order, the rest owning their handwriting without doors. The will began thus: Since my ill fortune has deprived me of my 2 sons, Caius and Lucius, let Tiberius Caesar be heir to 2/3 of my estate. These words countenance the suspicion of those who were of opinion that Tiberius was appointed successor more out of necessity than choice, since Augustus could not refrain from prefacing his will in that manner. Roman 24. Though he made no scruple to assume and exercise immediately the imperial authority, by giving orders that he, 209, should be attended by the guards, who were the security and badge of the supreme power. Yet he affected, by a most impudent piece of acting, to refuse it for a long time, one while sharply reprehending his friends who entreated him to accept it, as little knowing what a monster the government was. Another while keeping in suspense the Senate, when they implored him and threw themselves at his feet by ambiguous answers and a crafty kind of dissimulation, insomuch that some were out of patience, and one cried out during the confusion, Either let him accept it or decline it at once. And a second told him to his face, "Others are slow to perform what they promise, but you are slow to promise what you actually perform." At last, as if forced to it, and complaining of the miserable and burdensome service imposed upon him, he accepted the government. Not, however, without giving hopes of his resigning it some time or other. The exact words he used were these: "Until the time shall come when ye may think it reasonable to give some rest to my old age." Roman 25. The cause of his long demur was fear of the dangers which threatened him on all hands, insomuch that he said, "I have got a wolf by the ears." For a slave of Agrippa's, Clemens by name, had drawn together a considerable force to revenge his master's death. Lucius Scribonius Libo, a senator of the first distinction, was secretly fomenting a rebellion, and the troops both in Illyricum and Germany were mutinous. Both armies insisted upon high demands, particularly that their pay should be made equal to that of the Praetorian Guards. The army in Germany absolutely refused to acknowledge a prince who was not their own choice, and urged, with all possible importunity, Germanicus, who commanded them, to take the government on himself, though he obstinately refused it. It was Tiberius's apprehension from this quarter, which made him request the Senate to assign him some part only in the administration, such as they should judge proper, since no man could be sufficient for the whole, without one or more to assist him. He pretended likewise to be in a bad state of health, that Germanicus might the more patiently wait in hopes of speedily succeeding him, or at least of being 210 admitted to be a colleague in the government. When the mutinies in the armies were suppressed, he got Clemens into his hands by stratagem. That he might not begin his reign by an act of severity, he did not call Libo to an account before the Senate until his second year, being content, in the meantime, with taking proper precautions for his own security. For upon Libo's attending a sacrifice amongst the high priests, instead of the usual knife, he ordered one of lead to be given him. And when he desired a private conference with him, he would not grant his request, but on condition that his son Drusus should be present. And as they walked together, he held him fast by the right hand, under the pretense of leaning upon him, until the conversation was over. Roman 26. When he was delivered from his apprehensions, his behavior at first was unassuming, and he did not carry himself much above the level of a private person. And of the many and great honors offered him, he accepted but few, and such as were very moderate. His birthday, which happened to fall at the time of the plebeian Circensian games, he with difficulty suffered to be honored with the addition of only a single chariot, drawn by 2 horses. He forbade temples, flamens, or priests to be appointed for him, as likewise the erection of any statues or effigies for him, without his permission. And this he granted only on condition that they should not be placed amongst the images of the gods, but only amongst the ornaments of houses. He also interposed to prevent the Senate from swearing to maintain his acts, and the month of September from being called Tiberius, and October being named after Livia. The praenomen likewise of emperor, with the cognomen of father of his country and a civic crown in the vestibule of his house, he would not accept. He never used the name of Augustus, although he inherited it in any of his letters excepting those addressed to kings and princes. Nor had he more than 3 consulships, one for a few days, another for 3 months, and a third during his absence from the city until the Ides of May. Roman 27. He had such an aversion to flattery that he would never suffer any senator to approach his litter, as he passed the streets in it, either to pay him a civility or upon business. 211. And when a man of consular rank, in begging his pardon for some offense he had given him, attempted to fall at his feet, he started from him in such haste that he stumbled and fell. If any compliment was paid him, either in conversation or a set speech, he would not scruple to interrupt and reprimand the party, and alter what he had said. Being once called Lord by some person, he desired that he might no more be affronted in that manner. When another, to excite veneration, called his occupations sacred, and a third had expressed himself thus: "By your authority I have waited upon the Senate," he obliged them to change their phrases, in one of them adopting persuasion instead of authority, and in the other laborious instead of sacred. Roman 28. He remained unmoved at all the aspersions, scandalous reports, and lampoons which were spread against him or his relations, declaring, in a free state, both the tongue and the mind ought to be free. Upon the Senate's desiring that some notice might be taken of those offenses, and the persons charged with them, he replied, "We have not so much time upon our hands that we ought to involve ourselves in more business. If you once make an opening for such proceedings, you will soon have nothing else to do. All private quarrels will be brought before you under that pretense." There is also on record another sentence used by him in the Senate, which is far from assuming. "If he speaks otherwise of me, I shall take care to behave in such a manner as to be able to give a good account both of my words and actions, and if he persists, I shall hate him in my turn." Roman 29. These things were so much the more remarkable in him because, in the respect he paid to individuals or the whole body of the Senate, he went beyond all bounds. Upon his differing with Quintus Haterius in the Senate House, "Pardon me, sir," he said, "I beseech you, if I shall, as a senator, speak my mind very freely in opposition to you." Afterwards, addressing the Senate in general, he said, "Conscript fathers, I have often said it both now and at other times that a good 212 and useful prince, whom you have invested with so great and absolute power, ought to be a slave to the Senate, to the whole body of the people, and often to individuals likewise. Nor am I sorry that I have said it. I have always found you good, kind, and indulgent masters, and still find you so." XXX. He likewise introduced a certain show of liberty by preserving to the Senate and magistrates their former majesty and power. All affairs, whether of great or small importance, public or private, were laid before the Senate. Taxes and monopolies, the erecting or repairing edifices, levying and disbanding soldiers, the disposal of the legions and auxiliary forces in the provinces, the appointment of generals for the management of extraordinary wars, and the answers to letters from foreign princes, were all submitted to the Senate. He compelled the commander of a troop of horse, who was accused of robbery attended with violence, to plead his cause before the Senate. He never entered the Senate house but unattended, and being once brought thither in a litter, because he was indisposed, he dismissed his attendants at the door. Roman 31. When some decrees were made contrary to his opinion, he did not even make any complaint. And though he thought that no magistrates after their nomination should be allowed to absent themselves from the city, but reside in it constantly, to receive their honors in person, a praetor-elect obtained liberty to depart under the honorary title of a legate at large. Again, when he proposed to the Senate that the Trebians might have leave granted them to divert some money which had been left them by will for the purpose of building a new theater to that of making a road, he could not prevail to have the will of the testator set aside. And when, upon a division of the house, he went over to the minority, nobody followed him. All other things of a public nature were likewise transacted by the magistrates, and in the usual forms, the authority of the consuls remaining so great that some ambassadors from Africa applied to them, and complained that they could not have their business dispatched by Caesar, to whom they had been sent. And no wonder, since it was observed that he used to rise up as the consuls approached, and give them the way. 213, Roman 32. He reprimanded some persons of consular rank in command of armies, for not writing to the Senate an account of their proceedings, and for consulting him about the distribution of military rewards, as if they themselves had not a right to bestow them as they judged proper. He commended a praetor, who, on entering office, revived an old custom of celebrating the memory of his ancestors in a speech to the people. He attended the corpses of some persons of distinction to the funeral pile. He displayed the same moderation with regard to persons and things of inferior consideration. The magistrates of Rhodes, having dispatched to him a letter on public business, which was not subscribed, he sent for them, and without giving them so much as one harsh word, desired them to subscribe it, and so dismissed them. Diogenes, the grammarian, who used to hold public disquisitions at Rhodes every Sabbath day, once refused him admittance upon his coming to hear him out of course, and sent him a message by a servant, postponing his admission until the next 7th day. Diogenes afterwards coming to Rome, and waiting at his door to be allowed to pay his respects to him, he sent him word to come again at the end of 7 years. To some governors, who advised him to load the provinces with taxes, he answered, "It is the part of a good shepherd to shear, not flay, his sheep." Roman 33. He assumed the sovereignty by slow degrees, and exercised it for a long time with great variety of conduct, though generally with a due regard to the public good. At first, he only interposed to prevent ill management. Accordingly, he rescinded some decrees of the Senate, and when the magistrates sat for the administration of justice, he frequently offered his service as assessor, either taking his place promiscuously amongst them or seating himself in a corner of the tribunal. If a rumor prevailed that any person under prosecution was likely to be acquitted by his interest, he would suddenly make his appearance, and from the floor of the court, 214, or the praetor's bench, remind the judges of the laws and of their oaths, and the nature of the charge brought before them. He likewise took upon himself the correction of public morals, where they tended to decay, either through neglect or evil custom. Roman 34. He reduced the expense of the plays and public spectacles by diminishing the allowances to actors and curtailing the number of gladiators. He made grievous complaints to the Senate that the price of Corinthian vessels was become enormous, and that 3 mullets had been sold for 30,000 sesterces, upon which he proposed that a new sumptuary law should be enacted, that the butchers and other dealers in viands should be subject to an assize fixed by the Senate yearly, and the aediles commissioned to restrain eating houses and taverns so far as not even to permit the sale of any kind of pastry. And to encourage frugality in the public by his own example, he would often, at his solemn feasts, have at his tables victuals which had been served up the day before, and were partly eaten, and half a bore, affirming, "It has all the same good bits that the whole had." He published an edict against the practice of people's kissing each other when they met, and would not allow New Year's gifts to be presented after the calends the 1st of January was passed. He had been in the habit of returning these offerings fourfold, and making them with his own hand. But being annoyed by the continual interruption to which he was exposed during the whole month, by those who had not the opportunity of attending him on the festival, he returned none after that day. Roman 35. Married women guilty of adultery, though not prosecuted publicly, he authorized the nearest relations to punish by agreement among themselves, according to ancient custom. He discharged a Roman knight from the obligation of an oath he had taken, never to turn away his wife, and allowed him to divorce her, upon her being caught in criminal intercourse with her son-in-law. Women of ill fame, divesting themselves of the rights and dignity of matrons, had now begun a practice of professing themselves prostitutes, to avoid 215 the punishment of the laws. And the most profligate young men of the senatorian and equestrian orders, to secure themselves against a decree of the Senate, which prohibited their performing on the stage or in the amphitheater, voluntarily subjected themselves to an infamous sentence, by which they were degraded. All those he banished, that none for the future might evade by such artifices the intention and efficacy of the law. He stripped a senator of the broad stripes on his robe, upon information of his having removed to his gardens before the calends of July, in order that he might afterwards hire a house cheaper in the city. He likewise dismissed another from the office of quaestor, for repudiating, the day after he had been lucky in drawing his lot, a wife whom he had married only the day before. Roman 36. He suppressed all foreign religions and the Egyptian and Jewish rites, obliging those who practiced that kind of superstition to burn their vestments and all their sacred utensils. He distributed the Jewish youths, under the pretense of military service, among the provinces noted for an unhealthy climate, and dismissed from the city all the rest of that nation as well as those who were proselytes to that religion, under pain of slavery for life, unless they complied. He also expelled the astrologers, but upon their suing for pardon and promising to renounce their profession, he revoked his decree. Roman 37. But above all things, he was careful to keep the 216 public peace against robbers, burglars, and those who were disaffected to the government. He therefore increased the number of military stations throughout Italy, and formed a camp at Rome for the praetorian cohorts, which, till then, had been quartered in the city. He suppressed with great severity all tumults of the people on their first breaking out, and took every precaution to prevent them. Some persons having been killed in a quarrel which happened in the theater, he banished the leaders of the parties and the players about whom the disturbance had arisen. Nor could all the entreaties of the people afterwards prevail upon him to recall them. The people of Pollentia having refused to permit the removal of the corpse of a centurion of the first rank from the forum, until they had extorted from his heirs a sum of money for a public exhibition of gladiators, he detached a cohort from the city and another from the kingdom of Claudius, who, concealing the cause of their march, entered the town by different gates, with their arms suddenly displayed and trumpets sounding. And having seized the greatest part of the people and the magistrates, they were imprisoned for life. He abolished everywhere the privileges of all places of refuge. The Cyzicenans, having committed an outrage upon some Romans, he deprived them of the liberty they had obtained for their good services in the Mithridatic War. Disturbances from foreign enemies he quelled by his lieutenants, without ever going against them in person, nor would he even employ his lieutenants but with much reluctance, and when it was absolutely necessary. Princes who were ill affected towards him he kept in subjection, more by menaces and remonstrances than by force of arms. Some whom he induced to come to him by fair words and promises, he never would permit to return home, as Merobodus the German, Thrasybulus the 217 Thracian, and Archelaus the Cappadocian, whose kingdom he even reduced into the form of a province. Roman 38. He never set foot outside the gates of Rome, for 2 years together from the time he assumed the supreme power, and after that period went no farther from the city than to some of the neighboring towns, his farthest excursion being to Antium, and that but very seldom, and for a few days, though he often gave out that he would visit the provinces and armies, and made preparations for it almost every year, by taking up carriages and ordering provisions for his retinue in the municipia and colonies. At last he suffered vows to be put up for his good journey and safe return, insomuch that he was called jocosely by the name of Callipydes, who is famous in a Greek proverb, for being in a great hurry to go forward, but without ever advancing a cubit. Roman 39. But after the loss of his 2 sons, of whom Germanicus died in Syria and Drusus at Rome, he withdrew into Campania, at which time opinion and conversation were almost general that he never would return and would die soon, and both nearly turned out to be true. For indeed he never more came to Rome, and a few days after leaving it, when he was at a villa of his called the Cave, near Terracina, during supper many huge stones fell from above, which killed several of the guests and attendants, but he almost hopelessly escaped. Excel, after he had gone round Campania and dedicated the capital at Capua and a temple to Augustus at Nola, which he made the pretext of his journey, he retired to Capri, being 218 greatly delighted with the island, because it was accessible only by a narrow beach, being on all sides surrounded with rugged cliffs of a stupendous height and by a deep sea. But immediately, the people of Rome being extremely clamorous for his return, on account of a disaster at Fidene, where upwards of 20,000 persons had been killed by the fall of the amphitheater, during a public spectacle of gladiators, he crossed over again to the continent and gave all people free access to him. So much the more, because, at his departure from the city, he had caused it to be proclaimed that no one should address him, and had declined admitting any persons to his presence on the journey. Roman 41. Returning to the island, he so far abandoned all care of the government that he never filled up the decurii of the knights, never changed any military tribunes or prefects or governors of provinces, and kept Spain and Syria for several years without any consular lieutenants. He likewise suffered Armenia to be seized by the Parthians, Moesia by the Dacians and Sarmatians, and Gaul to be ravaged by the Germans, to the great disgrace and no less danger of the empire. Roman 42. But having now the advantage of privacy, and being remote from the observation of the people of Rome, he abandoned himself to all the vicious propensities which he had long but imperfectly concealed, and of which I shall here give a particular account from the beginning. While a young soldier in the camp, he was so remarkable for his excessive inclination to wine, that for Tiberius they called him Biberius, for Claudius, Claudius, and for Nero, Nero. And after he succeeded to the empire, and was invested with the office of reforming the morality of the people, he spent a whole night and 2 days together in feasting and drinking with Pomponius Flaccus and Lucius Pius, to one of whom he immediately gave the province of Syria, and to the other the prefecture of the city, declaring them, in his letters patent, to be very pleasant companions and friends fit for all occasions. He made an appointment to sup with Cestius Gallus, a lewd and prodigal old fellow who had been disgraced by Augustus, and reprimanded by himself but a few days before in the Senate House, upon condition that he should not recede in the least from his usual method of entertainment, and that they should be attended at table by naked girls. He preferred a very obscure candidate for the quaestorship before the most noble competitors, only for taking off in pledging him at table an amphora of wine at a draught. He presented Asellius Sabinus with 200,000 sesterces for writing a dialogue in the way of dispute betwixt the truffle and the fig-pecker, the oyster and the thrush. He likewise instituted a new office to administer to his voluptuousness, to which he appointed Titus Caesonius Priscus, a Roman knight. Roman 43. In his retreat at Capri, he also contrived an apartment containing couches and adapted to the secret practice of abominable lewdness, where he entertained companies of girls and catamites, and assembled from all quarters inventors of unnatural copulations, whom he called spintrii, who defiled one another in his presence, to inflame by the exhibition the languid appetite. He had several chambers set round with pictures and statues in the most lascivious attitudes, and furnished with the books of Elephantes, that none might want a pattern for the execution of any lewd project that was prescribed him. He likewise contrived recesses in woods and groves for the gratification of lust, where young persons of both sexes prostituted themselves in caves and hollow rocks, in the disguise of little pans and nymphs. So that he was publicly and commonly called, by an abuse of the name of the island, Capernaeus. Roman 44. But he was still more infamous, if possible, for in 220 abomination not fit to be mentioned or heard, much less credited. When a picture, painted by Parrhasius, in which the artist had represented Atalanta in the act of submitting to Meleager's lust in a most unnatural way, was bequeathed to him, with this proviso, that if the subject was offensive to him, he might receive in lieu of it 1,000,000 of sesterces, he not only chose the picture, but hung it up in his bedchamber. It is also reported that, during a sacrifice, he was so captivated with the form of a youth who held a censer, that, before the religious rites were well over, he took him aside and abused him, as also a brother of his who had been playing the flute, and soon afterwards broke the legs of both of them, for upbraiding one another with their shame. Roman 45. How much he was guilty of a most foul intercourse with women even of the first quality, appeared very plainly by the death of one Mallonia, who, being brought to his bed, but resolutely refusing to comply with his lust, he gave her up to the common informers. Even when she was upon her trial, he frequently called out to her and asked her, "Do you repent?" Until she, quitting the court, went home and stabbed herself, openly upbraiding the vile old lecher for his gross obscenity. Hence there was an allusion to him in a farce, which was acted at the next public sports, and was received with great applause and became a common topic of ridicule, that the old goat. Roman 46. He was so niggardly and covetous that he never allowed to his attendants in his travels and expeditions any salary but their diet only. Once, indeed, he treated them liberally at the instigation of his stepfather, when dividing them into 3 classes according to their rank. He gave the 221 first 6, the second 4, and the third 200,000 sesterces, which last class he called not friends, but Greeks. Roman 47. During the whole time of his government, he never erected any noble edifice. For the only things he did undertake, namely, building the temple of Augustus and restoring Pompey's theater, he left at last, after many years, unfinished. Nor did he ever entertain the people with public spectacles, and he was seldom present at those which were given by others, lest anything of that kind should be requested of him, especially after he was obliged to give freedom to the comedian Actius. Having relieved the poverty of a few senators, to avoid further demands, he declared that he should for the future assist none, but those who gave the Senate full satisfaction as to the cause of their necessity. Upon this, most of the needy senators, from modesty and shame, declined troubling him. Amongst these was Hortalus, grandson to the celebrated orator Quintus Hortensius, who, by the persuasion of Augustus, had brought up 4 children upon a very small estate. Roman 48. He displayed only 2 instances of public munificence. One was an offer to lend gratis, for 3 years, 100 millions of sesterces to those who wanted to borrow, and the other, when, some large houses being burnt down upon Mount Caius, he indemnified the owners. To the former of these, he was compelled by the clamors of the people, in a great scarcity of money, when he had ratified a decree of the Senate obliging all moneylenders to advance 2/3 of their capital on land, and the debtors to pay off at once the same proportion of their debts, and it was found insufficient to remedy the grievance. The other he did to alleviate in some degree the pressure of the times. But his benefaction to the sufferers by fire he estimated at so high a rate that he ordered the Caelian hill to be called, in future, the Augustan. To the soldiery, after doubling the legacy left them by Augustus, he never gave anything except 1,000 denarii a man to the Praetorian guards, for not joining the party of Sergius, and some presents to the legions in Syria, because they alone had not paid reverence to the effigies of Sergius among their standards. He seldom gave discharges to the veteran soldiers, calculating 222 on their deaths from advanced age, and on what would be saved by thus getting rid of them in the way of rewards or pensions. Nor did he ever relieve the provinces by any act of generosity, excepting Asia, where some cities had been destroyed by an earthquake. Roman 49. In the course of a very short time, he turned his mind to sheer robbery. It is certain that Cneius Lentulus, the augur, a man of vast estate, was so terrified and worried by his threats and importunities that he was obliged to make him his heir. And that Lepida, a lady of a very noble family, was condemned by him in order to gratify Quirinus, a man of consular rank, extremely rich and childless, who had divorced her 20 years before and now charged her with an old design to poison him. Several persons, likewise, of the first distinction in Gaul, Spain, Syria, and Greece, had their estates confiscated upon such despicably trifling and shameless pretenses that against some of them no other charge was preferred than that they held large sums of ready money as part of their property. Old immunities, the rights of mining, and of levying tolls were taken from several cities and private persons. And Vonans, king of the Parthians, who had been driven out of his dominions by his own subjects, and fled to Antioch with a vast treasure, claiming the protection of the Roman people, his allies, was treacherously robbed of all his money, and afterwards murdered. He first manifested hatred towards his own relations in the case of his brother Drusus, betraying him by the production of a letter to himself, in which Drusus proposed that Augustus should be forced to restore the public liberty. In course of time, he showed the same disposition with regard to the rest of his family. So far was he from performing any office of kindness or humanity to his wife, when she was banished, and, by her father's order, confined to one town, that he forbade her to stir out of the house or converse with any men. He even wronged her of the dowry given her by her father, and of her yearly allowance by a quibble of law, because Augustus had made no provision for them on her behalf in his will. Being harassed by his mother, Livia, who claimed an equal share in the government with him, he frequently avoided 223 seeing her and all long and private conferences with her, lest it should be thought that he was governed by her counsels, which, notwithstanding, he sometimes sought, and was in the habit of adopting. He was much offended at the Senate, when they proposed to add to his other titles that of the son of Livia, as well as Augustus. He therefore would not suffer her to be called the mother of her country, nor to receive any extraordinary public distinction. Nay, he frequently admonished her not to meddle with weighty affairs and such as did not suit her sex, especially when he found her present at a fire which broke out near the temple of Vesta, and encouraging the people and soldiers to use their utmost exertions, as she had been used to do in the time of her husband. He afterwards proceeded to an open rupture with her, and, as is said, upon this occasion, she having frequently urged him to place among the judges a person who had been made free of the city, he refused her request, unless she would allow it to be inscribed on the roll, that the appointment had been extorted from him by his mother. Enraged at this, Livia brought forth from her chapel some letters from Augustus to her, complaining of the sourness and insolence of Tiberius's temper, and these she read. So much was he offended at these letters having been kept so long, and now produced with so much bitterness against him, that some considered this incident as one of the causes of his going into seclusion, if not the principal reason for his so doing. In the 224 whole years she lived during his retirement, he saw her but once, and that for a few hours only. When she fell sick shortly afterwards, he was quite unconcerned about visiting her in her illness. And when she died, after promising to attend her funeral, he deferred his coming for several days, so that the corpse was in a state of decay and putrefaction before the interment. And he then forbade divine honors being paid to her, pretending that he acted according to her own directions. He likewise annulled her will, and in a short time ruined all her friends and acquaintance, not even sparing those to whom, on her deathbed, she had recommended the care of her funeral, but condemning one of them, a man of equestrian rank, to the treadmill. He entertained no paternal affection either for his own son Drusus or his adopted son Germanicus. Offended at the vices of the former, who was of a loose disposition and led a dissolute life, he was not much affected at his death, but almost immediately after the funeral resumed his attention to business, and prevented the courts from being longer closed. The ambassadors from the people of Ilium coming rather late to offer their condolence, he said to them by way of banter, as if the affair had already faded from his memory, "And I heartily condole with you on the loss of your renowned countryman Hector." He so much affected to depreciate Germanicus that he spoke of his achievements as utterly insignificant, and railed at his most glorious victories as ruinous to the state, complaining of him also to the Senate for going to Alexandria without his knowledge, upon occasion of a great and sudden famine at Rome. It was believed that he took care to have him dispatched by Cneius Piso, his lieutenant in Syria. This person was afterwards tried for the murder, and would, as was supposed, have produced his orders had they not been contained in a private and confidential dispatch. The following words, therefore, were posted up in many places, and frequently shouted in the night, "Give us back our Germanicus." This suspicion was afterwards confirmed by the barbarous treatment of his wife and children. 225 His daughter-in-law Agrippina, after the death of her husband, complaining upon some occasion with more than ordinary freedom, he took her by the hand and addressed her in a Greek verse to this effect: "My dear child, do you think yourself injured because you are not empress?" Nor did he ever vouchsafe to speak to her again. Upon her refusing once at supper to taste some fruit which he presented to her, he declined inviting her to his table, pretending that she in effect charged him with a design to poison her, whereas the whole was a contrivance of his own. He was to offer the fruit, and she to be privately cautioned against eating what would infallibly cause her death. At last, having her accused of intending to flee for refuge to the statue of Augustus, or to the army, he banished her to the island of Pandatoria. Upon her reviling him for it, he caused a centurion to beat out one of her eyes, and when she resolved to starve herself to death, he ordered her mouth to be forced open and meat to be crammed down her throat. But she persisting in her resolution, and dying soon afterwards, he persecuted her memory with the basest aspersions, and persuaded the Senate to put her birthday amongst the number of unlucky days in the calendar. He likewise took credit for not having caused her to be strangled and her body cast upon the Gemonian steps, and suffered a decree of the Senate to pass, thanking him for his clemency, and an offering of gold to be made to Jupiter Capitolinus on the occasion. He had by Germanicus 3 grandsons, Nero, Drusus, and Caius, and by his son Drusus one, named Tiberius. Of these, after the loss of his sons, he commended Nero and Drusus, the 2 eldest sons of Germanicus, to the Senate, and at their being solemnly introduced into the forum, distributed money among the people. But when he found that on entering upon the new year they were included in the public vows for his own welfare, he told the Senate that such honors ought not to be conferred but upon those who had been proved and were of more advanced years. By thus betraying his private feelings towards them, he exposed them to all sorts of accusations, and after practicing many artifices to provoke 226 them to rail at and abuse him, that he might be furnished with a pretense to destroy them, he charged them with it in a letter to the Senate, at the same time accusing them, in the bitterest terms, of the most scandalous vices. Upon their being declared enemies by the Senate, he starved them to death, Nero in the island of Ponza, and Drusus in the vaults of the Palladium. It is thought by some that Nero was driven to a voluntary death by the executioners showing him some halters and hooks as if he had been sent to him by order of the Senate. Drusus, it is said, was so rabid with hunger that he attempted to eat the chaff with which his mattress was stuffed. The relics of both were so scattered that it was with difficulty they were collected. Besides his old friends and intimate acquaintance, he required the assistance of 20 of the most eminent persons in the city, as counselors in the administration of public affairs. Out of all this number, scarcely 2 or 3 escaped the fury of his savage disposition. All the rest he destroyed upon one pretense or another, and among them Aulus Sejanus, whose fall was attended with the ruin of many others. He had advanced this minister to the highest pitch of grandeur, not so much from any real regard for him, as that by his base and sinister contrivances he might ruin the children of Germanicus, and thereby secure the succession to his own grandson by Drusus. LVI, he treated with no greater leniency the Greeks in his family, even those with whom he was most pleased. Having asked one Zeno, upon his using some far-fetched phrases, "What uncouth dialect is that?" he replied, "The Doric." For this answer he banished him to Sonara, suspecting that he taunted him with his former residence at Rhodes, where the Doric dialect is spoken. It being his custom to start questions at supper, arising out of what he had been reading in the day, and finding that Seleucus, the grammarian, used to inquire of his attendants what authors he was then studying, and so came prepared for his inquiries, he first turned him out of his family, and then drove him to the extremity of laying violent hands upon himself. 227 Elvi. His cruel and sullen temper appeared when he was still a boy, which Theodorus of Gadara, his master in rhetoric, first discovered and expressed by a very apposite simile, calling him sometimes, when he chid him, mud mixed with blood. But his disposition showed itself still more clearly on his attaining the imperial power, and even in the beginning of his administration, when he was endeavoring to gain the popular favor by affecting moderation. Upon a funeral passing by, a wag called out to the dead man, "Tell Augustus that the legacies he bequeathed to the people are not yet paid." The man being brought before him, he ordered that he should receive what was due to him, and then be led to execution, that he might deliver the message to his father himself. Not long afterwards, when one Pompey, a Roman knight, persisted in his opposition to something he proposed in the Senate, he threatened to put him in prison and told him, "Of a Pompey I shall make a Pompeian of you," by a bitter kind of pun playing upon the man's name and the ill fortune of his party. LVI, about the same time when the praetor consulted him whether it was his pleasure that the tribunals should take cognizance of accusations of treason, he replied, "The laws ought to be put in execution," and he did put them in execution most severely. Some person had taken off the head of Augustus from one of his statues and replaced it by another. The matter was brought before the Senate, and because the case was not clear, the witnesses were put to the torture. The party accused being found guilty and condemned, this kind of proceeding was carried so far that it became capital for a man to beat his slave or change his clothes near the statue of Augustus, to carry his head stamped upon the coin or cut in the stone of a ring into a necessary house or the stews, or to reflect upon anything that had been either said or done by him. In fine, a person was condemned to death for suffering some honors to be decreed to him in the colony where he lived, upon the same day on which they had formerly been decreed to Augustus. 228 licks. He was besides guilty of many barbarous actions, under the pretense of strictness and reformation of manners, but more to gratify his own savage disposition. Some verses were published, which displayed the present calamities of his reign and anticipated the future. Asper et amitis, breviter vis omnia dicem disperim citi mater emer potest, non isaques quer. Non sunt tibi milia centum omnia sequeres, et rhodos exilium est, aurea mudesti Saturni secula, Caesar incolumi namti, feria semper erunt fastidit vinum, quia jam sidit ist crurum tam bibit hunc avide, quam bibit ante merum, et spece fellaesum sibi non tibi Romul, Sullem, et Mariam, si vis, et spece, sed reducum. Nec non Antoni civilia bella moventis nec semel infectas, et spece quida manus. Et dic, Roma perit, rignabit sanguine multo, ad rignum quisquis venit ob exilio. Obdurate wretch, too fierce, too fell to move the least kind yearnings of a mother's love, no knight thou art, as having no estate. Long sufferedst thou in Rhodes and exile's fate, no more the happy golden age we see, the irons come, and sure to last with thee. Instead of wine he thirsted for before, he wallows now in floods of human gore. Reflect, ye Romans, on the dreadful times, made such by Marius and by Sylla's crimes. Reflect how Antony's ambitious rage twice scarred with horror a distracted age, and say, alas, Rome's blood in streams will flow, when banished miscreants rule this world below. At first he would have it understood that these satirical verses were drawn forth by the resentment of those who were impatient under the discipline of reformation, rather than that they spoke their real sentiments, and he would frequently say, "Let them hate me, so long as they do but approve my conduct." At length, however, his behavior showed that he was sensible they were too well founded. 229 LX. A few days after his arrival at Capri, a fisherman coming up to him unexpectedly, when he was desirous of privacy, and presenting him with a large mullet, he ordered the man's face to be scrubbed with the fish, being terrified at the thought of his having been able to creep upon him from the back of the island, over such rugged and steep rocks. The man, while undergoing the punishment, expressing his joy that he had not likewise offered him a large crab which he had also taken, he ordered his face to be farther lacerated with its claws. He put to death one of the Praetorian guards for having stolen a peacock out of his orchard. In one of his journeys, his litter being obstructed by some bushes, he ordered the officer whose duty it was to ride on and examine the road, a centurion of the first cohorts, to be laid on his face upon the ground, and scourged almost to death. LXI. Soon afterwards, he abandoned himself to every species of cruelty, never wanting occasions of one kind or another to serve as a pretext. He first fell upon the friends and acquaintance of his mother, then those of his grandsons and his daughter-in-law, and lastly those of Sergius, after whose death he became cruel in the extreme. From this it appeared that he had not been so much instigated by Sergius, as supplied with occasions of gratifying his savage temper when he wanted them. Though in a short memoir which he composed of his own life, he had the effrontery to write, "I have punished Sergius, because I found him bent upon the destruction of the children of my son Germanicus. One of these he put to death when he began to suspect Sergius, and another after he was taken off." It would be tedious to relate all the numerous instances of his cruelty. Suffice it to give a few examples in their different kinds. Not a day passed without the punishment of some person or other, not excepting holidays or those appropriated to the worship of the gods. Some were tried even on New Year's Day. Of many who were condemned, their wives and children shared the same fate, and for those who were sentenced to death, the relations were forbid to put on mourning. Considerable rewards were voted for the prosecutors, and sometimes for the witnesses also. The information of any person, without exception, was taken, and all offenses were capital, even speaking 230 a few words, though without any ill intention. A poet was charged with abusing Agamemnon, and a historian for calling Brutus and Cassius the last of the Romans. The two authors were immediately called to account, and their writings suppressed, though they had been well received some years before and read in the hearing of Augustus. Some who were thrown into prison were not only denied the solace of study, but debarred from all company and conversation. Many persons, when summoned to trial, stabbed themselves at home to avoid the distress and ignominy of a public condemnation, which they were certain would ensue. Others took poison in the Senate house. The wounds were bound up, and all who had not expired were carried, half dead and panting for life, to prison. Those who were put to death were thrown down the Gemonian stairs and then dragged into the Tiber. In one day, 20 were treated in this manner, and amongst them women and boys. Because, according to an ancient custom, it was not lawful to strangle virgins, the young girls were first deflowered by the executioner and afterwards strangled. Those who were desirous to die were forced to live. For he thought death so slight a punishment that upon hearing that Carnulius, one of the accused who was under prosecution, had killed himself, he exclaimed, "Carnulius has escaped me." In calling over his prisoners, when one of them requested the favor of a speedy death, he replied, "You are not yet restored to favor." A man of consular rank writes in his annals that at table, where he himself was present with a large company, he was suddenly asked aloud by a dwarf who stood by amongst the buffoons, why Paconius, who was under a prosecution for treason, lived so long. Tiberius immediately reprimanded him for his pertness, but wrote to the Senate a few days after, to proceed without delay to the punishment of Paconius. Elzai. Exasperated by information he received respecting the death of his son Drusus, he carried his cruelty still farther. He imagined that he had died of a disease occasioned, 231, by his intemperance, but finding that he had been poisoned by the contrivance of his wife Livilla and Sergius, he spared no one from torture and death. He was so entirely occupied with the examination of this affair for whole days together that, upon being informed that the person in whose house he had lodged at Rhodes, and whom he had by a friendly letter invited to Rome, was arrived, he ordered him immediately to be put to the torture, as a party concerned in the inquiry. Upon finding his mistake, he commanded him to be put to death, that he might not publish the injury done him. The place of execution is still shown at Capri, where he ordered those who were condemned to die, after long and exquisite tortures, to be thrown, before his eyes, from a precipice into the sea. There a party of soldiers belonging to the fleet waited for them, and broke their bones with poles and oars, lest they should have any life left in them. Among various kinds of torture invented by him, one was to induce people to drink a large quantity of wine, and then to tie up their members with harp-strings, thus tormenting them at once by the tightness of the ligature and the stoppage of their urine. Had not death prevented him, and Thrasyllus, designedly, as some say, prevailed with him to defer some of his cruelties in hopes of longer life, it is believed that he would have destroyed many more, and not have spared even the rest of his grandchildren, for he was jealous of Caius and hated Tiberius as having been conceived in adultery. This conjecture is indeed highly probable, for he used often to say, "Happy Priam, who survived all his children." LZI. Amidst these enormities, in how much fear and apprehension, as well as odium and detestation, he lived, is evident from many indications. He forbade the soothsayers to be consulted in private, and without some witnesses being present. He attempted to suppress the oracles in the neighborhood of the city, but being terrified by the divine authority of the 232 Prenestine lots, he abandoned the design. For though they were sealed up in a box and carried to home, yet they were not to be found in it, until it was returned to the temple. More than one person of consular rank, appointed governors of provinces, he never ventured to dismiss to their respective destinations, but kept them until several years after, when he nominated their successors, while they still remained present with him. In the meantime, they bore the title of their office, and he frequently gave them orders, which they took care to have executed by their deputies and assistants. Elziv. He never removed his daughter-in-law or grandsons after their condemnation to any place, but in fetters and in a covered litter, with a guard to hinder all who met them on the road, and travelers from stopping to gaze at them. LXV. After Sergius had plotted against him, though he saw that his birthday was solemnly kept by the public, and divine honors paid to golden images of him in every quarter, yet it was with difficulty at last, and more by artifice than his imperial power, that he accomplished his death. In the first place, to remove him from about his person under the pretext of doing him honor, he made him his colleague in his 5th consulship, which, although then absent from the city, he took upon him for that purpose, long after his preceding consulship. Then, having flattered him with the hope of an alliance by marriage with one of his own kindred, and the prospect of the tribunician authority, he suddenly, while Sergius little expected it, charged him with treason in an abject and pitiful address to the Senate, in which, among other things, he begged them to send one of the consuls to conduct himself, a poor solitary old man with a guard of soldiers, into their presence. Still distrustful, however, and apprehensive of an insurrection, he ordered his grandson, Drusus, whom he still kept in confinement at Rome, to be set at liberty, and if occasion required, to head the troops. He had likewise ships in readiness to transport him to any of the legions to which he might consider it expedient to make his escape. Meanwhile, he was upon the 233 watch from the summit of a lofty cliff, for the signals which he had ordered to be made if anything occurred, lest the messengers should be tardy. Even when he had quite foiled the conspiracy of Sergius, he was still haunted as much as ever with fears and apprehensions, insomuch that he never once stirred out of the villa Javis for 9 months after. LXVI. To the extreme anxiety of mind which he now experienced, he had the mortification to find superadded the most poignant reproaches from all quarters. Those who were condemned to die heaped upon him the most opprobrious language in his presence, or by handbills scattered in the senators' seats in the theater. These produced different effects. Sometimes he wished, out of shame, to have all smothered and concealed. At other times he would disregard what was said and publish it himself. To this accumulation of scandal and open sarcasm, there is to be subjoined a letter from Artabanus, king of the Parthians, in which he upbraids him with his parricides, murders, cowardice, and lewdness, and advises him to satisfy the furious rage of his own people, which he had so justly excited, by putting an end to his life without delay. Alexvi. At last, being quite weary of himself, he acknowledged his extreme misery in a letter to the Senate which begun thus: "What to write to you, conscript fathers, or how to write, or what not to write at this time, may all the gods and goddesses pour upon my head a more terrible vengeance than that under which I feel myself daily sinking, if I can tell." Some are of opinion that he had a foreknowledge of those things, from his skill in the science of divination, and perceived long before what misery and infamy would at last come upon him, and that for this reason, at the beginning of his reign, he had absolutely refused the title of the father of his country, and the proposal of the Senate to swear to his acts, lest he should afterwards, to his greater shame, be found unequal to such extraordinary honors. This, indeed, may be justly inferred from the speeches which he made upon both those occasions, as when he says, "I shall ever be the same, and shall never change my conduct, so long as I retain my senses. But to avoid giving a bad precedent to posterity, the Senate ought to beware of binding themselves to the acts of 234 any person whatever, who might by some accident or other be induced to alter them. And again, if ye should at any time entertain a jealousy of my conduct, and my entire affection for you, which heaven prevent by putting a period to my days, rather than I should live to see such an alteration in your opinion of me, the title of father will add no honor to me, but be a reproach to you, for your rashness in conferring it upon me, or inconstancy in altering your opinion of me." Lxvi. In person he was large and robust, of a stature somewhat above the common size, broad in the shoulders and chest, and proportionable in the rest of his frame. He used his left hand more readily and with more force than his right, and his joints were so strong that he could bore a fresh, sound apple through with his finger and wound the head of a boy or even a young man with a fillip. He was of a fair complexion, and wore his hair so long behind that it covered his neck, which was observed to be a mark of distinction affected by the family. He had a handsome face, but it was often full of pimples. His eyes, which were large, had a wonderful faculty of seeing in the night time, and in the dark, for a short time only, and immediately after awaking from sleep, but they soon grew dim again. He walked with his neck stiff and upright, generally with a frowning countenance, being for the most part silent. When he spoke to those about him, it was very slowly and usually accompanied with a slight gesticulation of his fingers. All which, being repulsive habits and signs of arrogance, were remarked by Augustus, who often endeavored to excuse them to the Senate and people, declaring that they were natural defects, which proceeded from no viciousness of mind. He enjoyed a good state of health, without interruption, almost during the whole period of his rule, though, from the 30th year of his age, he treated it himself according to his own discretion, without any medical assistance. Lx. In regard to the gods and matters of religion, he discovered much indifference, being greatly addicted to astrology, and fully persuaded that all things were governed by fate. Yet he was extremely afraid of lightning, and when the sky was in a disturbed state, always wore a laurel crown on his head, because it is supposed that the leaf of that tree is never touched by the lightning. 235 LXX. He applied himself with great diligence to the liberal arts, both Greek and Latin. In his Latin style, he affected to imitate Messala Corvinus, a venerable man to whom he had paid much respect in his own early years. But he rendered his style obscure by excessive affectation and abstruseness, so that he was thought to speak better extempore than in a premeditated discourse. He composed likewise a lyric ode, under the title of A Lamentation upon the Death of Lucius Caesar, and also some Greek poems in imitation of Euphorion, Rhianus, and Parthenius. These poets he greatly admired, and placed their works and statues in the public libraries, amongst the eminent authors of antiquity. On this account, most of the learned men of the time vied with each other in publishing observations upon them, which they addressed to him. His principal study, however, was the history of the fabulous ages, inquiring even into its trifling details in a ridiculous manner. For he used to try the grammarians, a class of men which, as I have already observed, he much affected with such questions as these. Who was Hecuba's mother? What name did Achilles assume among the virgins? What was it that the sirens used to sing? and the first day that he entered the Senate house, after the death of Augustus, as if he intended to pay respect at once to his father's memory and to the gods, he made an offering of frankincense and wine, but without any music, in imitation of Minos, upon the death of his son. LXXI. Though he was ready and conversant with the Greek tongue, yet he did not use it everywhere, but chiefly he avoided it in the Senate house, insomuch that having occasion to employ the word monopolium, monopoly, he first begged pardon for being obliged to adopt a foreign word. And when, in a decree of the Senate, the word emblema emblem was read, he proposed to have it changed, and that a Latin word should be substituted in its room, or, if no proper one could be found, to express the thing by circumlocution. A soldier 236, who was examined as a witness upon a trial in Greek, he would not allow to reply, except in Latin. Alexei. During the whole time of his seclusion at Capri, twice only he made an effort to visit Rome. Once he came in a galley as far as the gardens near the Naumatia, but placed guards along the banks of the Tiber, to keep off all who should offer to come to meet him. The second time he traveled on the Appian Way as far as the 7th milestone from the city, but he immediately returned, without entering it, having only taken a view of the walls at a distance. For what reason he did not disembark in his first excursion is uncertain, but in the last he was deterred from entering the city by a prodigy. He was in the habit of diverting himself with a snake, and upon going to feed it with his own hand, according to custom, he found it devoured by ants, from which he was advised to beware of the fury of the mob. On this account, returning in all haste to Campania, he fell ill at Istria, but recovering a little, went on to Circe. And to obviate any suspicion of his being in a bad state of health, he was not only present at the sports in the camp, but encountered, with javelins, a wild boar, which was let loose in the arena. Being immediately seized with a pain in the side, and catching cold upon his overheating himself in the exercise, he relapsed into a worse condition than he was before. He held out, however, for some time, and sailing as far as Misenum, omitted nothing 237 in his usual mode of life, not even in his entertainments and other gratifications, partly from an ungovernable appetite and partly to conceal his condition. For Charicles, a physician, having obtained leave of absence on his rising from table, took his hand to kiss it, upon which Tiberius, supposing he did it to feel his pulse, desired him to stay and resume his place, and continued the entertainment longer than usual. Nor did he omit his usual custom of taking his station in the center of the apartment, a lictor standing by him, while he took leave of each of the party by name. Alexei, meanwhile, finding, upon looking over the acts of the Senate, that some person under prosecution had been discharged without being brought to a hearing, for he had only written cursorily that they had been denounced by an informer. He complained in a great rage that he was treated with contempt, and resolved at all hazards to return to Capri, not daring to attempt anything until he found himself in a place of security. But being detained by storms and the increasing violence of his disorder, he died shortly afterwards, at a villa formerly belonging to Lucullus, in the 78th year of his age, and the 23rd of his reign, upon the 17th of the calends of April, 16th March, in the consulship of Cneius Acerronius Proculus and Caius Pontius Niger. Some think that a slow-consuming poison was given him by Caius. Others say that during the interval of the intermittent fever with which he happened to be seized, upon asking for food, it was denied him. Others report that he was stifled by a pillow thrown upon him, when, on his recovering from a swoon, he called for his ring, which had been taken from him in the fit. Seneca writes that finding himself dying, he took his signet ring off his finger and held it a while as if he would deliver it to somebody, but put it again upon his finger, and lay for some time with his left hand clenched and without stirring, when suddenly summoning his attendants, 238, and no one answering the call, he rose, but his strength failing him, he fell down at a short distance from his bed. Alexiv, upon his last birthday, he had brought a full-size statue of the Timenian Apollo from Syracuse, a work of exquisite art, intending to place it in the library of the new temple, but he dreamt that the god appeared to him in the night and assured him that his statue could not be erected by him. A few days before he died, the Pharos at Capri was thrown down by an earthquake. And at Misenum, some embers and live coals, which were brought in to warm his apartment, went out, and after being quite cold, burst out into a flame again towards evening, and continued burning very brightly for several hours. LXXV. The people were so much elated at his death that when they first heard the news, they ran up and down the city, some crying out, "Away with Tiberius to the Tiber," others exclaiming, "May the earth, the common mother of mankind, and the infernal gods allow him no abode in death, but amongst the wicked." Others threatened his body with the hook and the Gemonian stairs, their indignation at his former cruelty being increased by a recent atrocity. It had been provided by an act of the Senate that the execution of condemned criminals should always be deferred until the 10th day after the sentence. Now this fell on the very day when the news of Tiberius's death arrived, and in consequence of which the unhappy men implored a reprieve, for mercy's sake. But as Caius had not yet arrived, and there was no one else to whom application could be made on their behalf, their guards, apprehensive of violating the law, strangled them, and threw them down the Gemonian stairs. This roused the people to a still greater abhorrence of the tyrant's memory, since his cruelty continued in use even after he was dead. As soon as his corpse was begun to be moved from Misenum, many cried out for its being carried to Atella, and being half burnt there 239 in the amphitheater. It was, however, brought to Rome and burnt with the usual ceremony. LXXVI. He had made about 2 years before duplicates of his will, one written by his own hand and the other by that of one of his freedmen, and both were witnessed by some persons of very mean rank. He appointed his 2 grandsons, Caius by Germanicus and Tiberius by Drusus, joint heirs to his estate, and upon the death of one of them, the other was to inherit the whole. He gave likewise many legacies, amongst which were bequests to the Vestal Virgins, to all the soldiers, and each one of the people of Rome, and to the magistrates of the several quarters of the city. At the death of Augustus, there had elapsed so long a period from the overthrow of the Republic by Julius Caesar, that few were now living who had been born under the ancient constitution of the Romans, and the mild and prosperous administration of Augustus, during 44 years, had by this time reconciled the minds of the people to a despotic government. Tiberius, the adopted son of the former sovereign, was of mature age, and though he had hitherto lived, for the most part, abstracted from any concern with public affairs, yet, having been brought up in the family of Augustus, he was acquainted with his method of government, which, there was reason to expect, he would render the model of his own. Livia, too, his mother and the relict of the late emperor, was still living, a woman venerable by years, who had long been familiar with the counsels of Augustus, and from her high rank, as well as uncommon affability, possessed an extensive influence amongst all classes of the people. Such were the circumstances in favor of Tiberius's succession at the demise of Augustus, but there were others of a tendency disadvantageous to his views. His temper was haughty and reserved. Augustus had often apologized for the ungraciousness of his manners. He was disobedient to his mother, and though he had not openly discovered any propensity to vice, he enjoyed none of those qualities which usually conciliate popularity. To these considerations it is to be added that Posthumus Agrippa, the grandson of Augustus by Julia, was living, and if consanguinity was to be the rule of succession, his right was indisputably preferable to that of an adopted son. Augustus had sent this youth into exile a few years before, but towards the close 240 of his life had expressed a design of recalling him, with the view, as was supposed, of appointing him his successor. The father of young Agrippa had been greatly beloved by the Romans, and the fate of his mother, Julia, though she was notorious for her profligacy, had ever been regarded by them with peculiar sympathy and tenderness. Many, therefore, attached to the son the partiality entertained for his parents, which was increased not only by a strong suspicion, but a general surmise that his elder brothers, Caius and Lucius, had been violently taken off, to make way for the succession of Tiberius. That an obstruction was apprehended to Tiberius's succession from this quarter is put beyond all doubt when we find that the death of Augustus was industriously kept secret until young Agrippa should be removed, who, it is generally agreed, was dispatched by an order from Livia and Tiberius conjointly, or at least from the former. Though by this act there remained no rival to Tiberius, yet the consciousness of his own want of pretensions to the Roman throne seems to have still rendered him distrustful of the succession, and that he should have quietly obtained it without the voice of the people. The real inclination of the Senate, or the support of the army, can be imputed only to the influence of his mother and his own dissimulation. Ardently solicitous to attain the object, yet affecting a total indifference, artfully prompting the Senate to give him the charge of the government at the time that he intimated an invincible reluctance to accept it, his absolutely declining it in perpetuity, but fixing no time for an abdication. His deceitful insinuation of bodily infirmities, with hints likewise of approaching old age, that he might allay in the Senate all apprehensions of any great duration of his power, and repress in his adopted son, Germanicus, the emotions of ambition to displace him, form altogether a scene of the most insidious policy, inconsistency, and dissimulation. In this period died, in the 86th year of her age, Livia Drusilla, mother of the emperor, and the relict of Augustus, whom she survived 15 years. She was the daughter of L. Drusus Caligula and married Tiberius Claudius Nero, by whom she had 2 sons, Tiberius and Drusus. The conduct of this lady seems to justify the remark of Caligula that she was an Ulysses in a woman's dress. Octavius first saw her as she fled from the danger which threatened her husband, who had espoused the cause of Antony, and though she was then pregnant, he resolved to marry her. Whether with her own inclination or not, is left by Tacitus undetermined. To pave the way for this union, he divorced his wife Scribonia, and with the approbation of the augurs, which he could have no difficulty in obtaining, celebrated 241 his nuptials with Livia. There ensued from this marriage no issue, though much desired by both parties, but Livia retained, without interruption, an unbounded ascendancy over the emperor, whose confidence she abused, while the uxorious husband little suspected that he was cherishing in his bosom a viper who was to prove the destruction of his house. She appears to have entertained a predominant ambition of giving an heir to the Roman Empire, and since it could not be done by any fruit of her marriage with Augustus, she resolved on accomplishing that end in the person of Tiberius, the eldest son by her former husband. The plan which she devised for this purpose was to exterminate all the male offspring of Augustus by his daughter Julia, who was married to Agrippa, a stratagem which, when executed, would procure for Tiberius, through the means of adoption, the eventual succession to the empire. The cool yet sanguinary policy and the patient perseverance of resolution with which she prosecuted her design have seldom been equaled. While the sons of Julia were yet young, and while there was still a possibility that she herself might have issue by Augustus, she suspended her project, in the hope, perhaps, that accident or disease might operate in its favor. But when the natural term of her constitution had put a period to her hopes of progeny, and when the grandsons of the emperor were risen to the years of manhood, and had been adopted by him, she began to carry into execution what she long had meditated. The first object devoted to destruction was Caesar Agrippa, the eldest of Augustus's grandsons. This promising youth was sent to Armenia upon an expedition against the Persians, and Laulius, who had been his governor, either accompanied him thither from Rome or met him in the east, where he had obtained some appointment. From the hand of this traitor, perhaps under the pretext of exercising the authority of a preceptor, but in reality instigated by Livia, the young prince received a fatal blow, of which he died some time after. The manner of Caius's death seems to have been carefully kept from the knowledge of Augustus, who promoted Lollius to the consulship and made him governor of a province. But by his rapacity in this station, he afterwards incurred the emperor's displeasure. The true character of this person had escaped the keen discernment of Horace, as well as the sagacity of the emperor. For in 2 epistles addressed to Lollius, he mentions him as great and accomplished in the superlative degree. Maxime Lolli, Liberime Lolli, so imposing had been the manners and address of this deceitful courtier. Lucius, the second son of Julia, was banished into Campania, 242, for using, as it is said, so licious language against his grandfather. In the 7th year of his exile, Augustus proposed to recall him, but Livia and Tiberius, dreading the consequences of his being restored to the emperor's favor, put in practice the expedient of having him immediately assassinated. Posthumus Agrippa, the 3rd son, incurred the displeasure of his grandfather in the same way as Lucius, and was confined at Surrentum, where he remained a prisoner until he was put to death by the order either of Livia alone or in conjunction with Tiberius, as was before observed. Such was the catastrophe, through the means of Livia, of all the grandsons of Augustus, and reason justifies the inference that she who scrupled not to lay violent hands upon those young men had formerly practiced every artifice that could operate towards rendering them obnoxious to the emperor. We may even ascribe to her dark intrigues the dissolute conduct of Julia, for the woman who could secretly act as procuress to her own husband would feel little restraint upon her mind against corrupting his daughter, when such an effect might contribute to answer the purpose which she had in view. But in the ingratitude of Tiberius, however undutiful and reprehensible in a son towards a parent, she, at last, experienced a just retribution for the crimes in which she had trained him to procure the succession to the empire. To the disgrace of her sex, she introduced amongst the Romans the horrible practice of domestic murder, little known before the times when the thirst or intoxication of unlimited power had vitiated the social affections, and she transmitted to succeeding ages a pernicious example, by which immoderate ambition might be gratified at the expense of every moral obligation as well as of humanity. One of the first victims in the sanguinary reign of the present emperor was Germanicus, the son of Drusus, Tiberius's own brother, and who had been adopted by his uncle himself. Under any sovereign, of a temper different from that of Tiberius, this amiable and meritorious prince would have been held in the highest esteem. At the death of his grandfather Augustus, he was employed in a war in Germany, where he greatly distinguished himself by his military achievements, and as soon as intelligence of that event arrived, the soldiers, by whom he was extremely beloved, unanimously saluted him emperor. Refusing, however, to accept this mark of their partiality, he persevered in allegiance to the government of his uncle and prosecuted the war with success. Upon the conclusion of this expedition, he was sent, with the title of emperor in the East, to repress the seditions of the Armenians, in which he was equally successful. But the 243 fame which he acquired served only to render him an object of jealousy to Tiberius, by whose order he was secretly poisoned at Daphne, near Antioch, in the 34th year of his age. The news of Germanicus's death was received at Rome with universal lamentation, and all ranks of the people entertained an opinion that, had he survived Tiberius, he would have restored the freedom of the Republic. The love and gratitude of the Romans decreed many honors to his memory. It was ordered that his name should be sung in a solemn procession of the Salii, that crowns of oak, in allusion to his victories, should be placed upon curule chairs in the hall pertaining to the priests of Augustus, and that an effigy of him in ivory should be drawn upon a chariot, preceding the ceremonies of the Circensian Games. Triumphal arches were erected, one at Rome, another on the banks of the Rhine, and a third upon Mount Amanus in Syria, with inscriptions of his achievements, and that he died for his services to the Republic. His obsequies were celebrated, not with the display of images and funeral pomp, but with the recital of his praises and the virtues which rendered him illustrious. From a resemblance in his personal accomplishments, his age, the manner of his death, and the vicinity of Daphne to Babylon, many compared his fate to that of Alexander the Great. He was celebrated for humanity and benevolence, as well as military talents, and amidst the toils of war, found leisure to cultivate the arts of literary genius. He composed 2 comedies in Greek, some epigrams, and a translation of Aratus into Latin verse. He married Agrippina, the daughter of Agrippa, by whom he had 9 children. This lady, who had accompanied her husband into the East, carried his ashes to Italy and accused his murderer, Piso, who, unable to bear up against the public odium incurred by that transaction, laid violent hands upon himself. Agrippina was now nearly in the same predicament with regard to Tiberius that Ovid had formerly been in respect of Augustus. He was sensible that when she accused Piso, she was not ignorant of the person by whom the perpetrator of the murder had been instigated, and her presence, therefore, seeming continually to reproach him with his guilt, he resolved to rid himself of a person become so obnoxious to his sight, and banished her to the island of Pandatoria, where she died some time afterwards of famine. But it was not sufficient to gratify this sanguinary tyrant, that he had, without any cause, cut off both Germanicus and his wife Agrippina. The distinguished merits and popularity of that prince were yet to be revenged upon his children, and accordingly he, 244, set himself to invent a pretext for their destruction. After endeavoring in vain, by various artifices, to provoke the resentment of Nero and Drusus against him, he had recourse to false accusation, and not only charged them with seditious designs, to which their tender years were ill adapted, but with vices of a nature the most scandalous. By a sentence of the Senate, which manifested the extreme servility of that assembly, he procured them both to be declared open enemies to their country. Nero he banished to the island of Pontia, where, like his unfortunate mother, he miserably perished by famine, and Drusus was doomed to the same fate in the lower part of the Palladium, after suffering for 9 days the violence of hunger, and having, as is related, devoured part of his bed. The remaining son, Caius, on account of his vicious disposition, he resolved to appoint his successor on the throne, that, after his own death, a comparison might be made in favor of his memory, when the Romans should be governed by a sovereign yet more vicious and more tyrannical, if possible, than himself. Sergius, the minister in the present reign, imitated with success, for some time, the hypocrisy of his master, and, had his ambitious temper impatient of attaining its object, allowed him to wear the mask for a longer period, he might have gained the imperial diadem, in the pursuit of which he was overtaken by that fate which he merited still more by his cruelties than his perfidy to Tiberius. This man was a native of Volsinium in Tuscany, and the son of a Roman knight. He had first insinuated himself into the favor of Caius Caesar, the grandson of Augustus, after whose death he courted the friendship of Tiberius, and obtained in a short time his entire confidence, which he improved to the best advantage. The object which he next pursued was to gain the attachment of the Senate and the officers of the army, besides whom, with a new kind of policy, he endeavored to secure in his interest every lady of distinguished connections, by giving secretly to each of them a promise of marriage, as soon as he should arrive at the sovereignty. The chief obstacles in his way were the sons and grandsons of Tiberius, and these he soon sacrificed to his ambition under various pretenses. Drusus, the eldest of this progeny, having in a fit of passion struck the favorite, was destined by him to destruction. For this purpose, he had the presumption to seduce Livia, the wife of Drusus, to whom she had borne several children, and she consented to marry her adulterer upon the death of her husband, who was soon after poisoned, through the means of an eunuch named Ligdus, by order of her and Sergius. Drusus was the son of Tiberius by Vipsania, one of Agrippa's 245 daughters. He displayed great intrepidity during the war in the provinces of Illyricum and Pannonia, but appears to have been dissolute in his morals. Horace is said to have written the ode in praise of Drusus at the desire of Augustus, and while the poet celebrates the military courage of the prince, he insinuates indirectly a salutary admonition to the cultivation of the civil virtues. Doctrina sed vim promovit incitem, rectique cultus pectora roberant, utcunc difficere mores dedicurrent beni nata culpi, Ode Roman 4. 4. Yet sage instructions to refine the soul and raise the genius, wondrous aid impart, conveying inward, as they purely roll, strength to the mind and vigor to the heart. When morals fail, the stains of vice disgrace the fairest honors of the noblest race Francis. Upon the death of Drusus, Sergius openly avowed a desire of marrying the widowed princess. But Tiberius opposing this measure, and at the same time recommending Germanicus to the Senate as his successor in the empire, the mind of Sergius was more than ever inflamed by the united, and now furious, passions of love and ambition. He therefore urged his demand with increased importunity, but the emperor still refusing his consent, and things being not yet ripe for an immediate revolt, Sergius thought nothing so favorable for the prosecution of his designs as the absence of Tiberius from the capital. With this view, under the pretense of relieving his master from the cares of government, he persuaded him to retire to a distance from Rome. The emperor, indolent and luxurious, approved of the proposal, and retired into Campania, leaving to his ambitious minister the whole direction of the empire. Had Sergius now been governed by common prudence and moderation, he might have attained to the accomplishment of all his wishes, but a natural impetuosity of temper and the intoxication of power precipitated him into measures which soon effected his destruction. As if entirely emancipated from the control of a master, he publicly declared himself sovereign of the Roman Empire, and that Tiberius, who had by this time retired to Capri, was only the dependent prince of that tributary island. He even went so far in degrading the emperor as to have him introduced in a ridiculous light upon the stage. Advice of Sergius's proceedings was soon carried to the emperor at Capri. His indignation was immediately excited, and with a confidence founded upon an authority exercised for several years, he sent orders for accusing Sergius, 246, before the Senate. This mandate no sooner arrived than the audacious minister was deserted by his adherents. He was in a short time after seized without resistance and strangled in prison the same day. Human nature recoils with horror at the cruelties of this execrable tyrant, who, having first imbrued his hands in the blood of his own relations, proceeded to exercise them upon the public with indiscriminate fury. Neither age nor sex afforded any exemption from his insatiable thirst for blood. Innocent children were condemned to death and butchered in the presence of their parents. Virgins, without any imputed guilt, were sacrificed to a similar destiny. But there being an ancient custom of not strangling females in that situation, they were first deflowered by the executioner, and afterwards strangled, as if an atrocious addition to cruelty could sanction the exercise of it. Fathers were constrained by violence to witness the death of their own children, and even the tears of a mother, at the execution of her child, were punished as a capital offense. Some extraordinary calamities, occasioned by accident, added to the horrors of the reign. A great number of houses on Mount Caius were destroyed by fire, and by the fall of a temporary building at Fidene, erected for the purpose of exhibiting public shows, about 20,000 persons were either greatly hurt or crushed to death in the rains. By another fire which afterwards broke out, a part of the circus was destroyed, with the numerous buildings on Mount Aventine. The only act of munificence displayed by Tiberius during his reign was upon the occasion of those fires, when, to qualify the severity of his government, he indemnified the most considerable sufferers for the loss they had sustained. Through the whole of his life, Tiberius seems to have conducted himself with a uniform repugnance to nature. Affable on a few occasions, but in general averse to society, he indulged, from his earliest years, a moroseness of disposition, which counterfeited the appearance of austere virtue. And in the decline of life, when it is common to reform from juvenile indiscretions, he launched forth into excesses, of a kind the most unnatural and most detestable. Considering the vicious passions which had ever brooded in his heart, it may seem surprising that he restrained himself within the bounds of decency during so many years after his accession. But though utterly destitute of reverence or affection for his mother, he still felt, during her life, a filial awe upon his mind. And after her death, he was actuated by a slavish fear of Sergius, until at last political necessity absolved him likewise from this restraint. These checks being both removed, 247, he rioted without any control, either from sentiment or authority. Pliny relates that the art of making glass malleable was actually discovered under the reign of Tiberius, and that the shop and tools of the artist were destroyed, lest, by the establishment of this invention, gold and silver should lose their value. Dion adds that the author of the discovery was put to death. The gloom which darkened the Roman capital during this melancholy period shed a baleful influence on the progress of science throughout the empire, and literature languished during the present reign in the same proportion as it had flourished in the preceding. It is doubtful whether such a change might not have happened in some degree, even had the government of Tiberius been equally mild with that of his predecessor. The prodigious fame of the writers of the Augustan age, by repressing emulation, tended to a general diminution of the efforts of genius for some time. While the banishment of Ovid, it is probable, and the capital punishment of a subsequent poet, for censuring the character of Agamemnon, operated towards the farther discouragement of poetical exertions. There now existed no circumstance to counterbalance these disadvantages. Genius no longer found a patron either in the emperor or his minister, and the gates of the palace were shut against all who cultivated the elegant pursuits of the muses. Panders, catamites, assassins, wretches stained with every crime were the constant attendants, as the only fit companions, of the tyrant who now occupied the throne. We are informed, however, that even this emperor had a taste for the liberal arts, and that he composed a lyric poem upon the death of Julius Caesar, with some Greek poems in imitation of Euphorion, Ryanus, and Parthenius. But none of these has been transmitted to posterity, and if we should form an opinion of them upon the principle of Catullus, that to be a good poet one ought to be a good man, there is little reason to regret that they have perished. We meet with no poetical production in this reign, and of prose writers the number is inconsiderable, as will appear from the following account of them. Velleius Paterculus was born of an equestrian family in Campania, and served as a military tribune under Tiberius, in his expeditions in Gaul and Germany. He composed an epitome of the history of Greece and Rome, with that of other nations of remote antiquity. But of this work, there only remain fragments of the history of Greece and Rome, from the conquest of Perseus to the 17th year of the reign of Tiberius. It is written in 2 books, addressed to Marcus Vinicius, who had 248 the office of consul. Rapid in the narrative, and concise as well as elegant in style, this production exhibits a pleasing epitome of ancient transactions, enlivened occasionally with anecdotes and an expressive description of characters. In treating of the family of Augustus, Paterculus is justly liable to the imputation of partiality, which he incurs still more in the latter period of his history, by the praise which is lavished on Tiberius and his minister Sergius. He intimates a design of giving a more full account of the civil war which followed the death of Julius Caesar. But this, if he ever accomplished it, has not been transmitted to posterity. Candid but decided in his judgment of motives and actions, if we accept his invectives against Pompey, he shows little propensity to censure. But in awarding praise, he is not equally parsimonious, and on some occasions risks the imputation of hyperbole. The grace, however, and the apparent sincerity with which it is bestowed reconcile us to the compliment. This author concludes his history with a prayer for the prosperity of the Roman Empire. Valerius Maximus was descended of a patrician family, but we learn nothing more concerning him than that for some time he followed a military life under Sextus Pompey. He afterwards betook himself to writing, and has left an account in 9 books of the memorable apophthegms and actions of eminent persons, first of the Romans and afterwards of foreign nations. The subjects are of various kinds, political, moral, and natural, ranged into distinct classes. His transitions from one subject to another are often performed with gracefulness, and where he offers any remarks, they generally show the author to be a man of judgment and observation. Valerius Maximus is chargeable with no affectation of style, but is sometimes deficient in that purity of language which might be expected in the age of Tiberius, to whom the work is addressed. What inducement the author had to this dedication, we know not, but as it is evident from a passage in the 9th book that the compliment was paid after the death of Sergius, and consequently in the most shameful period of Tiberius's reign, we cannot entertain any high opinion of the independent spirit of Valerius Maximus, who could submit to flatter a tyrant, in the zenith of infamy and detestation. But we cannot ascribe the cause to any delicate artifice of conveying to Tiberius, indirectly, an admonition to reform his conduct. Such an expedient would have only provoked the severest resentment from his jealousy. Phaedrus was a native of Thrace and was brought to Rome as a slave. He had the good fortune to come into the service of Augustus, where, improving his talents by reading, he obtained 249 the favor of the emperor and was made one of his freedmen. In the reign of Tiberius, he translated into iambic verse the fables of Aesop. They are divided into 5 books and are not less conspicuous for precision and simplicity of thought than for purity and elegance of style, conveying moral sentiments with unaffected ease and impressive energy. Phaedrus underwent, for some time, a persecution from Sergius, who, conscious of his own delinquency, suspected that he was obliquely satirized in the commendations bestowed on virtue by the poet. The work of Phaedrus is one of the latest which have been brought to light since the revival of learning. It remained in obscurity until 200 years ago, when it was discovered in a library at Rheims. Hyginus is said to have been a native of Alexandria, or, according to others, a Spaniard. He was, like Phaedrus, a freedman of Augustus, but though industrious, he seems not to have improved himself so much as his companion in the art of composition. He wrote, however, a mythological history, under the title of Fables, a work called Poeticon Astronomicon, with a treatise on agriculture, commentaries on Virgil, the lives of eminent men, and some other productions now lost. His remaining works are much mutilated, and, if genuine, afford an unfavorable specimen of his elegance and correctness as a writer. Celsus was a physician in the time of Tiberius, and has written 8 books, De Medicina, in which he has collected and digested into order all that is valuable on the subject, in the Greek and Roman authors. The professors of medicine were at that time divided into 3 sects, viz., the dogmatists, empirics, and methodists, the first of whom deviated less than the others from the plan of Hippocrates, but they were in general irreconcilable to each other, in respect both of their opinions and practice. Celsus, with great judgment, has occasionally adopted particular doctrines from each of them, and whatever he admits into his system, he not only establishes by the most rational observations, but confirms by its practical utility. In justness of remark, in force of argument, in precision and perspicuity, as well as in elegance of expression, he deservedly occupies the most distinguished rank amongst the medical writers of antiquity. It appears that Celsus likewise wrote on agriculture, rhetoric, and military affairs, but of those several treatises no fragments now remain. To the writers of this reign we must add Apicius Caelius, who has left a book De Re Coquinaria. There were 3 Romans of the name of Apicius, all remarkable for their 250 gluttony. The first lived in the time of the Republic, the last in that of Trajan, and the intermediate Apicius under the emperors Augustus and Tiberius. This man, as Seneca informs us, wasted on luxurious living, sexcenties sestertium, a sum equal to 484,375 pounds sterling. Upon examining the state of his affairs, he found that there remained no more of his estate than centis sestertium, 80,729 L. 3s. 4d, which seeming to him too small to live upon, he ended his days by poison. Caius Caesar Caligula. 251. I. Germanicus, the father of Caius Caesar, and son of Drusus and the younger Antonia, was, after his adoption by Tiberius, his uncle, preferred to the quaestorship 5 years before he had attained the legal age, and immediately upon the expiration of that office to the consulship. Having been sent to the army in Germany, he restored order among the legions, who, upon the news of Augustus's death, obstinately refused to acknowledge Tiberius as emperor, and offered to place him at the head of the state. In which affair it is difficult to say whether his regard to filial duty or the firmness of his resolution was most conspicuous. Soon afterwards he defeated the enemy and obtained the honors of a triumph. Being then made consul for the second time, before he could enter upon his office, he was obliged to set out suddenly for the east, where, after he had conquered the king of Armenia and reduced Cappadocia into the form of a province, he died at Antioch of a lingering distemper in the 34th year of his age, not without the suspicion of being poisoned. For besides the livid spots which appeared all over his body, and a foaming at the mouth, when his corpse was burnt, the heart was found entire among the bones, its nature being such, as it is supposed, that when tainted by poison, it is indestructible by fire. Roman 2. It was a prevailing opinion that he was taken off by the contrivance of Tiberius and through the means of Cneius Piso. This person, who was about the same time prefect of Syria, and made no secret of his position being such, that 252, he must either offend the father or the son, loaded Germanicus, even during his sickness, with the most unbounded and scurrilous abuse, both by word and deed. For which, upon his return to Rome, he narrowly escaped being torn to pieces by the people, and was condemned to death by the Senate. Roman 3. It is generally agreed that Germanicus possessed all the noblest endowments of body and mind in a higher degree than had ever before fallen to the lot of any man. A handsome person, extraordinary courage, great proficiency in eloquence and other branches of learning, both Greek and Roman, besides a singular humanity and a behavior so engaging as to captivate the affections of all about him. The slenderness of his legs did not correspond with the symmetry and beauty of his person in other respects, but this defect was at length corrected by his habit of riding after meals. In battle, he often engaged and slew an enemy in single combat. He pleaded causes, even after he had the honor of a triumph. Among other fruits of his studies, he left behind him some Greek comedies. Both at home and abroad he always conducted himself in a manner the most unassuming. On entering any free and confederate town, he never would be attended by his lictors. Whenever he heard, in his travels, of the tombs of illustrious men, he made offerings over them to the infernal deities. He gave a common grave, under a mound of earth, to the scattered relics of the legionaries slain under Varus, and was the first to put his hand to the work of collecting and bringing them to the place of burial. He was so extremely mild and gentle to his enemies, whoever they were, or on what account soever they bore him enmity, that, although Piso rescinded his decrees, and for a long time severely harassed his dependents, he never showed the smallest resentment, until he found himself attacked by magical charms and imprecations. And even then, the only steps he took was to renounce all friendship with him, according to ancient custom, and to exhort his servants to avenge his death, if anything untoward should befall him. Roman 4. He reaped the fruit of his noble qualities in abundance, being so much esteemed and beloved by his friends, that Augustus, to say nothing of his other relations, being a long time in doubt whether he should not appoint him his successor, at last ordered Tiberius to adopt him. He was so extremely popular that many authors tell us the crowds of those who went to meet him upon his coming to any place or to attend him at his departure were so prodigious that he was sometimes in danger of his life, and that, upon his return from Germany, after he had quelled the mutiny in the army there, all the cohorts of the Praetorian Guards marched out to meet him, notwithstanding the order that only 2 should go. And that all the people of Rome, both men and women of every age, sex, and rank, flocked as far as the 20th milestone to attend his entrance. At the time of his death, however, and afterwards, they displayed still greater and stronger proofs of their extraordinary attachment to him. The day on which he died, stones were thrown at the temples, the altars of the gods demolished, the household gods, in some cases, thrown into the streets, and newborn infants exposed. It is even said that barbarous nations, both those engaged in intestine wars and those in hostilities against us, all agreed to a cessation of arms, as if they had been mourning for some very near and common friend. That some petty kings shaved their beards and their wives' heads in token of their extreme sorrow, and that the King of Kings forbore his exercise of hunting and feasting with his nobles, which, amongst the Parthians, is equivalent to a cessation of all business in a time of public mourning with us. Romans 6. At Rome, upon the first news of his sickness, the city was thrown into great consternation and grief, waiting impatiently for farther intelligence. When suddenly, in the evening, a report, without any certain author, was spread that he was recovered. Upon which the people flocked with torches, 254 and victims to the Capitol, and were in such haste to pay the vows they had made for his recovery that they almost broke open the doors. Tiberius was roused from out of his sleep with the noise of the people congratulating one another, and singing about the streets. Salva Roma, salva patria, salvus est Germanicus. Rome is safe, our country safe, for our Germanicus is safe. But when certain intelligence of his death arrived, the mourning of the people could neither be assuaged by consolation, nor restrained by edicts, and it continued during the holidays in the month of December. The atrocities of the subsequent times contributed much to the glory of Germanicus and the endearment of his memory, all people supposing, and with reason, that the fear and awe of him had laid a restraint upon the cruelty of Tiberius, which broke out soon afterwards. Romans 7. Germanicus married Agrippina, the daughter of Marcus Agrippa and Julia, by whom he had 9 children, 2 of whom died in their infancy, and another a few years after. A sprightly boy, whose effigy, in the character of a Cupid, Livia set up in the temple of Venus in the Capitol. Augustus also placed another statue of him in his bedchamber, and used to kiss it as often as he entered the apartment. The rest survived their father, 3 daughters, Agrippina, Drusilla, and Livilla, who were born in 3 successive years, and as many sons, Nero, Drusus, and Caius Caesar. Nero and Drusus, at the accusation of Tiberius, were declared public enemies. Roman 8. Caius Caesar was born on the day before the calends of September, at the time his father and Caius Fonteius Capito were consuls. But where he was born is rendered uncertain from the number of places which are said to have given him birth. Cneus Lentulus Gætulicus says that he was born at Tibur, Pliny the Younger, in the country of the Treviri, at a village called Ambiatinus, above Confluentes, and he alleges, as a proof of it, that altars are there shown with this inscription: for Agrippina's childbirth. Some verses which were published in his reign intimate that he was born in the winter quarters of the legions. In Castris Natus, patriae nutritius in armies, jam designati principes omen erat. Born in the camp, and trained in every toil which taught his sire the haughtiest foes to foil. Destined he seemed by fate to raise his name, and rule the empire with Augustan fame. I find in the public registers that he was born at Antium. Pliny charges Gætulicus as guilty of an arrant forgery, merely to soothe the vanity of a conceited young prince, by giving him the luster of being born in a city sacred to Hercules, and says that he advanced this false assertion with the more assurance, because, the year before the birth of Caius, Germanicus had a son of the same name born at Tibur, concerning whose amiable childhood and premature death I have already spoken. Dates clearly prove that Pliny is mistaken, for the writers of Augustus's history all agree that Germanicus, at the expiration of his consulship, was sent into Gaul after the birth of Caius. Nor will the inscription upon the altar serve to establish Pliny's opinion, because Agrippina was delivered of 2 daughters in that country, and any childbirth, without regard to sex, is called puerperium, as the ancients were used to call girls puri and boys puli. There is also extant a letter written by Augustus, a few months before his death, to his granddaughter Agrippina about the same Caius, for there was then no other child of hers living under that name. He writes as follows: I gave orders yesterday for Talarius and Asellius to set out on their journey towards you, if the gods permit, with your child Caius, upon the 15th of the calends of June. I also send with him a physician of mine, and I wrote to Germanicus that he may retain him if he pleases. Farewell, my dear Agrippina, and take what care you can to 256, come safe and well to your Germanicus. I imagine it is sufficiently evident that Caius could not be born at a place to which he was carried from the city when almost 2 years old. The same considerations must likewise invalidate the evidence of the verses, and the rather because the author is unknown. The only authority, therefore, upon which we can depend in this matter is that of the Acts and the public register, especially as he always preferred Antium to every other place of retirement, and entertained for it all that fondness which is commonly attached to one's native soil. It is said, too, that, upon his growing weary of the city, he designed to have transferred thither the seat of empire. Roman 9. It was to the jokes of the soldiers in the camp that he owed the name of Caligula, he having been brought up among them in the dress of a common soldier. How much his education amongst them recommended him to their favor and affection was sufficiently apparent in the mutiny upon the death of Augustus, when the mere sight of him appeased their fury, though it had risen to a great height. For they persisted in it, until they observed that he was sent away to a neighboring city to secure him against all danger. Then, at last, they began to relent, and, stopping the chariot in which he was conveyed, earnestly deprecated the odium to which such a proceeding would expose them. He likewise attended his father in his expedition to Syria. After his return, he lived first with his mother, and, when she was banished, with his great-grandmother, Livia Augusta, in praise of whom, after her decease, though then only a boy, he pronounced a funeral oration in the rostra. He was then transferred to the family of his grandmother, Antonia, and afterwards, in the 20th year of his age, being called by Tiberius to Capri, he in one and the same day assumed the manly habit, and shaved his beard, but without receiving any of the honors which had been paid to his brothers on a similar 257 occasion. While he remained in that island, many insidious artifices were practiced, to extort from him complaints against Tiberius, but by his circumspection he avoided falling into the snare. He affected to take no more notice of the ill treatment of his relations than if nothing had befallen them. With regard to his own sufferings, he seemed utterly insensible of them, and behaved with such obsequiousness to his grandfather and all about him that it was justly said of him, "There never was a better servant, nor a worse master." But he could not even then conceal his natural disposition to cruelty and lewdness. He delighted in witnessing the infliction of punishments, and frequented taverns and bawdy-houses in the night time, disguised in a periwig and a long coat, and was passionately addicted to the theatrical arts of singing and dancing. All these levities Tiberius readily connived at, in hopes that they might perhaps correct the roughness of his temper, which the sagacious old man so well understood, that he often said, that Caius was destined to be the ruin of himself and all mankind, and that he was rearing a hydra for the people of Rome and a phaeton for all the world. Roman 12. Not long afterwards, he married Junia Claudilla, the daughter of Marcus Silanus, a man of the highest rank. Being then chosen augur in the room of his brother Drusus, before he could be inaugurated, he was advanced to the pontificate, with no small commendation of his dutiful behavior and great capacity. The situation of the court likewise was at this time favorable to his fortunes, as it was now left destitute of support, Sergius being suspected, and soon afterwards taken off, and he was by degrees flattered with the hope of succeeding Tiberius in the empire. In order more effectually to secure this object, upon Junia's dying in childbed, he engaged in a criminal commerce with Ennia Naevia, the wife 258 of Macro, at that time prefect of the Praetorian cohorts, promising to marry her if he became emperor, to which he bound himself, not only by an oath, but by a written obligation under his hand. Having by her means insinuated himself into Macro's favor, some are of opinion that he attempted to poison Tiberius, and ordered his ring to be taken from him before the breath was out of his body, and that, because he seemed to hold it fast, he caused a pillow to be thrown upon him, squeezing him by the throat, at the same time with his own hand. One of his freedmen crying out at this horrid barbarity, he was immediately crucified. These circumstances are far from being improbable, as some authors relate that afterwards, though he did not acknowledge his having a hand in the death of Tiberius, yet he frankly declared that he had formerly entertained such a design. And as a proof of his affection for his relations, he would frequently boast that, to revenge the death of his mother and brothers, he had entered the chamber of Tiberius when he was asleep with a poniard, but being seized with a fit of compassion, threw it away, and retired. And that Tiberius, though aware of his intention, durst not make any inquiries or attempt revenge. Roman 13. Having thus secured the imperial power, he fulfilled by his elevation the wish of the Roman people, I may venture to say, of all mankind. For he had long been the object of expectation and desire to the greater part of the provincials and soldiers, who had known him when a child. And to the whole people of Rome, from their affection for the memory of Germanicus, his father, and compassion for the family almost entirely destroyed. Upon his moving from Misenum, therefore, although he was in mourning, and following the corpse of Tiberius, he had to walk amidst altars, victims, and lighted torches, with prodigious crowds of people everywhere attending him, in transports of joy and calling him, besides other auspicious names, by those of their star, their chick, their pretty puppet, and bantling. Roman 14. Immediately on his entering the city, by the joint acclamations of the Senate, and people who broke into the Senate house, Tiberius's will was set aside, it having left his 259 other grandson, then a minor co-heir with him, the whole government and administration of affairs was placed in his hands. So much to the joy and satisfaction of the public, that in less than 3 months after, above 160,000 victims are said to have been offered in sacrifice. Upon his going, a few days afterwards, to the nearest islands on the coast of Campania, vows were made for his safe return, every person emulously testifying their care and concern for his safety. And when he fell ill, the people hung about the Palladium all night long. Some vowed, in public handbills, to risk their lives in the combats of the amphitheater, and others to lay them down for his recovery. To this extraordinary love entertained for him by his countrymen was added an uncommon regard by foreign nations. Even Artabanus, king of the Parthians, who had always manifested hatred and contempt for Tiberius, solicited his friendship, came to hold a conference with his consular lieutenant, and passing the Euphrates, paid the highest honors to the eagles, the Roman standards, and the images of the Caesars. Roman 15. Caligula himself inflamed this devotion by practicing all the arts of popularity. After he had delivered, with floods of tears, a speech in praise of Tiberius, and buried him with the utmost pomp, he immediately hastened over to Pandatoria and the Pontian Islands, to bring thence the ashes of his mother and brother. And to testify the great regard he had for their memory, he performed the voyage in a very tempestuous season. He approached their remains with profound veneration, and deposited them in the urns with his own hands. Having brought them in grand solemnity to Ostia, with an ensign flying in the stern of the galley, and thence up the Tiber to Rome, they were borne by persons of the first distinction in the equestrian order, on 2 biers, into the mausoleum, 260, at noonday. He appointed yearly offerings to be solemnly and publicly celebrated to their memory, besides Circensian games to that of his mother, and a chariot with her image to be included in the procession. The month of September he called Germanicus, in honor of his father. By a single decree of the Senate, he heaped upon his grandmother, Antonia, all the honors which had been ever conferred on the Empress Livia. His uncle, Claudius, who till then continued in the equestrian order, he took for his colleague in the consulship. He adopted his brother, Tiberius, on the day he took upon him the manly habit, and conferred upon him the title of Prince of the Youths. As for his sisters, he ordered these words to be added to the oaths of allegiance to himself. Nor will I hold myself or my own children more dear than I do Caius and his sisters, and commanded all resolutions proposed by the consuls in the Senate to be prefaced thus: May what we are going to do prove fortunate and happy to Caius Caesar and his sisters. With the like popularity, he restored all those who had been condemned and banished, and granted an act of indemnity against all impeachments and past offenses. To relieve the informers and witnesses against his mother and brothers from all apprehension, he brought the records of their trials into the forum, and there burnt them, calling loudly on the gods to witness that he had not read or handled them. A memorial which was offered him relative to his own security he would not receive, declaring that he had done nothing to make anyone his enemy, and said, at the same time, he had no ears for informers. Roman 16. The Spintrii, those panderers to unnatural lusts, he banished from the city, being prevailed upon not to throw them, 261, into the sea, as he had intended. The writings of Titus Labienus, Quartus Cremutius, and Cassius Severus, which had been suppressed by an act of the Senate, he permitted to be drawn from obscurity and universally read, observing that it would be for his own advantage to have the transactions of former times delivered to posterity. He published accounts of the proceedings of the government of practice which had been introduced by Augustus, but discontinued by Tiberius. He granted the magistrates a full and free jurisdiction without any appeal to himself. He made a very strict and exact review of the Roman knights, but conducted it with moderation, publicly depriving of his horse every knight who lay under the stigma of anything base and dishonorable, but passing over the names of those knights who were only guilty of venial faults in calling over the list of the order. To lighten the labors of the judges, he added a fifth class to the former four. He attempted likewise to restore to the people their ancient right of voting in the choice of magistrates. He paid very honorably, and without any dispute, the legacies left by Tiberius in his will, though it had been set aside, as likewise those left by the will of Livia Augusta, which Tiberius had annulled. He remitted the 100th penny, due to the government in all auctions throughout Italy. He made up to many their losses sustained by fire, and when he restored their kingdoms to any princes, he likewise allowed them all the arrears of the taxes and revenues which had accrued in the interval. As in the case of Antiochus of Commagene, where the confiscation would have amounted to 100 millions of sesterces. To prove to the world that he was ready to encourage good examples of every kind, he gave to a freed woman 80,000 sesterces, for not discovering a crime committed by her patron, though she had been put to exquisite torture for that purpose. For all these acts of beneficence, amongst other honors, a golden shield was decreed to him, which the colleges of priests were to carry annually, upon a fixed day, into the Capitol, with the Senate attending, and the youth of the nobility of both sexes, celebrating the praise of his virtues in 262 songs. It was likewise ordained that the day on which he succeeded to the empire should be called Palilia, in token of the city, being at that time, as it were, new-founded. Romans 17. He held the consulship 4 times, the first from the calends of July for 2 months, the second from the calends of January for 30 days, the third until the Ides the 13th of January, and the fourth until the 7th of the same Ides. Of these, the 2 last he held successively. The third he assumed by his sole authority at Lyon, not, as some are of opinion, from arrogance or neglect of rules, but because, at that distance, it was impossible for him to know that his colleague had died a little before the beginning of the new year. He twice distributed to the people a bounty of 300 sesterces a man, and as often gave a splendid feast to the Senate and the equestrian order, with their wives and children. In the latter, he presented to the men forensic garments, and to the women and children purple scarfs. To make a perpetual addition to the public joy forever, he added to the Saturnalia 1 day, which he called Juvenalis. Roman 18. He exhibited some combats of gladiators, either in the amphitheater of Taurus or in the Septa, with which he intermingled troops of the best pugilists from Campania and Africa. He did not always preside in person upon those occasions, but sometimes gave a commission to magistrates or friends to supply his place. He frequently entertained the people with stage plays, 263 of various kinds, and in several parts of the city, and sometimes by night, when he caused the whole city to be lighted. He likewise gave various things to be scrambled for among the people, and distributed to every man a basket of bread with other victuals. Upon this occasion, he sent his own share to a Roman knight, who was seated opposite to him, and was enjoying himself by eating heartily. To a senator, who was doing the same, he sent an appointment of praetor extraordinary. He likewise exhibited a great number of Circensian games from morning until night, intermixed with the hunting of wild beasts from Africa or the Trojan exhibition. Some of these games were celebrated with peculiar circumstances, the circus being overspread with vermilion and chrysolite, and none drove in the chariot races who were not of the senatorian order. For some of these he suddenly gave the signal, when, upon his viewing from the Gelosiana the preparations in the circus, he was asked to do so by a few persons in the neighboring galleries. Roman 19. He invented besides a new kind of spectacle, such as had never been heard of before. For he made a bridge of about 3.5 miles in length from Baiae to the mole of Puteoli, collecting trading vessels from all quarters, mooring them in 2 rows by their anchors, and spreading earth upon them to form a viaduct after the fashion of the Appian Way. This bridge he crossed and recrossed for 2 days together. The first day mounted on a horse richly caparisoned, wearing on his head a crown of oak leaves, armed with a battle-axe, a Spanish buckler and a sword, and in a cloak made of cloth of gold. The day following, in the habit of a charioteer, standing in a chariot, drawn by 2 high-bred horses, having with him a young boy, Darius by name, one of the Parthian hostages, with a cohort of the Praetorian guards attending him, and a 264 party of his friends in cars of Gaulish make. Most people, I know, are of opinion that this bridge was designed by Caius in imitation of Xerxes, who, to the astonishment of the world, laid a bridge over the Hellespont, which is somewhat narrower than the distance betwixt Baiae and Puteoli. Others, however, thought that he did it to strike terror in Germany and Britain, which he was upon the point of invading, by the fame of some prodigious work. But for myself, when I was a boy, I heard my grandfather say that the reason assigned by some courtiers who were in habits of the greatest intimacy with him was this: when Tiberius was in some anxiety about the nomination of a successor, and rather inclined to pitch upon his grandson, Thrasyllus, the astrologer, had assured him that Caius would no more be emperor than he would ride on horseback across the Gulf of Baiae. Roman 20. He likewise exhibited public diversions in Sicily, Grecian games at Syracuse, and Attic plays at Lyon in Gaul, besides a contest for preeminence in the Grecian and Roman eloquence, in which we are told that such as were baffled bestowed rewards upon the best performers, and were obliged to compose speeches in their praise. But that those who performed the worst were forced to blot out what they had written with a sponge or their tongue, unless they preferred to be beaten with a rod or plunged overhead and ears into the nearest river. Roman 21. He completed the works which were left unfinished by Tiberius, namely, the Temple of Augustus and the Theatre 265 of Pompey. He began, likewise, the aqueduct from the neighborhood of Tibur and an amphitheatre near the Septa, of which works one was completed by his successor Claudius, and the other remained as he left it. The walls of Syracuse, which had fallen to decay by length of time, he repaired, as he likewise did the temples of the gods. He formed plans for rebuilding the palace of Polycrates at Samos, finishing the temple of the Didymean Apollo at Miletus, and building a town on a ridge of the Alps. But above all, for cutting through the isthmus in Achaia, and even sent a centurion of the first rank to measure out the work. Roman 22. Thus far we have spoken of him as a prince. What remains to be said of him bespeaks him rather a monster than a man. He assumed a variety of titles, such as dutiful, the 266 pious, the child of the camp, the father of the armies, and the greatest and best Caesar. Upon hearing some kings, who came to the city to pay him court, conversing together at supper about their illustrious descent, he exclaimed, "Ais Quaranos Ito, ais Basilius, let there be but one prince, one king." He was strongly inclined to assume the diadem, and change the form of government from imperial to regal. But being told that he far exceeded the grandeur of kings and princes, he began to arrogate to himself a divine majesty. He ordered all the images of the gods, which were famous either for their beauty or the veneration paid them, among which was that of Jupiter Olympius, to be brought from Greece, that he might take the heads off and put on his own. Having continued part of the Palladium as far as the Forum, and the temple of Castor and Pollux being converted into a kind of vestibule to his house, he often stationed himself between the twin brothers, and so presented himself to be worshipped by all votaries, some of whom saluted him by the name of Jupiter Latialis. He also instituted a temple and priests, with choicest victims, in honor of his own divinity. In his temple stood a statue of gold, the exact image of himself, which was daily dressed in garments corresponding with those he wore himself. The most opulent persons in the city offered themselves as candidates for the honor of being his priests, and purchased it successively at an immense price. The victims were flamingos, peacocks, bustards, guinea fowls, turkey and pheasant hens, each sacrificed on their respective days. On nights when the moon was full, he was in the constant habit of inviting her to his embraces and his bed. In the daytime he talked in private to Jupiter Capitolinus, one while whispering to him and another turning his ear to him. Sometimes he spoke aloud and in railing language. for he was overheard to threaten the god thus: Hey Anier, hey Egosi, raise thou me up or I'll. 267, until being at last prevailed upon by the entreaties of the god, as he said, to take up his abode with him, he built a bridge over the temple of the deified Augustus, by which he joined the Palladium to the Capitol. Afterwards, that he might be still nearer, he laid the foundations of a new palace in the very court of the Capitol. Roman 23. He was unwilling to be thought or called the grandson of Agrippa because of the obscurity of his birth, and he was offended if anyone, either in prose or verse, ranked him amongst the Caesars. He said that his mother was the fruit of an incestuous commerce maintained by Augustus with his daughter Julia. And not content with this vile reflection upon the memory of Augustus, he forbade his victories at Actium and on the coast of Sicily to be celebrated, as usual, affirming that they had been most pernicious and fatal to the Roman people. He called his grandmother Livia Augusta Ulysses in a woman's dress, and had the indecency to reflect upon her in a letter to the Senate as of mean birth, and descended, by the mother's side, from a grandfather who was only one of the municipal magistrates of Fondi. Whereas it is certain, from the public records, that Aufidius Lurco held high offices at Rome. His grandmother Antonia desiring a private conference with him, he refused to grant it, unless Macro, the prefect of the Praetorian Guards, were present. Indignities of this kind, and ill usage, were the cause of her death, but some think he also gave her poison. Nor did he pay the smallest respect to her memory after her death, but witnessed the burning from his private apartment. His brother Tiberius, who had no expectation of any violence, was suddenly dispatched by a military tribune sent by his order for that purpose. He forced Silenus, his father-in-law, to kill himself by cutting his throat with a razor. The pretext he alleged for these murders was that the latter had not followed him upon his putting to sea in stormy weather, but stayed behind with the view of seizing the city, if he should perish. The other, he said, smelt of an antidote, which he had taken to prevent his being poisoned by him, whereas Silenus was only afraid of being seasick and the disagreeableness of a voyage, and Tiberius had merely taken a medicine for an habitual cough, 268, which was continually growing worse. As for his successor Claudius, he only saved him for a laughingstock. Roman 24. He lived in the habit of incest with all his sisters, and at table, when much company was present, he placed each of them in turns below him, whilst his wife reclined above him. It is believed that he deflowered one of them, Drusilla, before he had assumed the robe of manhood, and was even caught in her embraces by his grandmother Antonia, with whom they were educated together. When she was afterwards married to Cassius Longinus, a man of consular rank, he took her from him and kept her constantly as if she were his lawful wife. In a fit of sickness, he by his will appointed her heiress both of his estate and the empire. After her death, he ordered a public mourning for her, during which it was capital for any person to laugh, use the bath, or sup with his parents, wife, or children. Being inconsolable under his affliction, he went hastily, and in the night time, from the city, going through Campania to Syracuse, and then suddenly returned without shaving his beard or trimming his hair. Nor did he ever afterwards, in matters of the greatest importance, not even in the assemblies of the people or before the soldiers, swear any otherwise than by the divinity of Drusilla. The rest of his sisters he did not treat with so much fondness or regard, but frequently prostituted them to his catamites. He therefore the more readily condemned them in the case of Aemilius Lepidus, as guilty of adultery and privy to that conspiracy against him. Nor did he only divulge their own handwriting relative to the affair, which he procured by base and lewd means, but likewise consecrated to Mars the Avenger 3 swords which had been prepared to stab him, with an inscription setting forth the occasion of their consecration. Roman 25. Whether in the marriage of his wives, in repudiating them, or retaining them, he acted with greater infamy, it is difficult to say. Being at the wedding of Caius Piso with Livia Orstilla, he ordered the bride to be carried to his own house, but within a few days divorced her, and 2 years after banished her, because it was thought that upon her divorce she returned to the embraces of her former husband. 269, some say, that being invited to the wedding supper, he sent a messenger to Piso, who sat opposite to him, in these words: "Do not be too fond with my wife, and that he immediately carried her off. Next day he published a proclamation, importing that he had got a wife as Romulus and Augustus had done. Lalia Paulina, who was married to a man of consular rank in command of an army, he suddenly called from the province where she was with her husband, upon mention being made that her grandmother was formerly very beautiful, and married her. But he soon afterwards parted with her, interdicting her from having ever afterwards any commerce with man. He loved with a most passionate and constant affection Caesonia, who was neither handsome nor young, and was besides the mother of 3 daughters by another man, but a wanton of unbounded lasciviousness. Her he would frequently exhibit to the soldiers, dressed in a military cloak, with shield and helmet, and riding by his side. To his friends he even showed her naked. After she had a child, he honored her with the title of wife, in one and the same day, declaring himself her husband, and father of the child of which she was delivered. He named it Julia Drusilla, and carrying it round the temples of all the goddesses, laid it on the lap of Minerva, to whom he recommended the care of bringing up and instructing her. He considered her as his own child for no better reason than her savage temper, which was such even in her infancy, that she would attack with her nails the face and eyes of the children at play with her. Roman 26. It would be of little importance as well as disgusting to add to all this an account of the manner in which he treated his relations and friends. As Ptolemy, King Juba's son, his cousin, for he was the grandson of Mark Antony by his daughter Selene, and especially Macro himself, and Ennia likewise, by whose assistance he had obtained the empire, all of whom, for their alliance and eminent services, he rewarded with violent deaths. Nor was he more mild or respectful in his behavior towards the Senate. Some who had borne the 270 highest offices in the government, he suffered to run by his litter in their togas for several miles together, and to attend him at supper, sometimes at the head of his couch, sometimes at his feet, with napkins. Others of them, after he had privately put them to death, he nevertheless continued to send for, as if they were still alive, and after a few days pretended that they had laid violent hands upon themselves. The consuls having forgotten to give public notice of his birthday, he displaced them, and the Republic was 3 days without anyone in that high office. A quaestor who was said to be concerned in a conspiracy against him, he scourged severely, having first stripped off his clothes, and spread them under the feet of the soldiers employed in the work, that they might stand the more firm. The other orders likewise he treated with the same insolence and violence. Being disturbed by the noise of people taking their places at midnight in the circus, as they were to have free admission, he drove them all away with clubs. In this tumult, above 20 Roman knights were squeezed to death, with as many matrons, with a great crowd besides. When stage plays were acted, to occasion disputes between the people and the knights, he distributed the money tickets sooner than usual, that the seats assigned to the knights might be all occupied by the mob. In the spectacles of gladiators, sometimes, when the sun was violently hot, he would order the curtains, which covered the amphitheater, to be drawn aside, and forbade any person to be let out, withdrawing at the same time the usual apparatus for the entertainment, and presenting wild beasts almost pined to death, the most sorry gladiators, decrepit with age, and fit only to work the machinery, and decent housekeepers, who were remarkable for some bodily infirmity. Sometimes, shutting up the public granaries, he would oblige the people to starve for a while. Roman 27. He evinced the savage barbarity of his temper chiefly by the following indications. When flesh was only to be had at a high price for feeding his wild beasts reserved for the spectacles, he ordered that criminals should be given them, 271 to be devoured. And upon inspecting them in a row, while he stood in the middle of the portico, without troubling himself to examine their cases, he ordered them to be dragged away, from bald pate to bald pate. Of one person who had made a vow for his recovery to combat with a gladiator, he exacted its performance, nor would he allow him to desist until he came off conqueror, and after many entreaties. Another, who had vowed to give his life for the same cause, having shrunk from the sacrifice, he delivered, adorned as a victim, with garlands and fillets to boys who were to drive him through the streets, calling on him to fulfill his vow until he was thrown headlong from the ramparts. After disfiguring many persons of honorable rank by branding them in the face with hot irons, he condemned them to the mines, to work in repairing the highways, or to fight with wild beasts, or tying them by the neck and heels, in the manner of beasts carried to slaughter, would shut them up in cages or saw them asunder. Nor were these severities merely inflicted for crimes of great enormity, but for making remarks on his public games or for not having sworn by the genius of the emperor. He compelled parents to be present at the execution of their sons, and to one who excused himself on account of indisposition, he sent his own litter. Another he invited to his table immediately after he had witnessed the spectacle, and coolly challenged him to jest and be merry. He ordered the overseer of the spectacles and wild beasts to be scourged in fetters during several days successively in his own presence, and did not put him to death until he was disgusted with the stench of his putrefied brain. He burned alive, in the center of the arena of the amphitheater, the writer of a farce for some witty verse, which had a double meaning. A Roman knight, who had been exposed to the wild beasts, crying out that he was innocent, he called him back, and having had his tongue cut out, remanded him to the arena. Roman 28, asking a certain person whom he recalled after a long exile, how he used to spend his time, he replied with flattery, "I was always praying the gods for what has happened, that Tiberius might die and you be emperor." Concluding, therefore, that those he had himself banished also, 272, prayed for his death, he sent orders round the islands to have them all put to death. Being very desirous to have a senator torn to pieces, he employed some persons to call him a public enemy, fall upon him as he entered the Senate house, stab him with their styles, and deliver him to the rest to tear asunder. Nor was he satisfied, until he saw the limbs and bowels of the man, after they had been dragged through the streets, piled up in a heap before him. Roman 29. He aggravated his barbarous actions by language equally outrageous. "There is nothing in my nature," said he, "that I commend or approve so much as my idiosyncrasia inflexible rigor." Upon his grandmother Antonia's giving him some advice, as if it was a small matter to pay no regard to it, he said to her, "Remember that all things are lawful for me." When about to murder his brother, whom he suspected of taking antidotes against poison, he said, "See then an antidote against Caesar." And when he banished his sisters, he told them in a menacing tone that he had not only islands at command, but likewise swords. One of praetorian rank having sent several times from Anticyra, whither he had gone for his health, to have his leave of absence prolonged, he ordered him to be put to death, adding these words, "Bleeding is necessary for one that has taken hellebore so long, and found no benefit." It was his custom every 10th day to sign the lists of prisoners appointed for execution, and this he called clearing his accounts. And having condemned several Gauls and Greeks at one time, he exclaimed in triumph, "I have conquered Galagrecia." XXX. He generally prolonged the sufferings of his victims by causing them to be inflicted by slight and frequently repeated strokes, this being his well-known and constant order. 273. Strike so that he may feel himself die. Having punished one person for another, by mistaking his name, he said, he deserved it quite as much. He had frequently in his mouth these words of the tragedian, "Odorant dum metuant, I scorn their hatred if they do but fear me." He would often inveigh against all the senators without exception, as clients of Sergius, and informers against his mother and brothers, producing the memorials which he had pretended to burn, and excusing the cruelty of Tiberius as necessary, since it was impossible to question the veracity of such a number of accusers. He continually reproached the whole equestrian order, as devoting themselves to nothing but acting on the stage and fighting as gladiators. Being incensed at the people's applauding a party at the Circensian games in opposition to him, he exclaimed, "I wish the Roman people had but one neck." When Tetrinius, the highwayman, was denounced, he said his persecutors too were all Tetrinius'. 5 retiarii in tunics, fighting in a company, yielded without a struggle to the same number of opponents, and being ordered to be slain, one of them taking up his lance again, killed all the conquerors. This he lamented in a proclamation as a most cruel butchery, and cursed all those who had borne the sight of it. Roman 31. He used also to complain aloud of the state of the times, because it was not rendered remarkable by any public, 274 calamities. For, while the reign of Augustus had been made memorable to posterity by the disaster of Varus, and that of Tiberius by the fall of the theater at Fidene, his was likely to pass into oblivion from an uninterrupted series of prosperity. And at times he wished for some terrible slaughter of his troops, a famine, a pestilence, conflagrations, or an earthquake. Roman 32. Even in the midst of his diversions, while gaming or feasting, this savage ferocity, both in his language and actions, never forsook him. Persons were often put to the torture in his presence, whilst he was dining or carousing. A soldier, who was an adept in the art of beheading, used at such times to take off the heads of prisoners who were brought in for that purpose. At Puteoli, at the dedication of the bridge which he planned, as already mentioned, he invited a number of people to come to him from the shore, and then suddenly threw them headlong into the sea, thrusting down with poles and oars those who, to save themselves, had got hold of the rudders of the ships. At Rome, in a public feast, a slave having stolen some thin plates of silver with which the couches were inlaid, he delivered him immediately to an executioner, with orders to cut off his hands and lead him round the guests, with them hanging from his neck before his breast, and a label signifying the cause of his punishment. A gladiator who was practicing with him and voluntarily threw himself at his feet, he stabbed with a poniard, and then ran about with a palm branch in his hand, after the manner of those who are victorious in the games. When a victim was to be offered upon an altar, he, clad in the habit of the poppy, and holding the axe aloft for a while, at last, instead of the animal, slaughtered an officer who attended to cut up the sacrifice. And at a sumptuous entertainment, he fell suddenly into a violent fit of laughter, and upon the consuls, who reclined next to him, respectfully asking him the occasion, "Nothing," replied he, "but that, upon a single nod of mine, you might both have your throats cut." 275, Roman 33. Among many other jests, this was one. As he stood by the statue of Jupiter, he asked Apelles, the tragedian, which of them he thought was biggest. Upon his demurring about it, he lashed him most severely, now and then commending his voice, whilst he entreated for mercy, as being well modulated even when he was venting his grief. As often as he kissed the neck of his wife or mistress, he would say, "So beautiful a throat must be cut whenever I please." And now and then he would threaten to put his dear Caesonia to the torture, that he might discover why he loved her so passionately. Roman 34. In his behavior towards men of almost all ages, he discovered a degree of jealousy and malignity equal to that of his cruelty and pride. He so demolished and dispersed the statues of several illustrious persons, which had been removed by Augustus, for want of room, from the court of the Capitol into the Campus Martius, that it was impossible to set them up again with their inscriptions entire. And for the future, he forbade any statue whatever to be erected without his knowledge and leave. He had thoughts too of suppressing Homer's poems. "For why," said he, "may not I do what Plato has done before me, who excluded him from his commonwealth?" He was likewise very near banishing the writings and the busts of Virgil and Livy from all libraries, censuring one of them as a man of no genius and very little learning, and the other as a verbose and careless historian. He often talked of the lawyers as if he intended to abolish their profession. "By Hercules," he would say, "I shall put it out of their power to answer any questions in law, otherwise than by referring to me." Roman 35. He took from the noblest persons in the city the ancient marks of distinction used by their families, as the collar from Torquatus, from Cincinnatus the curl of 276 hair, and from Cneus Pompey, the surname of Great, belonging to that ancient family. Ptolemy, mentioned before, whom he invited from his kingdom and received with great honors, he suddenly put to death for no other reason, but because he observed that upon entering the theater at a public exhibition, he attracted the eyes of all the spectators by the splendor of his purple robe. As often as he met with handsome men who had fine heads of hair, he would order the back of their heads to be shaved, to make them appear ridiculous. There was one Aesius Proculus, the son of a centurion of the first rank, who, for his great stature and fine proportions, was called the Colossal. Him he ordered to be dragged from his seat in the arena, and matched with a gladiator in light armor, and afterwards with another completely armed. And upon his worsting them both, commanded him forthwith to be bound, to be led clothed in rags up and down the streets of the city, and after being exhibited in that plight to the women, to be then butchered. There was no man of so abject or mean condition, whose excellency in any kind he did not envy. The Rex Nemorensis, having many years enjoyed the honor of the priesthood, he procured a still stronger antagonist to oppose him. One Poreus, who fought in a chariot, having been victorious in an exhibition, and in his joy given freedom to a slave, was applauded so vehemently that Caligula rose in such haste from his seat that, treading upon the hem of his toga, he tumbled down the steps, full of indignation. 277, and crying out, "A people who are masters of the world pay greater respect to a gladiator for a trifle than to princes admitted amongst the gods, or to my own majesty here, present amongst them." Roman 36. He never had the least regard either to the chastity of his own person or that of others. He is said to have been inflamed with an unnatural passion for Marcus Lepidus Nestor, an actor in pantomimes, and for certain hostages, and to have engaged with them in the practice of mutual pollution. Valerius Catullus, a young man of a consular family, bawled aloud in public that he had been exhausted by him in that abominable act. Besides his incest with his sisters and his notorious passion for Pyrales, the prostitute, there was hardly any lady of distinction with whom he did not make free. He used commonly to invite them with their husbands to supper, and as they passed by the couch on which he reclined at table, examine them very closely, like those who traffic in slaves. And if anyone from modesty held down her face, he raised it up with his hand. Afterwards, as often as he was in the humor, he would quit the room, send for her he liked best, and in a short time return with marks of recent disorder about them. He would then commend or disparage her in the presence of the company, recounting the charms or defects of her person and behavior in private. To some, he sent a divorce in the name of their absent husbands and ordered it to be registered in the public acts. Roman 37. In the devices of his profuse expenditure, he surpassed all the prodigals that ever lived, inventing a new kind of bath, with strange dishes and suppers, washing in precious unguents, both warm and cold, drinking pearls of immense value dissolved in vinegar, and serving up for his guests loaves and other victuals modelled in gold, often saying that a man ought either to be a good economist or an emperor. Besides, he scattered money to a prodigious amount among the people, from the top of the Julian Basilica, during several days successively. He built 2 ships with 10 banks of oars, after the Liburnian fashion, the poops of which blazed with jewels, and the sails were of various party colors. They were fitted up with ample baths, galleries, and saloons, and supplied with a great variety of vines and other fruit trees. In these he would sail in the daytime along the coast of Campania, feasting 278 amidst dancing and concerts of music. In building his palaces and villas, there was nothing he desired to effect so much, in defiance of all reason, as what was considered impossible. Accordingly, moles were formed in the deep and adverse sea, rocks of the hardest stone cut away, plains raised to the height of mountains with a vast mass of earth, and the tops of mountains leveled by digging, and all these were to be executed with incredible speed, for the least remissness was a capital offense. Not to mention particulars, he spent enormous sums, and the whole treasures which had been amassed by Tiberius Caesar, amounting to 2,700 millions of sesterces, within less than a year. Roman 38. Having therefore quite exhausted these funds, and being in want of money, he had recourse to plundering the people, by every mode of false accusation, confiscation, and taxation that could be invented. He declared that no one had any right to the freedom of Rome, although their ancestors had acquired it for themselves and their posterity, unless they were sons, for that none beyond that degree ought to be considered as posterity. When the grants of the divine Julius and Augustus were produced to him, he only said that he was very sorry they were obsolete and out of date. He also charged all those with making false returns, who, after the taking of the census, had by any means whatever increased their property. He annulled the wills of all who had been centurions of the first rank, as testimonies of their base ingratitude, if from the beginning of Tiberius's reign they had not left either that prince or himself their heir. He also set aside the wills of all others, if any person only pretended to say that they designed at their death to leave Caesar their heir. The public becoming terrified at this proceeding, he was now appointed joint heir with their friends, and in the case of parents with their children, by persons unknown to him. Those who lived any considerable time after making such a will, he said, were only making game of him, and accordingly he sent many of them poisoned cakes. He used to try such causes himself, fixing previously the sum he proposed to raise during the sitting, and after he had secured it, quitting the tribunal. Impatient of the least delay, he condemned by a single sentence 40, 279 persons, against whom there were different charges, boasting to Caesonia when she awoke how much business he had dispatched while she was taking her midday sleep. He exposed to sale by auction the remains of the apparatus used in the public spectacles, and exacted such biddings and raised the prices so high that some of the purchasers were ruined and bled themselves to death. There is a well-known story told of Aponius Saturninus, who, happening to fall asleep as he sat on a bench at the sale, Caius called out to the auctioneer not to overlook the praetorian personage who nodded to him so often. And accordingly the salesman went on, pretending to take the nods for tokens of assent, until 13 gladiators were knocked down to him at the sum of 9 millions of sesterces, he being in total ignorance of what was doing. Roman 39. Having also sold in Gaul all the clothes, furniture, slaves, and even freedmen belonging to his sisters, at prodigious prices, after their condemnation, he was so much delighted with his gains that he sent to Rome for all the furniture of the old palace, pressing for its conveyance all the carriages let to hire in the city, with the horses and mules belonging to the bakers, so that they often wanted bread at Rome. And many who had suits at law in progress lost their causes, because they could not make their appearance in due time according to their recognizances. In the sale of this furniture, every artifice of fraud and imposition was employed. Sometimes he would rail at the bidders for being niggardly and ask them if they were not ashamed to be richer than he was. At another, he would affect to be sorry that the property of princes should be passing into the hands of private persons. He had found out that a rich provincial had given 200,000 sesterces to his chamberlains for an underhand invitation to his table, and he was much pleased to find that honor valued at so high a rate. The day following, as the same person was sitting at the sale, he sent him some bauble, for which he told him he must pay 200,000 sesterces, and that he should sup with Caesar upon his own invitation. 280 XL. He levied new taxes, and such as were never before known, at first by the publicans, but afterwards, because their profit was enormous, by centurions and tribunes of the praetorian guards, no description of property or persons being exempted from some kind of tax or other. For all eatables brought into the city, a certain excise was exacted. For all lawsuits or trials in whatever court, the 40th part of the sum in dispute, and such as were convicted of compromising litigations were made liable to a penalty. Out of the daily wages of the porters, he received an eighth, and from the gains of common prostitutes, what they received for one favor granted. There was a clause in the law that all bawds who kept women for prostitution or sale should be liable to pay, and that marriage itself should not be exempted. Roman 41. These taxes being imposed, but the act by which they were levied never submitted to public inspection, great grievances were experienced from the want of sufficient knowledge of the law. At length, on the urgent demands of the Roman people, he published the law, but it was written in a very small hand and posted up in a corner so that no one could make a copy of it. To leave no sort of gain untried, he opened brothels in the Palladium with a number of cells furnished suitably to the dignity of the place, in which married women and freeborn youths were ready for the reception of visitors. He sent likewise his nomenclators about the forums and courts to invite people of all ages, the old as well as the young, to his brothel to come and satisfy their lusts, and he was ready to lend his customers money upon interest, clerks attending to take down their names in public as persons who contributed to the emperor's revenue. Another method of raising money, which he thought not below his notice, was gaming, which, by the help of lying and perjury, he turned to considerable account. Leaving once the management of his play to his partner in the game, he stepped into the court, and observing 2 rich Roman knights passing by, he ordered them immediately to be seized and their estates confiscated. Then returning, in great glee, he boasted that he had never made a better throw in his life. Roman 42. After the birth of his daughter, complaining of his 281 poverty, and the burdens to which he was subjected, not only as an emperor, but a father, he made a general collection for her maintenance and fortune. He likewise gave public notice that he would receive New Year's gifts on the calends of January following, and accordingly stood in the vestibule of his house to clutch the presents which people of all ranks threw down before him by handfuls and lapfuls. At last, being seized with an invincible desire of feeling money, taking off his slippers, he repeatedly walked over great heaps of gold coins spread upon the spacious floor, and then laying himself down, rolled his whole body in gold over and over again. Roman 43. Only once in his life did he take an active part in military affairs, and then not from any set purpose, but during his journey to Mevania, to see the grove and river of Clytemnestra. Being recommended to recruit a body of Batavians, who attended him, he resolved upon an expedition into Germany. Immediately he drew together several legions and auxiliary forces from all quarters and made everywhere new levies with the utmost rigor. Collecting supplies of all kinds, such as never had been assembled upon the like occasion, he set forward on his march, and pursued it sometimes with so much haste and precipitation, that the Praetorian cohorts were obliged, contrary to custom, to pack their standards on horses or mules, and so follow him. At other times, he would march so slow and luxuriously that he was carried in a litter by 8 men, ordering the roads to be swept by the people of the neighboring towns and sprinkled with water to lay the dust. Roman 44. On arriving at the camp, in order to show himself an active general and severe disciplinarian, he cashiered the lieutenants who came up late with the auxiliary forces from different quarters. In reviewing the army, he deprived of their companies most of the centurions of the first rank, who had now served their legal time in the wars, and some whose time would have expired in a few days, alleging against them their age and infirmity, and railing at the covetous disposition, 282 of the rest of them, he reduced the bounty due to those who had served out their time to the sum of 6,000 sesterces. Though he only received the submission of Adminius, the son of Cunobline, a British king, who being driven from his native country by his father, came over to him with a small body of troops. Yet, as if the whole island had been surrendered to him, he dispatched magnificent letters to Rome, ordering the bearers to proceed in their carriages directly up to the Forum and the Senate House, and not to deliver the letters, but to the consuls in the Temple of Mars, and in the presence of a full assembly of the senators. Roman 45. Soon after this, there being no hostilities, he ordered a few Germans of his guard to be carried over and placed in concealment on the other side of the Rhine, and word to be brought him after dinner that an enemy was advancing with great impetuosity. This being accordingly done, he immediately threw himself with his friends and a party of the Praetorian knights into the adjoining wood, where, lopping branches from the trees and forming trophies of them, he returned by torchlight, upbraiding those who did not follow him with timorousness and cowardice. But he presented the companions and sharers of his victory with crowns of a new form, and under a new name, having the sun, moon, and stars represented on them, and which he called exploratorii. Again, some hostages were by his order taken from the school, and privately sent off, upon notice of which he immediately rose from table, pursued them with the cavalry, as if they had run away, and coming up with them, brought them back in fetters, proceeding to an extravagant pitch of ostentation likewise in this military comedy. Upon his again sitting down to table, it being reported to him that the troops were all reassembled, he ordered them to sit down as they were, in their armor, animating them in the words of that well-known verse of Virgil. 283 Durate, et vosmet rebus servate secundis, een. 1. Bear up and save yourselves for better days. In the meantime, he reprimanded the Senate and people of Rome in a very severe proclamation for reveling and frequenting the diversions of the circus and theater, and enjoying themselves at their villas, whilst their emperor was fighting and exposing himself to the greatest dangers. Roman 46. At last, as if resolved to make war in earnest, he drew up his army upon the shore of the ocean, with his ballistae and other engines of war, and while no one could imagine what he intended to do, on a sudden commanded them to gather up the seashells and fill their helmets and the folds of their dress with them, calling them the spoils of the ocean due to the Capitol and the Palladium. As a monument of his success, he raised a lofty tower, upon which, as at Pharos, he ordered lights to be burnt in the night time for the direction of ships at sea. And then, promising the soldiers a donative of 100 denarii a man, as if he had surpassed the most eminent examples of generosity, "Go your ways," said he, "and be merry. Go, ye are rich." Roman 47. In making preparations for his triumph, besides the prisoners and deserters from the barbarian armies, he picked out the men of greatest stature in all Gaul, such as he said were fittest to grace a triumph, with some of the chiefs, and reserved them to appear in the procession, obliging them not only to dye their hair yellow and let it grow long, but to learn the German language and assume the names commonly used in that country. He ordered likewise the galleys in which he had entered the ocean to be conveyed to Rome a great part of the way by land, and wrote to his controllers in the city to make proper preparations for a triumph against 284 his arrival, at as small expense as possible, but on a scale such as had never been seen before, since they had full power over the property of everyone. Roman 48. Before he left the province, he formed a design of the most horrid cruelty to massacre the legions which had mutinied upon the death of Augustus, for seizing and detaining by force his father, Germanicus, their commander, and himself, then an infant, in the camp. Though he was with great difficulty dissuaded from this rash attempt, yet neither the most urgent entreaties nor representations could prevent him from persisting in the design of decimating these legions. Accordingly, he ordered them to assemble unarmed, without so much as their swords, and then surrounded them with armed horse. But finding that many of them, suspecting that violence was intended, were making off to arm in their own defense, he quitted the assembly as fast as he could and immediately marched for Rome, bending now all his fury against the Senate, whom he publicly threatened, to divert the general attention from the clamor excited by his disgraceful conduct. Amongst other pretexts of offense, he complained that he was defrauded of a triumph, which was justly his due, though he had just before forbidden, upon pain of death, any honor to be decreed him. Roman 49. In his march he was waited upon by deputies from the Senatorian order, entreating him to hasten his return. He replied to them, I will come, and this with me, striking at the same time the hilt of his sword. He issued likewise this proclamation, I am coming, but for those only who wish for me, the equestrian order and the people, for I shall no longer treat the Senate as their fellow citizen or prince. He forbade any of the senators to come to meet him, and either abandoning or deferring his triumph, he entered the city in ovation on his birthday. Within 4 months from this period, he was slain, after he had perpetrated enormous crimes, and while he was meditating the execution, if possible, of still greater. He had entertained a design of removing to Antium, and afterwards to Alexandria, having first cut off the flower of the equestrian and senatorian orders. This is placed beyond all question by 2 books which were found in his cabinet, 285 under different titles, one being called the Sword and the other the Dagger. They both contained private marks and the names of those who were devoted to death. There was also found a large chest, filled with a variety of poisons which, being afterwards thrown into the sea by order of Claudius, are said to have so infected the waters that the fish were poisoned and cast dead by the tide upon the neighboring shores. He was tall, of a pale complexion, ill-shaped, his neck and legs very slender, his eyes and temples hollow, his brows broad and knit, his hair thin, and the crown of the head bald. The other parts of his body were much covered with hair. On this account, it was reckoned a capital crime for any person to look down from above, as he was passing by, or so much as to name a goat. His countenance, which was naturally hideous and frightful, he purposely rendered more so, forming it before a mirror into the most horrible contortions. He was crazy both in body and mind, being subject, when a boy, to the falling sickness. When he arrived at the age of manhood, he endured fatigue tolerably well, but still, occasionally, he was liable to a faintness, during which he remained incapable of any effort. He was not insensible of the disorder of his mind, and sometimes had thoughts of retiring to clear his brain. It is believed that his wife Caesonia administered to him a love potion which threw him into a frenzy. What most of all disordered him was want of sleep, for he seldom had more than 3 or 4 hours rest in a night, and even then his sleep was not sound, but disturbed by strange dreams, fancying, among other things, that a form representing the ocean spoke to him. Being therefore often weary with lying awake so long, sometimes he sat up in his bed, at others walked in the longest porticos about the house, and from time to time invoked and looked out for the approach of day. To this crazy constitution of his mind may, I think, very justly be ascribed 2 faults which he had, of a nature directly repugnant one to the other, namely, an excessive confidence and the most abject timidity. For he, who affected so 286 much to despise the gods, was ready to shut his eyes, and wrap up his head in his cloak at the slightest storm of thunder and lightning. And if it was violent, he got up and hid himself under his bed. In his visit to Sicily, after ridiculing many strange objects which that country affords, he ran away suddenly in the night from Messene, terrified by the smoke and rumbling at the summit of Mount Etna. And though in words he was very valiant against the barbarians, yet upon passing a narrow defile in Germany in his light car, surrounded by a strong body of his troops, someone happening to say, "There would be no small consternation amongst us if an enemy were to appear," he immediately mounted his horse and rode towards the bridges in great haste. But finding them blocked up with camp followers and baggage wagons, he was in such a hurry that he caused himself to be carried in men's hands over the heads of the crowd. Soon afterwards, upon hearing that the Germans were again in rebellion, he prepared to quit Rome and equipped a fleet, comforting himself with this consideration, that if the enemy should prove victorious and possess themselves of the heights of the Alps, as the Cimbri had done, or of the city, as the Senons formerly did, he should still have in reserve the transmarine provinces. Hence it was, I suppose, that it occurred to his assassins to invent the story intended to pacify the troops who mutinied at his death, that he had laid violent hands upon himself, in a fit of terror occasioned by the news brought him of the defeat of his army. In the fashion of his clothes, shoes, and all the rest of his dress, he did not wear what was either national, or properly civic, or peculiar to the male sex, or appropriate to mere mortals. He often appeared abroad in a short coat of stout cloth, richly embroidered and blazing with jewels, in a tunic with sleeves, and with bracelets upon his arms. Sometimes all in silks, and 287, habited like a woman, at other times in the crepidi or buskins. Sometimes in the sort of shoes used by the light-armed soldiers, or in the sock used by women, and commonly with a golden beard fixed to his chin, holding in his hand a thunderbolt, a trident, or a caduceus, marks of distinction belonging to the gods only. Sometimes, too, he appeared in the habit of Venus. He wore very commonly the triumphal ornaments, even before his expedition, and sometimes the breastplate of Alexander the Great, taken out of his coffin. With regard to the liberal sciences, he was little conversant in philology, but applied himself with assiduity to the study of eloquence, being indeed in point of enunciation tolerably elegant and ready. And in his perorations, when he was moved to anger, there was an abundant flow of words and periods. In speaking, his action was vehement, and his voice so strong that he was heard at a great distance. When winding up an harangue, he threatened to draw the sword of his lucubration, holding a loose and smooth style in such contempt that he said Seneca, who was then much admired, wrote only detached essays, and that his language was nothing but sand without lime. He often wrote answers to the speeches of successful orators, and employed himself in composing accusations or vindications of eminent persons who were impeached before the Senate, and gave his vote for or against the party accused, according to his success in speaking, inviting the equestrian order, by proclamation, to hear him. He also zealously applied himself to the practice of several other arts of different kinds, such as fencing, charioteering, singing, and dancing. In the first of these, he practiced with the weapons used in war, and drove the chariot in circuses built in several places. He was so extremely fond of singing and dancing that he could not refrain in the theater from singing with the tragedians and imitating the gestures of the actors, either by way of applause or correction. A night exhibition which he had ordered the day he was slain was thought to be intended for no other reason than to take the opportunity afforded by the licentiousness of the season to make his first appearance upon the stage. Sometimes, also, 288, he danced in the night. Summoning once to the Palladium in the second watch of the night 3 men of consular rank who feared the words from the message, he placed them on the proscenium of the stage, and then suddenly came bursting out, with a loud noise of flutes and castanets, dressed in a mantle and tunic reaching down to his heels. Having danced out a song, he retired. Yet he who had acquired such dexterity in other exercises never learnt to swim. Those for whom he once conceived a regard, he favored even to madness. He used to kiss Nestor, the pantomimic actor, publicly in the theater, and if any person made the least noise while he was dancing, he would order him to be dragged from his seat and scourged him with his own hand. A Roman knight once making some bustle, he sent him, by a centurion, an order to depart forthwith for Ostia, and carry a letter from him to King Ptolemy in Mauritania. The letter was comprised in these words: "Do neither good nor harm to the bearer." He made some gladiators captains of his German guards. He deprived the gladiators called Myrmilones of some of their arms. One Columbus coming off with victory in a combat, but being slightly wounded, he ordered some poison to be infused in the wound, which he thence called columbinum. For thus it was certainly named with his own hand in a list of other poisons. He was so extravagantly fond of the party of charioteers whose colors were green, that he supped and lodged for some time constantly in the stable where their horses were kept. At a certain revel, he made a present of 2 millions of sesterces to one Cythicus, a driver of a chariot. The day before the Circensian games, he used to send his soldiers to enjoin silence in the 289 neighborhood, that the repose of his horse Incitatus might not be disturbed. For this favorite animal, besides a marble stable, an ivory manger, purple housings, and a jeweled frontlet, he appointed a house, with a retinue of slaves and fine furniture, for the reception of such as were invited in the horse's name to sup with him. It is even said that he intended to make him consul. LVI. In this frantic and savage career, numbers had formed designs for cutting him off. But 1 or 2 conspiracies being discovered, and others postponed for want of opportunity, at last 2 men concerted a plan together, and accomplished their purpose, not without the privity of some of the greatest favorites amongst his freedmen and the prefects of the Praetorian Guards. Because, having been named, though falsely, as concerned in one conspiracy against him, they perceived that they were suspected and become objects of his hatred. For he had immediately endeavored to render them obnoxious to the soldiery, drawing his sword and declaring that he would kill himself if they thought him worthy of death. And ever after he was continually accusing them to one another, and setting them all mutually at variance. The conspirators having resolved to fall upon him as he returned at noon from the Palatine Games, Cassius Chaerea, tribune of the Praetorian Guards, claimed the part of making the onset. This Chaerea was now an elderly man, and had been often reproached by Caius for effeminacy. When he came for the watchword, the latter would give Priapus or Venus, and if on any occasion he returned thanks, would offer him his hand to kiss, making with his fingers an obscene gesture. LVI. His approaching fate was indicated by many prodigies. The statue of Jupiter at Olympia, which he had ordered to be taken down and brought to Rome, suddenly burst out into such a violent fit of laughter that, the machines employed in the work giving way, the workmen took to their heels. When this accident happened, there came up a man named Cassius, who said that he was commanded in a dream to sacrifice a bull to Jupiter. The capital at Capua was 290, struck with lightning upon the Ides of March, as was also, at Rome, the apartment of the chief porter of the Palladium. Some construed the latter into a presage that the master of the place was in danger from his own guards, and the other they regarded as a sign that an illustrious person would be cut off, as had happened before on that day. Sylla, the astrologer, being consulted by him respecting his nativity, assured him that death would unavoidably and speedily befall him. The oracle of fortune at Antium likewise forewarned him of Cassius, on which account he had given orders for putting to death Cassius Longinus, at that time proconsul of Asia, not considering that Chaerea bore also that name. The day preceding his death he dreamt that he was standing in heaven near the throne of Jupiter, who giving him a push with the great toe of his right foot, he fell headlong upon the earth. Some things which happened the very day of his death, and only a little before it, were likewise considered as ominous presages of that event. Whilst he was at sacrifice, he was bespattered with the blood of a flamingo. And Nestor, the pantomimic actor, performed in a play, which the tragedian Neoptolemus had formerly acted at the games in which Philip, the king of Macedon, was slain. And in the piece called Laureolus, in which the principal actor, running out in a hurry and falling, vomited blood, several of the inferior actors vying with each other to give the best specimen of their art, made the whole stage flow with blood. A spectacle had been purposed to be performed that night, in which the fables of the infernal regions were to be represented by Egyptians and Ethiopians. LVI. On the 9th of the calends of February, and about the 7th hour of the day, after hesitating whether he should rise to dinner, as his stomach was disordered by what he had eaten the day before, at last, by the advice of his friends, he came forth. In the vaulted passage through which he had to pass were some boys of noble extraction who had been brought from Asia to act upon the stage, waiting for him in a private corridor, and he stopped to see and speak to them, and had not the leader of the party said that he was suffering from cold, he would have gone back and made them act immediately. Respecting what followed, 291, two different accounts are given. Some say that, whilst he was speaking to the boys, Chaerea came behind him and gave him a heavy blow on the neck with his sword, first crying out, "Take this!" That then a tribune, by name Cornelius Sabinus, another of the conspirators, ran him through the breast. Others say that the crowd being kept at a distance by some centurions who were in the plot, Sabinus came, according to custom, for the word, and that Caius gave him, "Jupiter," upon which Chaerea cried out, "Be it so." And then, on his looking round, clove one of his jaws with a blow. As he lay on the ground, crying out that he was still alive, the rest dispatched him with 30 wounds. For the word agreed upon among them all was, "Strike again." Some likewise ran their swords through his privy parts. Upon the first bustle, the litter-bearers came running in with their poles to his assistance, and, immediately afterwards, his German bodyguards, who killed some of the assassins, and also some senators who had no concern in the affair. Lix. He lived 29 years and reigned 3 years, 10 months, and 8 days. His body was carried privately into the Lamian gardens, where it was half burnt upon a pile hastily raised, and then had some earth carelessly thrown over it. It was afterwards disinterred by his sisters, on their return from banishment, burnt to ashes and buried. Before this was done, it is well known that the keepers of the gardens were greatly disturbed by apparitions, and that not a night passed without some terrible alarm or other in the house where he was slain, until it was destroyed by fire. His wife Caesonia was killed with him, being stabbed by a centurion, and his daughter had her brains knocked out against a wall. LX. Of the miserable condition of those times, any person, 292, may easily form an estimate from the following circumstances. When his death was made public, it was not immediately credited. People entertained a suspicion that a report of his being killed had been contrived and spread by himself, with the view of discovering how they stood affected towards him. Nor had the conspirators fixed upon anyone to succeed him. The senators were so unanimous in their resolution to assert the liberty of their country, that the consuls assembled them at first not in the usual place of meeting, because it was named after Julius Caesar, but in the Capitol. Some proposed to abolish the memory of the Caesars and level their temples with the ground. It was particularly remarked on this occasion that all the Caesars, who had the praenomen of Caius, died by the sword, from the Caius Caesar who was slain in the times of Cinna. Unfortunately, a great chasm in the annals of Tacitus at this period precludes all information from that historian respecting the reign of Caligula. But from what he mentions towards the close of the preceding chapter, it is evident that Caligula was forward to seize the reins of government, upon the death of Tiberius, whom, though he rivaled him in his vices, he was far from imitating in his dissimulation. Amongst the people, the remembrance of Germanicus, virtues cherished for his family, and attachment which was probably increased by its misfortunes, and they were anxious to see revived in the son the popularity of the father. Considering, however, that Caligula's vicious disposition was already known, and that it had even been an inducement with Tiberius to procure his succession, in order that it might prove a foil to his own memory. It is surprising that no effort was made at this juncture to shake off the despotism which had been so intolerable in the last reign and restore the ancient liberty of the Republic. Since the commencement of the imperial dominion, there never had been any period so favorable for a counter-revolution as the present crisis. There existed now no Livia to influence the minds of the Senate and people in respect of the government, nor was there any other person allied to the family of Germanicus whose countenance or intrigues could promote the views of Caligula. He himself was now only in the 25th year of his age, was totally inexperienced in the administration of public affairs, had never performed even the smallest service to his country, and was generally known to be of a character which 293 disgraced his illustrious descent. Yet, in spite of all these circumstances, such was the destiny of Rome that his accession afforded joy to the soldiers, who had known him in his childhood, and to the populace in the capital, as well as the people in the provinces, who were flattered with the delusive expectation of receiving a prince who should adorn the throne with the amiable virtues of Germanicus. It is difficult to say whether weakness of understanding or corruption of morals were more conspicuous in the character of Caligula. He seems to have discovered from his earliest years an innate depravity of mind, which was undoubtedly much increased by defect of education. He had lost both his parents at an early period of life, and from Tiberius' own character, as well as his views in training the person who should succeed him on the throne, there is reason to think that if any attention whatever was paid to the education of Caligula, it was directed to vitiate all his faculties and passions, rather than to correct and improve them. If such was really the object, it was indeed prosecuted with success. The commencement, however, of his reign was such as by no means prognosticated its subsequent transition. The sudden change of his conduct, the astonishing mixture of imbecility and presumption, of moral turpitude and frantic extravagance, which he afterwards evinced, such as rolling himself over heaps of gold, his treatment of his horse Incitatus, and his design of making him consul, seemed to justify a suspicion that his brain had actually been affected, either by the potion, said to have been given him by his wife Caesonia, or otherwise. Philters, or love potions as they were called, were frequent in those times, and the people believed that they operated upon the mind by a mysterious and sympathetic power. It is, however, beyond a doubt, that their effects were produced entirely by the action of their physical qualities upon the organs of the body. They were usually made of the satyrion, which, according to Pliny, was a provocative. They were generally given by women to their husbands at bedtime, and it was necessary towards their successful operation that the parties should sleep together. This circumstance explains the whole mystery. The philters were nothing more than medicines of a stimulating quality, which, after exciting violent but temporary effects, enfeebled the constitution and occasioned nervous disorders, by which the mental faculties, as well as the corporeal, might be injured. That this was really the case with Caligula seems probable not only from the falling sickness, to which he was subject, but from the habitual wakefulness of which he complained. 294. The profusion of this emperor, during his short reign of 3 years and 10 months, is unexampled in history. In the midst of profound peace, without any extraordinary charges either civil or military, he expended, in less than 1 year, besides the current revenue of the empire, the sum of £21,796,875 sterling, which had been left by Tiberius at his death. To supply the extravagance of future years, new and exorbitant taxes were imposed upon the people, and those too on the necessaries of life. There existed now amongst the Romans every motive that could excite a general indignation against the government. Yet such was still the dread of imperial power, though vested in the hands of so weak and despicable a sovereign, that no insurrection was attempted, nor any extensive conspiracy formed. But the obnoxious emperor fell at last a sacrifice to a few centurions of his own guard. This reign was of too short duration to afford any new productions in literature, but, had it been extended to a much longer period, the effects would probably have been the same. Polite learning never could flourish under an emperor who entertained a design of destroying the writings of Virgil and Livy. It is fortunate that these, and other valuable productions of antiquity, were too widely diffused over the world, and too carefully preserved, to be in danger of perishing through the frenzy of this capricious barbarian. Tiberius Claudius Drusus Caesar. 295. I. Livia, having married Augustus when she was pregnant, was within 3 months afterwards delivered of Drusus, the father of Claudius Caesar, who had at first the praenomen of Decimus, but afterwards that of Nero, and it was suspected that he was begotten in adultery by his father-in-law. The following verse, however, was immediately in everyone's mouth. Tois Eudicausi kai primina paedia. 9 months for common births the fates decree, but, for the great, reduce the term to 3. This Drusus, during the time of his being quaestor and praetor, commanded in the Rhaetian and German wars, and was the first of all the Roman generals who navigated the northern ocean. He made likewise some prodigious trenches beyond the Rhine, which to this day are called by his name. He overthrew the enemy in several battles, and drove them far back into the depths of the desert. Nor did he desist from pursuing them, until an apparition in the form of a barbarian woman of more than human size appeared to him, and in the Latin tongue forbade him to proceed any farther. For these achievements he had the honor of an ovation and the triumphal ornaments. After his praetorship, he immediately entered on the office of consul, and returning again to Germany, died of disease in the summer encampment, which thence obtained the name of the unlucky camp. His corpse was carried to Rome by the principal persons of the several municipalities and colonies upon the road, being met and received by the recorders of each place, and buried in the Campus Martius. In honor of his 296 memory, the army erected a monument, round which the soldiers used annually, upon a certain day, to march in solemn procession, and persons deputed from the several cities of Gaul performed religious rites. The Senate likewise, among various other honors, decreed for him a triumphal arch of marble, with trophies in the Appian Way, and gave the cognomen of Germanicus to him and his posterity. In him the civil and military virtues were equally displayed, for, besides his victories, he gained from the enemy the spolia opima, and frequently marked out the German chiefs in the midst of their army, and encountered them in single combat, at the utmost hazard of his life. He likewise often declared that he would, some time or other, if possible, restore the ancient government. In this account, I suppose, some have ventured to affirm that Augustus was jealous of him and recalled him, and because he made no haste to comply with the order, took him off by poison. This I mention, that I may not be guilty of any omission, more than because I think it either true or probable, since Augustus loved him so much when living, that he always in his wills made him jointer with his sons, as he once declared in the Senate, and upon his decease extolled him in a speech to the people, to that degree that he prayed the gods to make his Caesars like him, and to grant himself as honorable an exit out of this world as they had given him. And not satisfied with inscribing upon his tomb an epitaph in verse composed by himself, He wrote likewise the history of his life in prose. He had by the younger Antonia several children, but left behind him only 3, namely, Germanicus, Livilla, and Claudius. Roman 2. Claudius was born at Lyon, in the consulship of Julius Antonius and Fabius Africanus, upon the 1st of August, the very day upon which an altar was first dedicated there to Augustus. He was named Tiberius Claudius Drusus, but soon afterwards, 297, upon the adoption of his elder brother into the Julian family, he assumed the cognomen of Germanicus. He was left an infant by his father, and during almost the whole of his minority, and for some time after he attained the age of manhood, was afflicted with a variety of obstinate disorders, insomuch that his mind and body being greatly impaired, he was, even after his arrival at years of maturity, never thought sufficiently qualified for any public or private employment. He was, therefore, during a long time, and even after the expiration of his minority, under the direction of a pedagogue, who, he complains in a certain memoir, was a barbarous wretch, and formerly superintendent of the mule drivers, who was selected for his governor, on purpose to correct him severely on every trifling occasion. On account of this crazy constitution of body and mind, at the spectacle of gladiators, which he gave the people, jointly with his brother, in honor of his father's memory, he presided, muffled up in a pallium new fashion. When he assumed the manly habit, he was carried in a litter at midnight to the Capitol without the usual ceremony. Roman 3. He applied himself, however, from an early age, with great assiduity to the study of the liberal sciences, and frequently published specimens of his skill in each of them. But never, with all his endeavors, could he attain to any public post in the government, or afford any hope of arriving at distinction thereafter. His mother, Antonia, frequently called him an abortion of a man that had been only begun, but never finished, by nature. And when she would upbraid anyone with dullness, she said, he was a greater fool than her son Claudius. His grandmother, Augusta, always treated him with the utmost contempt, very rarely spoke to him, and when she did admonish him upon any occasion, it was in writing, very briefly and severely, or by messengers. His sister, Livilla, upon hearing that he was about to be created emperor, openly and loudly expressed her indignation that the Roman people should experience a fate so severe and so much below their grandeur. To exhibit the opinion, both favorable and otherwise, entertained concerning him by Augustus, his great uncle, I have here subjoined some extracts from the letters of that emperor. Roman 4. I have had some conversation with Tiberius, according 298 to your desire, my dear Livia, as to what must be done with your grandson Tiberius at the games of Mars. We are both agreed in this, that once for all, we ought to determine what course to take with him. For if he be really sound and, so to speak, quite right in his intellects, why should we hesitate to promote him by the same steps and degrees we did his brother? But if we find him below par, and deficient both in body and mind, we must beware of giving occasion for him and ourselves to be laughed at by the world, which is ready enough to make such things the subject of mirth and derision. For we never shall be easy, if we are always to be debating upon every occasion of this kind, without settling, in the first instance, whether he be really capable of public offices or not. With regard to what you consult me about at the present moment, I am not against his superintending the feast of the priests, in the games of Mars, if he will suffer himself to be governed by his kinsman, Silenus's son, that he may do nothing to make the people stare and laugh at him. But I do not approve of his witnessing the Circensian games from the Pulvinar. He will be there exposed to view in the very front of the theater. Nor do I like that he should go to the Alban Mount or be at Rome during the Latin festivals. For if he be capable of attending his brother to the Mount, why is he not made prefect of the city? Thus, my dear Livia, you have my thoughts upon the matter. In my opinion, we ought to 299 settle this affair once for all, that we may not be always in suspense between hope and fear. You may, if you think proper, give your kinsman Antonia this part of my letter to read. In another letter, he writes as follows: I shall invite the youth Tiberius every day during your absence to supper, that he may not sup alone with his friends Sulpicius and Athenodorus. I wish the poor creature was more cautious and attentive in the choice of someone, whose manners, air, and gait might be proper for his imitation. Attice panu entois spoutu a lion. In things of consequence he sadly fails. Where his mind does not run astray, he discovers a noble disposition. In a third letter, he says, "Let me die, my dear Livia, if I am not astonished that the declamation of your grandson, Tiberius, should please me. For how he who talks so ill should be able to declaim so clearly and properly, I cannot imagine." There is no doubt but Augustus, after this, came to a resolution upon the subject, and accordingly left him invested with no other honor than that of the augural priesthood, naming him amongst the heirs of the third degree, who were but distantly allied to his family, for a sixth part of his estate only, with a legacy of no more than 800,000 sesterces. Upon his requesting some office in the state, Tiberius granted him the honorary appendages of the consulship, and when he pressed for a legitimate appointment, the emperor wrote word back that he sent him 40 gold pieces for his expenses during the festivals of the Saturnalia and Sigillaria. Upon this, laying aside all hope of advancement, he resigned himself entirely to an indolent life, living in great privacy, one while in his gardens or a villa which he had near the city, another while in Campania, where he passed his time in the lowest society. By which means, besides his former character of a dull, heavy fellow, he acquired that of a drunkard and gamester. Roman 6. Notwithstanding this sort of life, much respect was shown him both in public and private. The equestrian 300 order twice made choice of him to intercede on their behalf, once to obtain from the consuls the favor of bearing on their shoulders the corpse of Augustus to Rome, and a second time to congratulate him upon the death of Sergius. When he entered the theater, they used to rise and put off their cloaks. The Senate likewise decreed that he should be added to the number of the Augustal College of Priests, who were chosen by lot, and soon afterwards, when his house was burnt down, that it should be rebuilt at the public charge, and that he should have the privilege of giving his vote amongst the men of consular rank. This decree was, however, repealed, Tiberius insisting to have him excused on account of his imbecility and promising to make good his loss at his own expense. But at his death, he named him in his will, amongst his third heirs, for a third part of his estate, leaving him besides a legacy of 2 millions of sesterces, and expressly recommending him to the armies, the Senate, and people of Rome, amongst his other relations. Romans 7. At last Caius, his brother's son, upon his advancement to the empire, endeavoring to gain the affections of the public by all the arts of popularity, Claudius also was admitted to public offices, and held the consulship jointly with his nephew for 2 months. As he was entering the forum for the first time with the fasces, an eagle which was flying that way alighted upon his right shoulder. A second consulship was also allotted him, to commence at the expiration of the 4th year. He sometimes presided at the public spectacles as the representative of Caius, being always, on those occasions, complimented with the acclamations of the people, wishing him all happiness, sometimes under the title of the emperor's uncle, and sometimes under that of Germanicus's brother. Roman 8. Still he was subjected to many slights. If at any time he came in late to supper, he was obliged to walk round the room some time before he could get a place at table. When he indulged himself with sleep after eating, which was a common practice with him, the company used to throw olive stones and dates at him, and the buffoons who attended would wake him, as if it were only in jest, with a cane or a whip. Sometimes they would put slippers upon his hands, as he lay snoring, that he might, upon awaking, rub his face with them. Roman 9. He was not only exposed to contempt, but sometimes likewise to considerable danger. First, in his consulship, for, having been too remiss in providing and erecting the statues of Caius's brothers, Nero and Drusus, he was very near being deprived of his office, and afterwards he was continually harassed with informations against him by one or other, sometimes even by his own domestics. When the conspiracy of Lepidus and Gætulicus was discovered, being sent with some other deputies into Germany to congratulate the emperor upon the occasion, he was in danger of his life, Caius being greatly enraged and loudly complaining that his uncle was sent to him as if he was a boy who wanted a governor. Some even say that he was thrown into a river in his traveling dress. From this period, he voted in the Senate always the last of the members of consular rank, being called upon after the rest, on purpose to disgrace him. A charge for the forgery of a will was also allowed to be prosecuted, though he had only signed it as a witness. At last, being obliged to pay 8 millions of sesterces on entering upon a new office of priesthood, he was reduced to such straits in his private affairs that in order to discharge his bond to the treasury, he was under the necessity of exposing to sale his whole estate by an order of the prefects. X having spent the greater part of his life under these and the like circumstances, he came at last to the empire in the 50th year of his age, by a very surprising turn of fortune. Being, as well as the rest, prevented from approaching Caius by the conspirators, who dispersed the crowd, under the pretext of his desiring to be private, he retired into an apartment called the Hermium, and soon afterwards, terrified by the report of Caius being slain, he crept into an adjoining balcony, where he hid himself behind the hangings of 302, the door. A common soldier who happened to pass that way, spying his feet and desirous to discover who he was, pulled him out, when immediately recognizing him, he threw himself in a great fright at his feet and saluted him by the title of emperor. He then conducted him to his fellow soldiers, who were all in a great rage and irresolute what they should do. They put him into a litter, and as the slaves of the palace had all fled, took their turns in carrying him on their shoulders and brought him into the camp, sad and trembling, the people who met him lamenting his situation, as if the poor innocent was being carried to execution. Being received within the ramparts, he continued all night with the sentries on guard, recovered somewhat from his fright, but in no great hopes of the succession. For the consuls, with the Senate and civic troops, had possessed themselves of the Forum and Capitol, with the determination to assert the public liberty. And he being sent for likewise, by a tribune of the people, to the Senate House, to give his advice upon the present juncture of affairs, returned answer, I am under constraint and cannot possibly come. The day afterwards, the Senate being dilatory in their proceedings, and worn out by divisions amongst themselves, while the people who surrounded the Senate House shouted that they would have one master, naming Claudius, he suffered the soldiers assembled under arms to swear allegiance to him, promising them 15,000 sesterces a man, he being the first of the Caesars who purchased the submission of the soldiers with money. So having thus established himself in power, his first object was to abolish all remembrance of the 2 preceding days, in which a revolution in the state had been canvassed. Accordingly, he passed an act of perpetual oblivion and pardon for everything said or done during that time, and this he faithfully observed, with the exception only of putting to death a few tribunes and centurions concerned in the conspiracy against Caius, both as an example, and because he understood that they had also planned his own death. He now turned 303 his thoughts towards paying respect to the memory of his relations. His most solemn and usual oath was, by Augustus. He prevailed upon the Senate to decree divine honors to his grandmother Livia, with a chariot in the Circensian procession drawn by elephants, as had been appointed for Augustus, and public offerings to the shades of his parents. Besides which, he instituted Circensian games for his father, to be celebrated every year, upon his birthday, and, for his mother, a chariot to be drawn through the circus, with the title of Augusta, which had been refused by his grandmother. To the memory of his brother, to which, upon all occasions, he showed a great regard, he gave a Greek comedy to be exhibited in the public diversions at Naples, and awarded the crown for it, according to the sentence of the judges in that solemnity. Nor did he omit to make honorable and grateful mention of Mark Antony, declaring by a proclamation that he the more earnestly insisted upon the observation of his father Drusus's birthday, because it was likewise that of his grandfather Antony. He completed the marble arch near Pompey's theater, which had formerly been decreed by the Senate in honor of Tiberius, but which had been neglected. And though he cancelled all the acts of Caius, yet he forbade the day of his assassination, notwithstanding it was that of his own accession to the empire, to be reckoned amongst the festivals. Roman 12. But with regard to his own aggrandizement, he was sparing and modest, declining the title of emperor and refusing all excessive honors. He celebrated the marriage of his daughter and the birthday of a grandson with great privacy, at home. He recalled none of those who had been banished, without a decree of the Senate, and requested of them permission for the prefect of the military tribunes and praetorian guards to attend him in the Senate House, and 304, also that they would be pleased to bestow upon his procurators judicial authority in the provinces. He asked of the consuls likewise the privilege of holding fairs upon his private estate. He frequently assisted the magistrates in the trial of causes as one of their assessors. And when they gave public spectacles, he would rise up with the rest of the spectators and salute them both by words and gestures. When the tribunes of the people came to him while he was on the tribunal, he excused himself because, on account of the crowd, he could not hear them unless they stood. In a short time, by this conduct, he wrought himself so much into the favor and affection of the public, that when, upon his going to Ostia, a report was spread in the city that he had been waylaid and slain, the people never ceased cursing the soldiers for traitors, and the Senate as parricides, until one or two persons, and presently after several others, were brought by the magistrates upon the rostra, who assured them that he was alive, and not far from the city, on his way home. Roman 13. Conspiracies, however, were formed against him, not only by individuals separately, but by a faction, and at last his government was disturbed with a civil war. A low fellow was found with a poniard about him, near his chamber, at midnight. 2 men of the equestrian order were discovered waiting for him in the streets, armed with a tuck and a huntsman's dagger. One of them intending to attack him as he came out of the theater, and the other as he was sacrificing in the temple of Mars. Gallus Asinius and Statilius Corvinus, grandsons of the 2 orators, Pollio and Messala, formed a conspiracy against him, in which they engaged many of his freedmen and slaves. Furius Camillus Scribonianus, his lieutenant in Dalmatia, broke into rebellion, but was reduced in 305, the space of 5 days. The legions which he had seduced from their oath of fidelity relinquishing their purpose, upon an alarm occasioned by ill omens. For when orders were given them to march, to meet their new emperor, the eagles could not be decorated, nor the standards pulled out of the ground, whether it was by accident or a divine interposition. Roman 14. Besides his former consulship, he held the office afterwards 4 times, the first 2 successively, but the following after an interval of 4 years each, the last for 6 months, the others for 2, and the third, upon his being chosen in the room of a consul who died, which had never been done by any of the emperors before him. Whether he was consul or out of office, he constantly attended the courts for the administration of justice, even upon such days as were solemnly observed as days of rejoicing in his family or by his friends, and sometimes upon the public festivals of ancient institution. Nor did he always adhere strictly to the letter of the laws, but overruled the rigor or lenity of many of their enactments, according to his sentiments of justice and equity. For where persons lost their suits by insisting upon more than appeared to be their due, before the judges of private causes, he granted them the indulgence of a second trial. And with regard to such as were convicted of any great delinquency, he even exceeded the punishment appointed by law, and condemned them to be exposed to wild beasts. Roman 15. But in hearing and determining causes, he exhibited a strange inconsistency of temper, being at one time circumspect and sagacious, at another inconsiderate and rash, and sometimes frivolous, and like one out of his mind. In correcting the roll of judges, he struck off the name of one who, concealing the privilege his children gave him to be excused from serving, had answered to his name, as too eager for the office. Another who was summoned before him in a cause of his own, but alleged that the affair did not properly come under the 306 emperor's cognizance, but that of the ordinary judges, he ordered to plead the cause himself immediately before him, and show in a case of his own how equitable a judge he would prove in that of other persons. A woman refusing to acknowledge her own son, and there being no clear proof on either side, he obliged her to confess the truth, by ordering her to marry the young man. He was much inclined to determine causes in favor of the parties who appeared, against those who did not, without inquiring whether their absence was occasioned by their own fault or by real necessity. On proclamation of a man, S being convicted of forgery, and that he ought to have his hand cut off, he insisted that an executioner should be immediately sent for, with a Spanish sword and a block. A person being prosecuted for falsely assuming the freedom of Rome, and a frivolous dispute arising between the advocates in the cause, whether he ought to make his appearance in the Roman or Grecian dress, to show his impartiality. He commanded him to change his clothes several times according to the character he assumed in the accusation or defense. An anecdote is related of him, and believed to be true, that, in a particular cause, he delivered his sentence in writing thus: I am in favor of those who have spoken the truth. By this, he so much forfeited the good opinion of the world that he was everywhere and openly despised. A person making an excuse for the non-appearance of a witness whom he had sent for from the provinces declared it was impossible for him to appear, concealing the reason for some time. At last, after several interrogatories were put to him on the subject, he answered, "The man is dead," to which Claudius replied, "I think that is a sufficient excuse." Another, thanking him for suffering a person who was prosecuted to make his defense by counsel, added, "And yet it is no more than what is usual." I have likewise heard some old men say that the advocates used to abuse his patients so grossly that they would not only 307 call him back as he was quitting the tribunal, but would seize him by the lap of his coat and sometimes catch him by the heels to make him stay. That such behavior, however strange, is not incredible will appear from this anecdote. Some obscure Greek who was a litigant had an altercation with him in which he called out, "You are an old fool." It is certain that a Roman knight, who was prosecuted by an impotent device of his enemies on a false charge of abominable obscenity with women, observing that common strumpets were summoned against him and allowed to give evidence, upbraided Claudius in very harsh and severe terms with his folly and cruelty, and threw his style, and some books which he had in his hands, in his face, with such violence as to wound him severely in the cheek. Romans 16. He likewise assumed the censorship, which had been discontinued since the time that Paulus and Plancus had jointly held it, but this also he administered very unequally, and with a strange variety of humor and conduct. In his review of the knights, he passed over, without any mark of disgrace, a profligate young man, only because his father spoke of him in the highest terms. "For," said he, "his father is his proper censor." Another, who was infamous for debauching youths and for adultery, he only admonished to indulge his youthful inclinations more sparingly, or at least more cautiously, adding, "Why must I know what mistress you keep?" When, at the request of his friends, he had taken off a mark of infamy which he had set upon one knight's name, he said, "Let the blot, however, remain." He not only struck out of the list of judges, but likewise deprived of the freedom of Rome, an illustrious man of the highest provincial rank in Greece, only because he was ignorant of the Latin language. Nor in this review did he suffer anyone to give an account of his conduct by an advocate, but obliged each man to speak for himself in the best way he could. He disgraced many, and some that little expected it, and for a reason entirely new, namely, for going out of Italy without his license. 308, and one likewise, for having in his province been the familiar companion of a king. Observing that, in former times, Rabirius Posthumus had been prosecuted for treason, although he only went after Ptolemy to Alexandria for the purpose of securing payment of a debt. Having tried to brand with disgrace several others, he, to his own greater shame, found them generally innocent, through the negligence of the persons employed to inquire into their characters. Those whom he charged with living in celibacy, with want of children or estate, proving themselves to be husbands, parents, and in affluent circumstances. One of the knights who was charged with stabbing himself laid his bosom bare, to show that there was not the least mark of violence upon his body. The following incidents were remarkable in his censorship. He ordered a car, plated with silver and of very sumptuous workmanship, which was exposed for sale in the Sigillaria, to be purchased and broken in pieces before his eyes. He published 20 proclamations in one day, in one of which he advised the people, since the vintage was very plentiful, to have their casks well secured at the bung with pitch. And in another, he told them that nothing would sooner cure the bite of a viper than the sap of the yew tree. Romans 17. He undertook only one expedition, and that was of short duration. The triumphal ornaments decreed him by the Senate he considered as beneath the imperial dignity, and was therefore resolved to have the honor of a real triumph. For this purpose, he selected Britain, which had never been attempted by anyone since Julius Caesar, and was then chafing 309 with rage because the Romans would not give up some deserters. Accordingly, he set sail from Ostia, but was twice very near being wrecked by the boisterous wind called Sergius, upon the coast of Liguria and near the islands called Stochids. Having marched by land from Marseille to Gesoriacum, he thence passed over to Britain, and part of the island submitting to him, within a few days after his arrival, without battle or bloodshed. He returned to Rome in less than 6 months from the time of his departure, and triumphed in the most solemn manner. To witness which, he not only 310 gave leave to governors of provinces to come to Rome, but even to some of the exiles. Among the spoils taken from the enemy, he fixed upon the pediment of his house in the Palladium a naval crown in token of his having passed, and, as it were, conquered the ocean, and had it suspended near the civic crown which was there before. Messalina, his wife, followed his chariot in a covered litter. Those who had attained the honor of triumphal ornaments in the same war rode behind, the rest followed on foot, wearing the robe with the broad stripes. Crassus Frugi was mounted upon a horse richly caparisoned, in a robe embroidered with palm leaves, because this was the second time of his obtaining that honor. Roman 18. He paid particular attention to the care of the city, and to have it well supplied with provisions. A dreadful fire happening in the Aemiliana, which lasted some time, he passed 2 nights in the Diribatorium, and the soldiers and gladiators not being in sufficient numbers to extinguish it, he caused the magistrates to summon the people out of all the streets in the city to their assistance. Placing bags of money before him, he encouraged them to do their utmost, declaring that he would reward every one on the spot, according to their exertions. Roman 19. During a scarcity of provisions, occasioned by bad crops for several successive years, he was stopped in the middle of the forum by the mob, who so abused him, at the same time pelting him with fragments of bread, that he had some 311 difficulty in escaping into the palace by a back door. He therefore used all possible means to bring provisions to the city, even in the winter. He proposed to the merchants a sure profit, by indemnifying them against any loss that might befall them by storms at sea, and granted great privileges to those who built ships for that traffic. To a citizen of Rome, he gave an exemption from the penalty of the Papia-Papian law, to one who had only the privilege of latium, the freedom of the city, and to women the rights which by law belonged to those who had 4 children, which enactments are in force to this day. Roman 20. He completed some important public works, which, though not numerous, were very useful. The principal were an aqueduct, which had been begun by Caius, an emissary for the discharge of the waters of the Fucine Lake, and the harbor of Ostia, although he knew that Augustus had refused to comply with the repeated application of the Marsians for one of these, and that the other had been several times intended by Julius Caesar, but as often abandoned on account of the difficulty of its execution. He brought to the city the cool and plentiful springs of the Claudian water, one of which is called Caeruleus, and the other Curtius and Albudinus, as likewise the river of the new Anio, in a stone canal, and distributed them into many magnificent reservoirs. The canal from the Fucine Lake was undertaken as much for the sake of profit as for the honor of the enterprise, for there were parties who offered to drain it at their own expense, on condition of their having a grant of the land laid dry. With great difficulty he completed a canal 3 miles in length, partly by cutting through, and partly by tunneling, a mountain, 30,000 men being constantly employed in the work for 11 years. He formed the harbor at Ostia, by carrying out circular piers on the right and on the left, with 312, a mole protecting, in deep water, the entrance of the port. To secure the foundation of this mole, he sunk the vessel in which the great obelisk had been brought from Egypt, and built upon piles a very lofty tower, in imitation of the Pharos at Alexandria, on which lights were burnt to direct mariners in the night. Roman 21. He often distributed largesses of corn and money among the people, and entertained them with a great variety of public magnificent spectacles, not only such as were usual and in the accustomed places, but some of new invention, and others revived from ancient models, and exhibited in places where nothing of the kind had been ever before attempted. In the games which he presented at the dedication of Pompey's theatre, which had been burnt down, and was rebuilt by him, he presided upon a tribunal erected for him in the orchestra. Having first paid his devotions, in the temple above, and then coming down through the center of the circle, while all the people kept their seats in profound silence. He likewise, 313, exhibited the secular games, giving out that Augustus had anticipated the regular period, though he himself says in his history that they had been omitted before the age of Augustus, who had calculated the years with great exactness, and again brought them to their regular period. The crier was therefore ridiculed when he invited people in the usual form to games which no person had ever before seen, nor ever would again, when many were still living who had already seen them, and some of the performers who had formerly acted in them were now again brought upon the stage. He likewise frequently celebrated the Circensian games in the Vatican, sometimes exhibiting a hunt of wild beasts after every 5 courses. He embellished the Circus Maximus with marble barriers and gilded goals, which before were of common stone and wood, and assigned proper places for the senators, who were used to sit promiscuously with the other spectators. Besides the chariot races, he exhibited there the Trojan game and wild beasts from Africa, which were encountered by a troop of Praetorian knights, with their tribunes, and even the prefect at the head of them. Besides the Thessalian horse, who drive fierce bulls round the circus, leap upon their backs when they have exhausted their fury, and drag them by the horns to the ground. He gave exhibitions of gladiators in several places and of various kinds, one yearly on the anniversary of his accession in the Praetorian camp, but without any hunting or the usual apparatus, another in the Septa as usual, and in the same place another out of the common way and of a few days' continuance only, which he called sportula. Because when he was going to present it, he informed the people by proclamation that he invited them to a late supper, got up in haste, and without ceremony. Nor did he lend himself to any kind of public diversion with more freedom and hilarity, insomuch that he would hold out his left hand, and 314, joined by the common people, count upon his fingers aloud the gold pieces presented to those who came off conquerors. He would earnestly invite the company to be merry, sometimes calling them his masters, with a mixture of insipid, far-fetched jests. Thus, when the people called for Palumbus, he said he would give them one when he could catch it. The following was well intended and well timed. Having, amidst great applause, spared a gladiator on the intercession of his 4 sons, he sent a billet immediately round the theatre to remind the people how much it behoved them to get children, since they had before them an example how useful they had been in procuring favor and security for a gladiator. He likewise represented in the Campus Martius the assault and sacking of a town, and the surrender of the British kings, presiding in his general's cloak. Immediately before he drew off the waters from the Fucine lake, he exhibited upon it a naval fight. But the combatants on board the fleets crying out, "Health attend you, noble emperor. We who are about to peril our lives salute you," and he replying, "Health attend you too," they all refused to fight, as if by that response he had meant to excuse them. Upon this he hesitated for a time whether he should not destroy them all with fire and sword. At last, leaping from his seat and running along the shore of the lake with tottering steps, the result of his foul excesses, he, partly by fair words and partly by threats, persuaded them to engage. This spectacle represented an engagement between the fleets of Sicily and Rhodes, consisting each of 12 ships of war, of 3 banks of oars. The signal for the encounter was given by a silver triton, raised by machinery from the middle of the lake. Roman 22. With regard to religious ceremonies, the administration of affairs both civil and military, and the condition of all orders of the people at home and abroad, some practices he corrected, others which had been laid aside he revived, and some regulations he introduced which were entirely new. In appointing new priests for the several colleges, he made no appointments without being sworn. When an earthquake 315 happened in the city, he never failed to summon the people together by the praetor and appoint holidays for sacred rites. And upon the sight of any ominous bird in the city or capital, he issued an order for a supplication, the words of which, by virtue of his office of high priest, after an exhortation from the rostra, he recited in the presence of the people, who repeated them after him, all workmen and slaves being first ordered to withdraw. Roman 23. The courts of judicature, whose sittings had been formerly divided between the summer and winter months, he ordered, for the dispatch of business, to sit the whole year round. The jurisdiction in matters of trust, which used to be granted annually by special commission to certain magistrates, and in the city only, he made permanent and extended to the provincial judges likewise. He altered a clause added by Tiberius to the Papia-Papian law, which inferred that men of 60 years of age were incapable of begetting children. He ordered that, out of the ordinary course of proceeding, orphans might have guardians appointed them by the consuls, and that those who were banished from any province by the chief magistrate should be debarred from coming into the city or any part of Italy. He inflicted on certain persons a new sort of banishment, by forbidding them to depart further than 3 miles from Rome. When any affair of importance came before the Senate, he used to sit between the two consuls upon the seats of the tribunes. He reserved to himself the power of granting license to travel out of Italy, which before had belonged to the Senate. Roman 24. He likewise granted the consular ornaments to his Ducenarian procurators. From those who declined the senatorian dignity, he took away the equestrian. Although he had in the beginning of his reign declared that he would admit no man into the Senate who was not the great-grandson of a Roman citizen, yet he gave the broad hem to the son of a freedman, on condition that he should be adopted by a Roman knight. Being afraid, however, of incurring censure by such an act, he informed the public that his ancestor Appius Caecus, the censor, had elected the sons of freedmen into 316 the Senate. For he was ignorant, it seems, that in the times of Appius, and a long while afterwards, persons manumitted were not called freedmen, but only their sons who were freeborn. Instead of the expense which the College of Quaestors was obliged to incur in paving the highways, he ordered them to give the people an exhibition of gladiators. And relieving them of the provinces of Ostia and Gaul, he reinstated them in the charge of the treasury, which, since it was taken from them, had been managed by the praetors, or those who had formerly filled that office. He gave the triumphal ornaments to Silenus, who was betrothed to his daughter, though he was under age. And in other cases, he bestowed them on so many, and with so little reserve, that there is extant a letter unanimously addressed to him by all the legions, begging him to grant his consular lieutenants the triumphal ornaments at the time of their appointment to commands, in order to prevent their seeking occasion to engage in unnecessary wars. He decreed to Aulus Claudius the honor of an ovation, going to meet him at his entering the city and walking with him in the procession to the Capitol and back, in which he took the left side, giving him the post of honor. He allowed Gabinius Secundus, upon his conquest of the Chauci, a German tribe, to assume the cognomen of Cautius. Roman 25. His military organization of the equestrian order was this. After having the command of a cohort, they were promoted to a wing of auxiliary horse, and subsequently received the commission of tribune of a legion. He raised a body of militia, who were called supernumeraries, who, though they were a sort of soldiers, and kept in reserve, yet received pay. He procured an act of the Senate to prohibit all soldiers from attending senators at their houses, in the way of respect and compliment. He confiscated the estates of all freedmen who presumed to take upon themselves the equestrian rank. Such of them as were ungrateful to their patrons and were complained of by them, he reduced to their former condition of 317 slavery, and declared to their advocates that he would always give judgment against the freedmen, in any suit at law which the masters might happen to have with them. Some persons having exposed their sick slaves in a languishing condition on the island of Aesculapius because of the tediousness of their cure, he declared all who were so exposed perfectly free, never more to return if they should recover to their former servitude, and that if anyone chose to kill at once, rather than expose, a slave, he should be liable for murder. He published a proclamation, forbidding all travelers to pass through the towns of Italy any otherwise than on foot, or in a litter or chair. He quartered a cohort of soldiers at Puteoli and another at Ostia to be in readiness against any accidents from fire. He prohibited foreigners from adopting Roman names, especially those which belonged to families. Those who falsely pretended to the freedom of Rome, he beheaded on the Esquiline. He gave up to the Senate the provinces of Achaia and Macedonia, which Tiberius had transferred to his own administration. He deprived the Lycians of their liberties as a punishment for their fatal dissensions, but restored to the Rhodians their freedom upon their repenting of their former misdemeanors. He exonerated forever the people of Ilium from the payment of taxes, as being the founders of the Roman race, reciting upon the occasion a letter in Greek, 318, from the Senate and people of Rome to King Seleucus, on which they promised him their friendship and alliance, provided that he would grant their kinsmen, the Illiensians, immunity from all burdens. He banished from Rome all the Jews, who were continually making disturbances at the instigation of one Chrestus, He allowed the ambassadors of the Germans to sit at the public spectacles in the seats assigned to the senators, being induced to grant them favors by their frank and honorable conduct. For having been seated in the rows of benches which were common to the people, on observing the Parthian and Armenian ambassadors sitting among the senators, they took upon themselves to cross over into the same seats, as being, they said, no way inferior to the others in point either of merit or rank. The religious rites of the Druids, solemnized with such horrid cruelties, which had only been forbidden the citizens of Rome during the reign of Augustus, he utterly abolished among the Gauls. On the other hand, he attempted, 319, to transfer the Eleusinian mysteries from Attica to Rome. He likewise ordered the temple of Venus Uricina in Sicily, which was old and in a ruinous condition, to be repaired at the expense of the Roman people. He concluded treaties with foreign princes in the Forum, with the sacrifice of a sow, and the form of words used by the heralds in former times. But in these and other things, and indeed the greater part of his administration, he was directed not so much by his own judgment, as by the influence of his wives and freedmen, for the most part acting in conformity to what their interests or fancies dictated. Roman 26. He was twice married at a very early age, first to Aemilia Lepida, the granddaughter of Augustus, and afterwards to Livia Medellina, who had the cognomen of Camilla and was descended from the old dictator Camillus. The former he divorced while still a virgin, because her parents had incurred the displeasure of Augustus, and he lost the latter by sickness on the day fixed for their nuptials. He next married Placia Urgulanilla, whose father had enjoyed the honor of a triumph, and soon afterwards Aelia Paetina, the daughter of a man of consular rank. But he divorced them both, Paetina upon some trifling causes of disgust, and Urgulanilla for scandalous lewdness and the suspicion of murder. After them he took in marriage Valeria Messalina, the daughter of Barbetus Messala, his cousin. But finding that, besides her other shameful debaucheries, she had even gone so far as to marry in his own absence Caius Silius, the settlement of her dower being formally signed, in the presence of the augurs, he put her to death. When summoning his praetorians to his presence, he made to them this declaration: "As I have been so unhappy in my unions, I am resolved to continue in future unmarried, and if I should not, I give you leave to stab me." He was, however, unable to persist in this resolution, for he began immediately to think of another wife, and even of taking back Paetina, whom he had formerly divorced. He thought also of Lalia Paulina, who had been married to Caius Caesar. But being ensnared by the arts of Agrippina, 320, the daughter of his brother Germanicus, who took advantage of the kisses and endearments which their near relationship admitted, to inflame his desires, he got someone to propose at the next meeting of the Senate that they should oblige the emperor to marry Agrippina as a measure highly conducive to the public interest, and that in future liberty should be given for such marriages, which until that time had been considered incestuous. In less than 24 hours after this, he married her. No person was found, however, to follow the example, excepting one freedman and a centurion of the first rank, at the solemnization of whose nuptials both he and Agrippina attended. Roman 27. He had children by 3 of his wives, by Urgulanilla, Drusus, and Claudia, by Paetina, Antonia, and by Messalina, Octavia, and also a son, whom at first he called Germanicus, but afterwards Britannicus. He lost Drusus at Pompeii when he was very young, he being choked with a pear, which in his play he tossed into the air and caught in his mouth. Only a few days before, he had betrothed him to one of Sergius's daughters, and I am therefore surprised that some authors should say he lost his life by the treachery of Sergius. Claudia, who was, in truth, the daughter of Boter his freedman, though she was born 5 months before his divorce, he ordered to be thrown naked at her mother's door. He married Antonia to Cneus Pompey the Great, and afterwards to Faustus Sylla, both youths of very noble parentage, Octavia to his stepson Nero, after she had been contracted to Silanus. Britannicus was born upon the 20th day of his reign, and in his second consulship. He often earnestly commended him to the soldiers, holding him in his arms before their ranks, and would likewise show him to the people in the theater, setting him upon his lap, or holding him out whilst he was still very young, and was sure to receive their acclamations and good wishes on his behalf. Of his 321 sons-in-law, he adopted Nero. He not only dismissed from his favor both Pompey and Silanus, but put them to death. Roman 28. Amongst his freedmen, the greatest favorite was the eunuch Posides, whom, in his British triumph, he presented with the pointless spear, classing him among the military men. Next to him, if not equal, in favor was Felix, whom he not only preferred to commands both of cohorts and troops, but to the government of the province of Judea. And he became, in consequence of his elevation, the husband of 3 queens. Another favorite was Harpocras, to whom he granted the privilege of being carried in a litter within the city, and of holding public spectacles for the entertainment of the people. In this class was likewise Polybius, who assisted him in his studies, and had often the honor of walking between the 2 consuls. But above all others, Narcissus, his secretary, and Pallas, the controller of his accounts, were in high favor with him. He not only allowed them to receive, by decree of the Senate, immense presents, but also to be decorated with the quaestorian and praetorian ensigns of honor. So much did he indulge them in amassing wealth and plundering the public that, upon his complaining once of the lowness of his exchequer, someone said, with great reason, that it would be full enough if those 2 freedmen of his would but take him into partnership with them. Roman 29. Being entirely governed by these freedmen, and, as I have already said, by his wives, he was a tool to others rather than a prince. He distributed offices or the command of armies, pardoned or punished, according as it suited their interests, 322 their passions or their caprice, and for the most part without knowing or being sensible of what he did. Not to enter into minute details relative to the revocation of grants, the reversal of judicial decisions, obtaining his signature to fictitious appointments, or the barefaced alteration of them after signing. He put to death Appius Silanus, the father of his son-in-law, and the 2 Julias, the daughters of Drusus and Germanicus, without any positive proof of the crimes with which they were charged, or so much as permitting them to make any defense. He also cut off Cneus Pompey, the husband of his eldest daughter, and Lucius Silanus, who was betrothed to the younger Pompey, was stabbed in the act of unnatural lewdness with a favorite paramour. Silanus was obliged to quit the office of praetor upon the 4th of the calends of January, and to kill himself on New Year's Day following, the very same on which Claudius and Agrippina were married. He condemned to death 35 senators, and above 300 Roman knights, with so little attention to what he did, that when a centurion brought him word of the execution of a man of consular rank, who was one of the number, and told him that he had executed his order, he declared, he had ordered no such thing, but that he approved of it. Because his freedmen, it seems, had said that the soldiers did nothing more than their duty, in dispatching the emperor's enemies without waiting for a warrant. But it is beyond all belief that he himself, at the marriage of Messalina with the adulterous Silius, should actually sign the writings relative to her dowry, induced, as it is pretended, by the design of diverting from himself and transferring upon another the danger which some omens seem to threaten him. XXX. Either standing or sitting, but especially when he lay asleep, he had a majestic and graceful appearance, for he was tall but not slender. His gray looks became him well, and he had a full neck. But his knees were feeble and failed him in walking, so that his gait was ungainly, both when he assumed state and when he was taking diversion. He was outrageous in his laughter, and still more so in his wrath, for then he foamed at the mouth and discharged from his nostrils. He also stammered in his speech, and had a tremulous motion, 323 of the head at all times, but particularly when he was engaged in any business, however trifling. Roman 31. Though his health was very infirm during the former part of his life, yet, after he became emperor, he enjoyed a good state of health, except only that he was subject to a pain of the stomach. In a fit of this complaint, he said he had thoughts of killing himself. Roman 32. He gave entertainments as frequent as they were splendid, and generally when there was such ample room, that very often 600 guests sat down together. At a feast he gave on the banks of the canal for draining the Fucine lake, he narrowly escaped being drowned, the water at its discharge rushing out with such violence that it overflowed the conduit. At supper he had always his own children, with those of several of the nobility, who, according to an ancient custom, sat at the feet of the couches. One of his guests having been suspected of purloining a golden cup, he invited him again the next day, but served him with a porcelain jug. It is said, too, that he intended to publish an edict, allowing to all people the liberty of giving vent at table to any distension occasioned by flatulence, upon hearing of a person whose modesty, when under restraint, had nearly cost him his life. Roman 33. He was always ready to eat and drink at any time or in any place. One day, as he was hearing causes in the forum of Augustus, he smelt the dinner which was preparing for the Salii in the temple of Mars adjoining, whereupon he quitted 324 the tribunal and went to partake of the feast with the priests. He scarcely ever left the table until he had thoroughly crammed himself and drank to intoxication, and then he would immediately fall asleep, lying upon his back with his mouth open. While in this condition, a feather was put down his throat to make him throw up the contents of his stomach. Upon composing himself to rest, his sleep was short, and he usually awoke before midnight, but he would sometimes sleep in the daytime, and that even when he was upon the tribunal, so that the advocates often found it difficult to wake him, though they raised their voices for that purpose. He set no bounds to his libidinous intercourse with women, but never betrayed any unnatural desires for the other sex. He was fond of gaming, and published a book upon the subject. He even used to play as he rode in his chariot, having the tables so fitted that the game was not disturbed by the motion of the carriage. Roman 34. His cruel and sanguinary disposition was exhibited upon great as well as trifling occasions. When any person was to be put to the torture or criminal punished for parricide, he was impatient for the execution and would have it performed in his own presence. When he was at Tibur, being desirous of seeing an example of the old way of putting malefactors to death, some were immediately bound to a stake for the purpose. But there being no executioner to be had at the place, he sent for one from Rome and waited for his coming until night. In any exhibition of gladiators, presented either by himself or others, if any of the combatants chanced to fall, he ordered them to be butchered, especially the retiarii, that he might see their faces in the agonies of death. Two gladiators happening to kill each other, he immediately ordered some little knives to be made of their swords for his own use. He took great pleasure in seeing men engage with wild beasts and the combatants who appeared on the stage at noon. He would therefore come to the theater by break of day, and at noon, dismissing the people to dinner, continued sitting himself. And besides those who were devoted to that sanguinary fate, he would match others with the beasts upon slight or sudden occasions. As, for instance, the carpenters and their 326 assistants, and people of that sort, if a machine or any piece of work in which they had been employed about the theater did not answer the purpose for which it had been intended. To this desperate kind of encounter, he forced one of his nomenclators, even encumbered as he was by wearing the toga. Roman 35. But the characteristics most predominant in him were fear and distrust. In the beginning of his reign, though he much affected a modest and humble appearance, as has been already observed, yet he durst not venture himself at an entertainment without being attended by a guard of spearmen, and made soldiers wait upon him at table instead of servants. He never visited a sick person until the chamber had been first searched, and the bed and bedding thoroughly examined. At other times, all persons who came to pay their court to him were strictly searched by officers appointed for that purpose. Nor was it until after a long time, and with much difficulty, that he was prevailed upon to excuse women, boys, and girls from such rude handling, or suffer their attendants or writing masters to retain their cases for pens and styles. When Camillus formed his plot against him, not doubting but his timidity might be worked upon without a war, he wrote to him a scurrilous, petulant, and threatening letter, desiring him to resign the government and betake himself to a life of privacy. Upon receiving this requisition, he had some thoughts of complying with it, and summoned together the principal men of the city to consult with them on the subject. Roman 36. Having heard some loose reports of conspiracies formed against him, he was so much alarmed that he thought of immediately abdicating the government. And when, as I have before related, a man armed with a dagger was discovered near him while he was sacrificing, he instantly ordered the heralds to convoke the Senate, and with tears and dismal exclamations, lamented that such was his condition, that he was safe nowhere. And for a long time afterwards, he abstained from appearing in public. He smothered his ardent love for Messalina, not so much on account of her infamous conduct, as from apprehension of danger, believing that she aspired to share with Silius, her partner in adultery, the the imperial dignity. 326. Upon this occasion he ran in a great fright, and a very shameful manner, to the camp, asking all the way he went, if the empire were indeed safely his. Roman 37. No suspicion was too trifling, no person on whom it rested too contemptible, to throw him into a panic, and induce him to take precautions for his safety, and meditate revenge. A man engaged in a litigation before his tribunal, having saluted him, drew him aside, and told him he had dreamt that he saw him murdered. And shortly afterwards, when his adversary came to deliver his plea to the emperor, the plaintiff, pretending to have discovered the murderer, pointed to him as the man he had seen in his dream. Whereupon, as if he had been taken in the act, he was hurried away to execution. We are informed that Appius Silenus was got rid of in the same manner, by a contrivance betwixt Messalina and Narcissus, in which they had their several parts assigned them. Narcissus therefore burst into his lord's chamber before daylight, apparently in great fright, and told him that he had dreamt that Appius Silenus had murdered him. The empress, upon this, affecting great surprise, declared she had the like dream for several nights successively. Presently afterwards, word was brought, as it had been agreed on, that Appius was come, he having, indeed, received orders the preceding day to be there at that time. And, as if the truth of the dream was sufficiently confirmed by his appearance at that juncture, he was immediately ordered to be prosecuted and put to death. The day following, Claudius related the whole affair to the Senate, and acknowledged his great obligation to his freedmen for watching over him even in his sleep. Roman 38. Sensible of his being subject to passion and resentment, he excused himself in both instances by a proclamation, assuring the public that the former should be short and harmless, and the latter never without good cause. After severely reprimanding the people of Ostia for not sending some boats to meet him upon his entering the mouth of the Tiber, in terms which might expose them to the public resentment, he wrote to Rome that he had been treated as a private person. Yet immediately afterwards he pardoned them, and that in a way which had the appearance of making them, 327, satisfaction, or begging pardon for some injury he had done them. Some people who addressed him unseasonably in public, he pushed away with his own hand. He likewise banished a person who had been secretary to a quaestor, and even a senator who had filled the office of praetor, without a hearing, and although they were innocent. The former only because he had treated him with rudeness while he was in a private station, and the other because in his aedileship he had fined some tenants of his, for selling cooked victuals contrary to law, and ordered his steward, who interfered, to be whipped. On this account, likewise, he took from the aediles the jurisdiction they had over cooks' shops. He did not scruple to speak of his own absurdities, and declared in some short speeches which he published, that he had only feigned imbecility in the reign of Caius, because otherwise it would have been impossible for him to have escaped and arrived at the station he had then attained. He could not, however, gain credit for this assertion, for a short time afterwards a book was published under the title of Moron Anastasis, The Resurrection of Fools, the design of which was to show that nobody ever counterfeited folly. Roman 39. Amongst other things, people admired in him his indifference and unconcern, or, to express it in Greek, his meteoria and abulpsia. Placing himself at table a little after Messalina's death, he inquired why the empress did not come. Many of those whom he had condemned to death, he ordered the day after to be invited to his table, and to game with him, and sent to reprimand them as sluggish fellows for not making greater haste. When he was meditating his incestuous marriage with Agrippina, he was perpetually calling her, my daughter, my nursling, born and brought up upon my lap. And when he was going to adopt Nero, as if there was little cause for censure in his adopting a son-in-law, when he had a son of his own arrived at years of maturity, he continually gave out in public that no one had ever been admitted by adoption into the Claudian family. Excel, he frequently appeared so careless in what he said and so inattentive to circumstances that it was believed he never reflected who he himself was, or amongst whom, or at 328, what time, or in what place, he spoke. In a debate in the Senate relative to the butchers and vintners, he cried out, I ask you, who can live without a bit of meat? And mentioned the great plenty of old taverns, from which he himself used formerly to have his wine. Among other reasons for his supporting a certain person who was candidate for the quaestorship, he gave this. His father, said he, once gave me, very seasonably, a draught of cold water when I was sick. Upon his bringing a woman as a witness in some cause before the Senate, he said, "This woman was my mother's freedwoman and dresser, but she always considered me as her master. And this I say, because there are some still in my family that do not look upon me as such." The people of Ostia addressing him in open court with a petition, he flew into a rage at them and said, "There is no reason why I should oblige you. If anyone else is free to act as he pleases, surely I am." The following expressions he had in his mouth every day and at all hours and seasons. "What? Do you take me for a Theogonius? And in Greek lale kai me thingein, speak, but do not touch me." Besides many other familiar sentences, below the dignity of a private person, much more of an emperor, who was not deficient either in eloquence or learning, as having applied himself very closely to the liberal sciences. Roman 41. By the encouragement of Titus Livius, and with the assistance of Sulpicius Flavus, he attempted at an early age the composition of a history. And having called together a numerous auditory, to hear and give their judgment upon it, he read it over with much difficulty, and frequently interrupting himself. For after he had begun, a great laugh was raised amongst the company, by the breaking of several benches from the weight of a very fat man. And even when order was restored, he could not forbear bursting out into violent fits of laughter at the remembrance of the accident. After he became emperor, likewise, he wrote several things, 329, which he was careful to have recited to his friends by a reader. He commenced his history from the death of the dictator Caesar, but afterwards he took a later period and began at the conclusion of the civil wars, because he found he could not speak with freedom and a due regard to truth concerning the former period, having been often taken to task both by his mother and grandmother. Of the earlier history he left only 2 books, but of the latter 1 and 40. He compiled likewise the history of his own life, in 8 books, full of absurdities, but in no bad style. Also, a defense of Cicero against the books of Asinius Gallus, which exhibited a considerable degree of learning. He besides invented 3 new letters and added them to the former alphabet as highly necessary. He published a book to recommend them while he was yet only a private person. But on his elevation to imperial power, he had little difficulty in introducing them into common use. And these letters are still extant in a variety of books, registers, and inscriptions upon buildings. Roman 42. He applied himself with no less attention to the study of Grecian literature, asserting upon all occasions his love of that language and its surpassing excellency. A stranger once holding a discourse both in Greek and Latin, he addressed him thus, "Since you are skilled in both our tongues." And recommending Achaia to the favor of the Senate, he said, "I have a particular attachment to that province, on account of our common studies." In the Senate, he often made long replies to ambassadors in that language. On the tribunal, he frequently quoted the verses of Homer. When at any time he had taken vengeance on an enemy or a conspirator, he scarcely ever gave to the tribune on guard, who, 330, according to custom, came for the word, any other than this. Ander epiministai, ot tes prateros chelpini, tes time to strike when wrong demands the blow. To conclude, he wrote some histories likewise in Greek, namely 20 books on Tuscan affairs, and 8 on the Carthaginian. In consequence of which, another museum was founded at Alexandria, in addition to the old one, and called after his name. And it was ordered that, upon certain days in every year, his Tuscan history should be read over in one of these, and his Carthaginian in the other, as in a school, each history being read through by persons who took it in turn. Roman 43. Towards the close of his life, he gave some manifest indications that he repented of his marriage with Agrippina and his adoption of Nero. For some of his freedmen noticing with approbation his having condemned, the day before, a woman accused of adultery, he remarked, "It has been my misfortune to have wives who have been unfaithful to my bed, but they did not escape punishment." Often, when he happened to meet Britannicus, he would embrace him tenderly and express a desire that he might grow apace, and receive from him an account of all his actions, using the Greek phrase, "O troses kai iasetai," he who is wounded will also heal. And intending to give him the manly habit, while he was yet under age and a tender youth, because his stature would allow of it, he added, "I do so, that the Roman people may at last have a real Caesar." Roman 44. Soon afterwards he made his will and had it signed by all the magistrates as witnesses. But he was prevented from proceeding further by Agrippina, accused by her own guilty conscience as well as by informers of a variety of crimes. It is agreed that he was taken off by poison, but where and by whom administered remains in uncertainty. Some authors say that it was given him as he was feasting with the priests in the capital by the eunuch Helotus, his taster. Others say 331 by Agrippina at his own table in mushrooms, a dish of which he was very fond. The accounts of what followed likewise differ. Some relate that he instantly became speechless, was racked with pain through the night, and died about daybreak. Others that at first he fell into a sound sleep, and afterwards his food rising he threw up the whole, but had another dose given him, whether in water gruel under pretense of refreshment after his exhaustion, or in a clyster, as if designed to relieve his bowels, is likewise uncertain. Roman 45. His death was kept secret until everything was settled relative to his successor. Accordingly, vows were made for his recovery, and comedians were called to amuse him, as it was pretended, by his own desire. He died upon the 3rd of the Ides of October, in the consulship of Asinius Marcellus and Acilius Aviola, in the 64th year of his age, and the 14th of his reign. His funeral was celebrated with the customary imperial pomp, and he was ranked amongst the gods. This honor was taken from him by Nero, but restored by Vespasian. Roman 46. The chief presages of his death were the appearance of a comet, his father Drusus's monument being struck by lightning, and the death of most of the magistrates of all ranks that year. It appears from several circumstances that he was sensible of his approaching dissolution and made no secret of it. For when he nominated the consuls, he appointed no one to fill the office beyond the month in which he died. At the last assembly of the Senate in which he made his appearance, he earnestly exhorted his 2 sons to unity with each other, and with earnest entreaties commended to the fathers the care of their tender years. And in the last cause he heard from the tribunal, he repeatedly declared in open court that he was now arrived at the last stage of mortal existence, whilst all who heard it shrunk at hearing these ominous words. (337) I2 celebrated families, the Calvini and Aenibarbi, sprung from the race of the Domitian. The Aenibarbi derive both their extraction and their cognomen from one Lucius Domitius, of whom we have this tradition. As he was returning out of the country to Rome, he was met by 2 young men of a most august appearance, who desired him to announce to the Senate and people a victory, of which no certain intelligence had yet reached the city. To prove that they were more than mortals, they stroked his cheeks, and thus changed his hair, which was black, to a bright color, resembling that of brass, which mark of distinction descended to his posterity, for they had generally red beards. This family had the honor of 7 consulships, 1 triumph, and 2 censorships, and being admitted into the patrician order, they continued the use of the same cognomen, with no other praenomina than those of Cneus and Lucius. These, however, they assumed with singular irregularity, 3 persons in succession sometimes adhering to one of them, and then they were changed alternately. For the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of the Aenibarbi had the praenomen of Lucius, and again the 3 following successively that of Cneus, while those who came after were called, by turns, one Lucius and the other Cneius. It appears to me proper to give a short account of several of the family, to show that Nero so far degenerated from the noble qualities of his ancestors that he retained only their vices, as if those alone had been transmitted to him by his descent. Roman 2. To begin, therefore, at a remote period, his great-grandfather's grandfather, Cneius Domitius, when he was tribune of the people, being offended with the high priests for electing another than himself in the room of his father, obtained the 338 transfer of the right of election from the colleges of the priests to the people. In his consulship, having conquered the Allobroges and the Arverni, he made a progress through the province, mounted upon an elephant, with a body of soldiers attending him in a sort of triumphal pomp. Of this person the orator Licinius Crassus said, "It was no wonder he had a brazen beard, who had a face of iron and a heart of lead." His son, during his praetorship, proposed that Julius Caesar, upon the expiration of his consulship, should be called to account before the Senate for his administration of that office, which was supposed to be contrary both to the omens and the laws. Afterwards, when he was consul himself, he tried to deprive Cneius of the command of the army, and having been, by intrigue and cabal, appointed his successor, he was made prisoner at Corsinium in the beginning of the civil war. Being set at liberty, he went to Marseilles, which was then besieged, where having, by his presence, animated the people to hold out, he suddenly deserted them, and at last was slain in the battle of Pharsalia. He was a man of little constancy and of a sullen temper. In despair of his fortunes, he had recourse to poison, but was so terrified at the thoughts of death that, immediately repenting, he took a vomit to throw it up again, and gave freedom to his physician for having, with great prudence and wisdom, given him only a gentle dose of the poison. When Cneius Pompey was consulting with his friends in what manner he should conduct himself towards those who were neuter and took no part in the contest, he was the only one who proposed that they should be treated as enemies. Roman 3. He left a son who was, without doubt, the best of the family. By the Pedian law he was condemned, although innocent, amongst others who were concerned in the death of Caesar. Upon this he went over to Brutus and Cassius, his near relations, and after their death not only kept together the fleet, the command of which had been given him some time before, but even increased it. At last, when the party had everywhere been defeated, he voluntarily surrendered it to 339 Mark Antony, considering it as a piece of service for which the latter owed him no small obligations. Of all those who were condemned by the law above mentioned, he was the only man who was restored to his country and filled the highest offices. When the civil war again broke out, he was appointed lieutenant under the same Antony, and offered the chief command by those who were ashamed of Cleopatra. But not daring, on account of a sudden indisposition with which he was seized, either to accept or refuse it, he went over to Augustus, and died a few days after, not without an aspersion cast upon his memory. For Antony gave out that he was induced to change sides by his impatience to be with his mistress, Servilia Nice. Roman 4. This Cneius had a son, named Domitius, who was afterwards well known as the nominal purchaser of the family property left by Augustus's will, and no less famous in his youth for his dexterity in chariot driving than he was afterwards for the triumphal ornaments which he obtained in the German war. But he was a man of great arrogance, prodigality, and cruelty. When he was aedile, he obliged Lucius Plancus, the censor, to give him the way, and in his praetorship and consulship he made Roman knights and married women act on the stage. He gave hunts of wild beasts, both in the circus and in all the wards of the city, as also a show of gladiators, but with such barbarity that Augustus, after privately reprimanding him to no purpose, was obliged to restrain him by a public edict. By the elder Antonia he had Nero's father, a man of execrable character in every part of his life. During his attendance upon Caius Caesar in the East, he killed a freedman of his own, for refusing to drink as much as he ordered him. Being dismissed for this from Caesar's society, he did not mend his habits, for, in a village upon the Appian road, he suddenly whipped his horses and drove his chariot on purpose, 340 over a poor boy, crushing him to pieces. At Rome, he struck out the eye of a Roman knight in the Forum, only for some free language in a dispute between them. He was likewise so fraudulent that he not only cheated some silversmiths of the price of goods he had bought of them, but during his praetorship defrauded the owners of chariots in the Circensian games of the prizes due to them for their victory. His sister, jeering him for the complaints made by the leaders of the several parties, he agreed to sanction a law that, for the future, the prizes should be immediately paid. A little before the death of Tiberius, he was prosecuted for treason, adulteries, and incest with his sister Lepida, but escaped in the timely change of affairs and died of a dropsy at Piagi, leaving behind him his son, Nero, whom he had by Agrippina, the daughter of Germanicus. Roman 6. Nero was born at Antium, 9 months after the death of Tiberius, upon the 18th of the calends of January, just as the sun rose, so that its beams touched him before they could well reach the earth. While many fearful conjectures, in respect to his future fortune, were formed by different persons, from the circumstances of his nativity, a saying of his father, Domitian, was regarded as an ill presage, who told his friends who were congratulating him upon the occasion, that nothing but what was detestable and pernicious to the public could ever be produced of him and Agrippina. Another manifest prognostic of his future infelicity occurred upon his lustration day. For Caius Caesar being requested by his sister to give the child what name he thought proper looking at his uncle, Claudius, who, 341 afterwards, when emperor adopted Nero, he gave his. And this not seriously, but only in jest, Agrippina treating it with contempt, because Claudius at that time was a mere laughingstock at the palace. He lost his father when he was 3 years old, being left heir to a third part of his estate, of which he never got possession, the whole being seized by his co-heir Caius. His mother being soon after banished, he lived with his aunt Lepida in a very necessitous condition, under the care of 2 tutors, a dancing master and a barber. After Claudius came to the empire, he not only recovered his father's estate, but was enriched with the additional inheritance of that of his stepfather, Crispus Passienus. Upon his mother's recall from banishment, he was advanced to such favor, through Nero's powerful interest with the emperor, that it was reported assassins were employed by Messalina, Claudius's wife, to strangle him as Britannicus's rival whilst he was taking his noonday repose. In addition to the story, it was said that they were frightened by a serpent, which crept from under his cushion and ran away. The tale was occasioned by finding on his couch, near the pillow, the skin of a snake, which, by his mother's order, he wore for some time upon his right arm, enclosed in a bracelet of gold. This amulet, at last, he laid aside from aversion to her memory, but he sought for it again, in vain, in the time of his extremity. Romans 7. When he was yet a mere boy, before he arrived at the age of puberty, during the celebration of the Circensian games, he performed his part in the Trojan play with a degree of firmness which gained him great applause. In the 11th year of his age, he was adopted by Claudius, and placed under the tuition of Annaeus Seneca, who had been made a senator. It is said that Seneca dreamt the night after that he was giving a lesson to Caius Caesar. Nero soon verified his dream, betraying the cruelty of his disposition in every way he could. For he attempted to persuade his father that his brother, Britannicus, was nothing but a changeling, because the latter had 342 saluted him, notwithstanding his adoption, by the name of Enobarbus, as usual. When his aunt Lepida was brought to trial, he appeared in court as a witness against her, to gratify his mother, who persecuted the accused. On his introduction into the forum at the age of manhood, he gave a largess to the people and a donative to the soldiers. For the Praetorian cohorts, he appointed a solemn procession under arms and marched at the head of them with a shield in his hand, after which he went to return thanks to his father in the Senate. Before Claudius, likewise, at the time he was consul, he made a speech for the Bolognese in Latin and for the Rhodians and people of Ilium in Greek. He had the jurisdiction of prefect of the city, for the first time during the Latin festival, during which the most celebrated advocates brought before him, not short and trifling causes, as is usual in that case, but trials of importance, notwithstanding they had instructions from Claudius himself to the contrary. Soon afterwards, he married Octavia and exhibited the Circensian games and hunting of wild beasts in honor of Claudius. Roman 8. He was 17 years of age at the death of that prince, and as soon as that event was made public, he went out to the cohort on guard between the hours of 6 and 7, for the omens were so disastrous that no earlier time of the day was judged proper. On the steps before the palace gate, he was unanimously saluted by the soldiers as their emperor, and then carried in a litter to the camp. Thence, after making a short speech to the troops, into the Senate House, where he continued until the evening. Of all the immense honors which were heaped upon him, refusing none but the title of Father of his country on account of his youth. Roman 9. He began his reign with an ostentation of dutiful regard to the memory of Claudius, whom he buried with the utmost pomp and magnificence, pronouncing the funeral oration himself, and then had him enrolled amongst the gods. He paid likewise the highest honors to the memory of his father Domitius. He left the management of affairs, both public and private, to his mother. The word which he gave the first day of his reign to the tribune on guard was the 343 best of mothers, and afterwards he frequently appeared with her in the streets of Rome in her litter. He settled a colony at Antium, in which he placed the veteran soldiers belonging to the guards, and obliged several of the richest centurions of the first rank to transfer their residence to that place, where he likewise made a noble harbor at a prodigious expense. To establish still further his character, he declared that he designed to govern according to the model of Augustus, and omitted no opportunity of showing his generosity, clemency, and complaisance. The more burthensome taxes he either entirely took off or diminished. The rewards appointed for informers by the Papian law he reduced to a fourth part and distributed to the people 400 sesterces a man. To the noblest of the senators who were much reduced in their circumstances, he granted annual allowances, in some cases as much as 500,000 sesterces, and to the praetorian cohorts a monthly allowance of corn gratis. When called upon to subscribe the sentence, according to custom of a criminal condemned to die, "I wish," said he, "I had never learnt to read and write." He continually saluted people of the several orders by name, without a prompter. When the Senate returned him their thanks for his good government, he replied to them, "It will be time enough to do so when I shall have deserved it." He admitted the common people to see him perform his exercises in the Campus Martius. He frequently declaimed in public and recited verses of his own composing, not only at home, but in the theater, so much to the joy of all the people that public prayers were appointed to be put up to the gods upon that account. And the verses which had been publicly read were, after being written in gold letters, consecrated to Jupiter Capitolinus. 344. That he presented the people with a great number and variety of spectacles, as the juvenile and Circensian games, stage plays, and an exhibition of gladiators. In the juvenile, he even admitted senators and aged matrons to perform parts. In the Circensian games, he assigned the equestrian order seats apart from the rest of the people, and had races performed by chariots drawn each by 4 camels. In the games which he instituted for the eternal duration of the empire, and therefore ordered to be called Maximi, many of the senatorian and equestrian order of both sexes performed. A distinguished Roman knight descended on the stage by a rope, mounted on an elephant. A Roman play, likewise, composed by Afranius, was brought upon the stage. It was entitled The Fire, and in it the performers were allowed to carry off, and to keep to themselves, the furniture of the house, which, as the plot of the play required, was burnt down in the theater. Every day during the solemnity, many thousand articles of all descriptions were thrown amongst the people to scramble for, such as fowls of different kinds, tickets for corn, clothes, gold, silver, gems, pearls, pictures, slaves, beasts of burden, wild beasts that had been tamed. At last, ships, lots of houses, and lands were offered as prizes in a lottery. Roman 12. These games he beheld from the front of the proscenium. In the show of gladiators, which he exhibited in a wooden amphitheater, built within a year in the district of the Campus Martius, he ordered that none should be slain, not even the condemned criminals employed in the combats. He secured 400 senators and 600 Roman knights, amongst whom were some of unbroken fortunes and unblemished reputation, to act as gladiators. From the same orders, he engaged persons to encounter wild beasts, and for various other services in the theater. He presented the public with the representation of a naval fight, upon sea water, with huge fishes swimming in it, as also with the Pyrrhic dance, performed by certain youths, to each of whom, after the performance was over, he granted the freedom of Rome. During this diversion, a bull covered Pasiphae, concealed within a wooden statue of a cow, as many of the spectators believed. Icarus, upon his first attempt to fly, fell on the stage close to 345, the emperor's pavilion, and bespattered him with blood. For he very seldom presided in the games, but used to view them reclining on a couch, at first through some narrow apertures, but afterwards with the podium quite open. He was the first who instituted, in imitation of the Greeks, a trial of skill in the 3 several exercises of music, wrestling, and horse racing, to be performed at Rome every 5 years, and which he called Neronia. Upon the dedication of his bath and gymnasium, he furnished the Senate and the equestrian order with oil. He appointed as judges of the trial men of consular rank, chosen by lot, who sat with the praetors. At this time he went down into the orchestra amongst the senators, and received the crown for the best performance in Latin prose and verse, for which several persons of the greatest merit contended, but they unanimously yielded to him. The crown for the best performer on the harp, being likewise awarded to him by the judges, he devoutly saluted it, and ordered it to be carried to the statue of Augustus. In the gymnastic exercises, which he presented in the septa, while they were preparing the great sacrifice of an ox, he shaved his beard for the first time, and putting it up in a casket of gold studded with pearls of great price, consecrated it to Jupiter Capitolinus. He invited the Vestal Virgins to see the 346 wrestlers perform, because, at Olympia, the priestesses of Ceres are allowed the privilege of witnessing that exhibition. Roman 13. Amongst the spectacles presented by him, the solemn entrance of Tiridates into the city deserves to be mentioned. This personage, who was king of Armenia, he invited to Rome by very liberal promises. But being prevented by unfavorable weather from showing him to the people upon the day fixed by proclamation, he took the first opportunity which occurred. Several cohorts being drawn up under arms, about the temples and the forum, while he was seated on a curule chair on the rostra, in a triumphal dress, amidst the military standards and ensigns. Upon Tiridates advancing towards him, on a stage made shelving for the purpose, he permitted him to throw himself at his feet, but quickly raised him with his right hand, and kissed him. The emperor then, at the king's request, took the turban from his head, and replaced it by a crown, whilst a person of praetorian rank proclaimed in Latin the words in which the prince addressed the emperor as a suppliant. After this ceremony, the king was conducted to the theater, where, after renewing his obeisance, Nero seated him on his right hand. Being then greeted by universal acclamation with the title of emperor, and sending his laurel crown to the Capitol, Nero shut the temple of the two-faced Janus, as though there now existed no war throughout the Roman Empire. Roman 14. He filled the consulship 4 times, the first for 2 months, the second and last for 6, and the third for 4. The 2 intermediate ones he held successively, but the others after an interval of some years between them. Roman 15. In the administration of justice, he scarcely ever gave his decision on the pleadings before the next day, and then in writing. His manner of hearing causes was not to allow any adjournment, but to dispatch them in order as they stood. When he withdrew to consult his assessors, he did not debate the matter openly with them, but silently and privately reading over their opinions, which they gave separately in writing. 347. He pronounced sentence from the tribunal according to his own view of the case, as if it was the opinion of the majority. For a long time he would not admit the sons of freedmen into the Senate, and those who had been admitted by former princes he excluded from all public offices. To supernumerary candidates he gave command in the legions, to comfort them under the delay of their hopes. The consulship he commonly conferred for 6 months, and one of the 2 consuls dying a little before the 1st of January, he substituted no one in his place. Disliking what had been formerly done for Caninius Rebilus on such an occasion, who was consul for 1 day only. He allowed the triumphal honors only to those who were of quaestorian rank and to some of the equestrian order, and bestowed them without regard to military service. And instead of the quaestors, whose office it properly was, he frequently ordered that the addresses, which he sent to the Senate on certain occasions, should be read by the consuls. Roman 16. He devised a new style of building in the city, ordering piazzas to be erected before all houses, both in the streets and detached, to give facilities from their terraces, in case of fire, for preventing it from spreading, and these he built at his own expense. He likewise designed to extend the city walls as far as Ostia, and bring the sea from thence by a canal into the old city. Many severe regulations and new orders were made in his time. A sumptuary law was enacted. Public suppers were limited to the sportuli, and victualling houses restrained from selling any dressed victuals, except pulse and herbs, whereas before they sold all kinds of meat. He likewise inflicted punishments on the Christians, a sort of people who held a new and impious superstition. 348, he forbade the revels of the charioteers, who had long assumed a license to stroll about, and established for themselves a kind of prescriptive right to cheat and thieve, making a jest of it. The partisans of the rival theatrical performers were banished, as well as the actors themselves. Romans 17. To prevent forgery, a method was then first invented of having writings bored, run through 3 times with a thread, and then sealed. It was likewise provided that in wills, the 2 first pages, with only the testator's name upon them, should be presented blank to those who were to sign them as witnesses, and that no one who wrote a will for another should insert any legacy for himself. It was likewise ordained that clients should pay their advocates a certain reasonable fee, but nothing for the court, which was to be gratuitous, the charges for it being paid out of the public treasury. That causes, the cognizance of which before belonged to the judges of the exchequer, should be transferred to the forum and the ordinary tribunals, and that all appeals from the judges should be made to the Senate. Roman 18. He never entertained the least ambition or hope of augmenting and extending the frontiers of the empire. On the contrary, he had thoughts of withdrawing the troops from Britain, and was only restrained from so doing by the fear of appearing to detract from the glory of his father. All 349 that he did was to reduce the kingdom of Pontus, which was ceded to him by Polemon, and also the Alps, upon the death of Claudius, into the form of a province. Roman 19. Twice only he undertook any foreign expeditions, one to Alexandria and the other to Achaia. But he abandoned the prosecution of the former on the very day fixed for his departure, by being deterred both by ill omens and the hazard of the voyage. For while he was making the circuit of the temples, having seated himself in that of Vesta, when he attempted to rise, the skirt of his robe stuck fast, and he was instantly seized with such a dimness in his eyes that he could not see a yard before him. In Achaia, he attempted to make a cut through the isthmus, and having made a speech encouraging his praetorians to set about the work, on a signal given by sound of trumpet, he first broke ground with a spade, and carried off a basket full of earth upon his shoulders. He made preparations for an expedition to the pass of the Caspian Mountains, forming a new legion out of his late levies in Italy, of men all 6 feet high, which he called the phalanx of Alexander the Great. These transactions, in part unexceptionable, and in part highly commendable, I have brought into one view, in order to separate them from the scandalous and criminal part of his conduct, of which I shall now give an account. Roman 20. Among the other liberal arts which he was taught in his youth, he was instructed in music, and immediately after 350 his advancement to the empire, he sent for Terpnus, a performer upon the harp, who flourished at that time with the highest reputation. Sitting with him for several days following, as he sang and played after supper, until late at night, he began by degrees to practice upon the instrument himself. Nor did he omit any of those expedients which artists in music adopt, for the preservation and improvement of their voices. He would lie upon his back with a sheet of lead upon his breast, clear his stomach and bowels by vomits and clysters, and forbear the eating of fruits or food prejudicial to the voice. Encouraged by his proficiency, though his voice was naturally neither loud nor clear, he was desirous of appearing upon the stage, frequently repeating amongst his friends a Greek proverb to this effect, that no one had any regard for music which they never heard. Accordingly, he made his first public appearance at Naples, and although the theater quivered with the sudden shock of an earthquake, he did not desist until he had finished the piece of music he had begun. He played and sung in the same place several times, and for several days together, taking only now and then a little respite to refresh his voice. Impatient of retirement, it was his custom to go from the bath to the theater. And after dining in the orchestra, amidst a crowded assembly of the people, he promised them in Greek that after he had drank a little, he would give them a tune which would make their ears tingle. Being highly pleased with the songs that were sung in his praise by some Alexandrians belonging to the fleet just arrived at Naples, he sent for more of the like singers from Alexandria. At the same time, he chose young men of the equestrian order, and above 5,000 robust young fellows from the common people, on purpose to learn various kinds of applause, called bombae, imbrices, and testi, which they were to practice in his favor whenever he performed. They were 351, divided into several parties, and were remarkable for their fine heads of hair, and were extremely well dressed, with rings upon their left hands. The leaders of these bands had salaries of 40,000 sesterces allowed them. Roman 21. At Rome also, being extremely proud of his singing, he ordered the games called Neronia to be celebrated before the time fixed for their return. All now becoming importunate to hear his heavenly voice, he informed them that he would gratify those who desired it at the gardens. But the soldiers then on guard seconding the voice of the people, he promised to comply with their request immediately and with all his heart. He instantly ordered his name to be entered upon the list of musicians who proposed to contend, and having thrown his lot into the urn among the rest, took his turn and entered, attended by the prefects of the praetorian cohorts bearing his harp, and followed by the military tribunes and several of his intimate friends. After he had taken his station and made the usual prelude, he commanded Cluvius Rufus, a man of consular rank, to proclaim in the theater that he intended to sing the story of Niobe. This he accordingly did, and continued it until nearly 10 o'clock, but deferred the disposal of the crown and the remaining part of the solemnity until the next year, that he might have more frequent opportunities of performing. But that being too long, he could not refrain from often appearing as a public performer during the interval. He made no scruple of exhibiting on the stage, even in the spectacles presented to the people by private persons, and was offered by one of the praetors no less than 1,000,000 of sesterces for his services. He likewise sang tragedies in a mask, the visors of the heroes and gods, as also of the heroines and goddesses, being formed into a resemblance of his own face, and that of any woman he was in love with. Amongst the rest, he sung Canis in labor, Orestes the murderer of his mother, Oedipus 352 blinded, and Hercules mad. In the last tragedy, it is said that a young sentinel, posted at the entrance of the stage, seeing him in a prison dress and bound with fetters, as the fable of the play required, ran to his assistance. Roman 22. He had from his childhood an extravagant passion for horses, and his constant talk was of the Circensian races, notwithstanding it was prohibited him. Lamenting once, among his fellow pupils, the case of a charioteer of the Green Party, who was dragged round the circus at the tail of his chariot, and being reprimanded by his tutor for it, he pretended that he was talking of Hector. In the beginning of his reign, he used to amuse himself daily with chariots drawn by 4 horses, made of ivory, upon a table. He attended at all the lesser exhibitions in the circus, at first privately, but at last openly, so that nobody ever doubted of his presence on any particular day. Nor did he conceal his desire to have the number of the prizes doubled, so that the races being increased accordingly, the diversion continued until a late hour, the leaders of parties refusing now to bring out their companies for any time less than the whole day. Upon this, he took a fancy for driving the chariot himself, and that even publicly. Having made his first experiment in the gardens, amidst crowds of slaves and other rabble, he at length performed in the view of all the people, in the Circus Maximus, whilst one of his freedmen dropped the napkin in the place where the magistrates used to give the signal. Not satisfied with exhibiting various specimens of his skill in those arts at Rome, he went over to Achaia, as has been already said, principally for this purpose. The several cities, in which solemn trials of musical skill used to be publicly held, had resolved to send him the crowns belonging to those who bore away the prize. These he accepted so graciously that he not only gave the deputies who brought them an immediate audience, but even invited them to his table. Being requested by some of them to sing at supper, and prodigiously applauded, he said, "The Greeks were the only people who has an ear for music, and were the only good judges of him and his attainments." Without delay, he commenced his journey, and on his arrival at Cassiope, 352, exhibited his first musical performance before the altar of Jupiter Cassius. Roman 23. He afterwards appeared at the celebration of all public games in Greece. For such as fell in different years, he brought within the compass of one, and some he ordered to be celebrated a second time in the same year. At Olympia, likewise, contrary to custom, he appointed a public performance in music, and that he might meet with no interruption in this employment, when he was informed by his freedman Helius that affairs at Rome required his presence, he wrote to him in these words: "Though now all your hopes and wishes are for my speedy return, yet you ought rather to advise and hope that I may come back with a character worthy of Nero." During the time of his musical performance, nobody was allowed to stir out of the theater upon any account, however necessary, insomuch that it is said some women with child were delivered there. Many of the spectators, being quite wearied with hearing and applauding him, because the town gates were shut, slipped privately over the walls, or counterfeiting themselves dead, were carried out for their funeral. With what extreme anxiety he engaged in these contests, with what keen desire to bear away the prize, and with how much awe of the judges, is scarcely to be believed. As if his adversaries had been on a level with himself, he would watch them narrowly, defame them privately, and sometimes, upon meeting them, rail at them in very scurrilous language, or bribe them, if they were better performers than himself. He always addressed the judges with the most profound reverence before he began, telling them he had done all things that were necessary, by way of preparation, but that the issue of the approaching trial was in the hand of fortune, and that they, as wise and skillful men, ought to exclude from their judgment things merely accidental. Upon their encouraging him to have a good heart, he went off with more assurance, but not entirely free from anxiety, interpreting the silence and modesty of some of them into sourness and ill nature, and saying that he was suspicious of them. Roman 24. In these contests, he adhered so strictly to the rules, 354, that he never durst spit, nor wipe the sweat from his forehead in any other way than with his sleeve. Having, in the performance of a tragedy, dropped his scepter, and not quickly recovering it, he was in a great fright, lest he should be set aside for the miscarriage, and could not regain his assurance, until an actor who stood by swore he was certain it had not been observed in the midst of the acclamations and exultations of the people. When the prize was adjudged to him, he always proclaimed it himself, and even entered the lists with the heralds. That no memory or the least monument might remain of any other victor in the sacred Grecian games, he ordered all their statues and pictures to be pulled down, dragged away with hooks, and thrown into the common sewers. He drove the chariot with various numbers of horses, and at the Olympic Games with no fewer than 10, though, in a poem of his, he had reflected upon Mithridates for that innovation. Being thrown out of his chariot, he was again replaced, but could not retain his seat, and was obliged to give up before he reached the goal, but was crowned notwithstanding. On his departure, he declared the whole province a free country, and conferred upon the judges in the several games the freedom of Rome, with large sums of money. All these favors he proclaimed himself with his own voice from the middle of the stadium during the solemnity of the Isthmian Games. Roman 25. On his return from Greece, arriving at Naples, because he had commenced his career as a public performer in that city, he made his entrance in a chariot drawn by white horses through a breach in the city wall, according to the practice of those who were victorious in the sacred Grecian games. In the same manner, he entered Antium, Alba, and Rome. He made his entry into the city riding in the same chariot in which Augustus had triumphed, in a purple tunic, and a cloak embroidered with golden stars, having on his head the crown won at Olympia, and in his right hand that which was given him at the Parthian Games, the rest being carried in a procession before him, with inscriptions denoting the places where they had been won, from whom, and in what plays or musical performances. Whilst a train followed him with loud acclamations, crying out that they 355 were the emperor's attendants and the soldiers of his triumph. Having then caused an arch of the Circus Maximus to be taken down, he passed through the breach, as also through the Velabrum and the Forum, to the Palatine Hill and the Temple of Apollo. Everywhere, as he marched along, victims were slain, whilst the streets were strewed with saffron, and birds, chaplets, and sweetmeats scattered abroad. He suspended the sacred crowns in his chamber, about his beds, and caused statues of himself to be erected in the attire of a harper, and had his likeness stamped upon the coin in the same dress. After this period, he was so far from abating anything of his application to music, that, for the preservation of his voice, he never addressed the soldiers but by messages, or with some person to deliver his speeches for him, when he thought fit to make his appearance amongst them. Nor did he ever do anything either in jest or earnest, without a voice master standing by him to caution him against overstraining his vocal organs, and to apply a handkerchief to his mouth when he did. He offered his friendship, or avowed 356 open enmity to many, according as they were lavish or sparing in giving him their applause. Roman 26. Petulancy, lewdness, luxury, avarice, and cruelty he practiced at first with reserve and in private, as if prompted to them only by the folly of youth. But even then the world was of opinion that they were the faults of his nature, and not of his age. After it was dark, he used to enter the taverns disguised in a cap or a wig, and ramble about the streets in sport, which was not void of mischief. He used to beat those he met coming home from supper, and, if they made any resistance, would wound them and throw them into the common sewer. He broke open and robbed shops, establishing an auction at home for selling his booty. In the scuffles which took place on those occasions, he often ran the hazard of losing his eyes and even his life, being beaten almost to death by a senator for handling his wife indecently. After this adventure, he never again ventured abroad at that time of night, without some tribunes following him at a little distance. In the daytime, he would be carried to the theater incognito in a litter, placing himself upon the upper part of the proscenium, where he not only witnessed the quarrels which arose on account of the performances, but also encouraged them. When they came to blows, and stones and pieces of broken benches began to fly about, he threw them plentifully amongst the people, and once even broke a praetor's head. Roman 27. His vices gaining strength by degrees, he laid aside his jocular amusements and all disguise, breaking out into enormous crimes without the least attempt to conceal them. His revels were prolonged from midday to midnight, while he was frequently refreshed by warm baths, and, in the summer time, by such as were cooled with snow. He often supped in public in the Naumatia, with the sluices shut, or in the Campus Martius, or the Circus Maximus, being waited upon at table by common prostitutes of the town, and Syrian strumpets and glee girls. As often as he went down the Tiber to Ostia or coasted through the Gulf of Baiae, booths furnished as brothels and eating houses were erected along the shore and river banks, before which stood matrons who, like bawds and hostesses, allured him to land. It was also his custom to invite 357 himself to supper with his friends, at one of which was expended no less than 4 millions of sesterces in chaplets, and at another something more in roses. Roman 28. Besides the abuse of freeborn lads and the debauch of married women, he committed a rape upon Rubria, a Vestal virgin. He was upon the point of marrying Acte, his freedwoman, having suborned some men of consular rank to swear that she was of royal descent. He gelded the boy Sporus and endeavored to transform him into a woman. He even went so far as to marry him, with all the usual formalities of a marriage settlement, the rose-colored nuptial veil, and a numerous company at the wedding. When the ceremony was over, he had him conducted like a bride to his own house and treated him as his wife. It was jocularly observed by some person that it would have been well for mankind had such a wife fallen to the lot of his father Domitius. This Sporus he carried about with him in a litter round the solemn assemblies and fairs of Greece, and afterwards at Rome through the Sigillaria, dressed in the rich attire of an empress, kissing him from time to time as they rode together. That he entertained an incestuous passion for his mother, but was deterred by her enemies, for fear that this haughty and overbearing woman should, by her compliance, get him entirely into her power and govern in everything, was universally believed, especially after he had introduced amongst his concubines a strumpet, who was reported to have a strong resemblance to Agrippina. Roman 29. He prostituted his own chastity to such a degree that 358, after he had defiled every part of his person with some unnatural pollution, he at last invented an extraordinary kind of diversion, which was to be let out of a den in the arena, covered with the skin of a wild beast, and then assail with violence the private parts both of men and women, while they were bound to stakes. After he had vented his furious passion upon them, he finished the play in the embraces of his freedman Doriphorus, to whom he was married in the same way that Sporus had been married to himself, imitating the cries and shrieks of young virgins when they are ravished. I have been informed from numerous sources that he firmly believed no man in the world to be chaste or any part of his person undefiled. but that most men concealed that vice and were cunning enough to keep it secret. To those, therefore, who frankly owned their unnatural lewdness, he forgave all other crimes. XXX. He thought there was no other use of riches and money than to squander them away profusely, regarding all those as sordid wretches who kept their expenses within due bounds, and extolling those as truly noble and generous souls who lavished away and wasted all they possessed. He praised and admired his uncle Caius, upon no account more than for squandering in a short time the vast treasure left him by Tiberius. Accordingly, he was himself extravagant and profuse, beyond all bounds. He spent upon Tiridates 800,000 sesterces a day, a sum almost incredible, and at his departure, presented him with upwards of 1,000,000. He likewise bestowed upon Menecrates the harper, and Spicillus a gladiator, the estates and houses of men who had received the honor of a triumph. He enriched the usurer Cercopithecus Panarotes with estates both in town and country, and gave him a funeral, in pomp and magnificence little inferior to that of princes. He never wore the same garment twice. He, 359, has been known to stake 400,000 sesterces on a throw of the dice. It was his custom to fish with a golden net, drawn by silken cords of purple and scarlet. It is said that he never traveled with less than 1,000 baggage carts, the mules being all shod with silver, and the drivers dressed in scarlet jackets of the finest Canusian cloth, with a numerous train of footmen and troops of Mazakins, with bracelets on their arms, and mounted upon horses in splendid trappings. Roman 31. In nothing was he more prodigal than in his buildings. He completed his palace by continuing it from the Palatine to the Esquiline Hill, calling the building at first only the Passage, but after it was burnt down and rebuilt, the Golden House. Of its dimensions and furniture, it may be sufficient to say thus much. The porch was so high that there stood in it a colossal statue of himself 120 feet in height, and the space included in it was so ample that it had triple porticos a mile in length, and a lake like a sea, surrounded with buildings which had the appearance of a city. Within its area were cornfields, vineyards, pastures, and woods, containing a vast number of animals of various kinds, both wild and tame. In other parts it was entirely overlaid with gold, and adorned with jewels and mother of pearl. The supper rooms were vaulted, and compartments of the ceilings inlaid with ivory were made to revolve and scatter flowers, while they contained pipes which 360 shed unguents upon the guests. The chief banqueting room was circular, and revolved perpetually, night and day, in imitation of the motion of the celestial bodies. The baths were supplied with water from the sea and the Albula. Upon the dedication of this magnificent house after it was finished, all he said in approval of it was, that he had now a dwelling fit for a man. He commenced making a pond for the reception of all the hot streams from Baiae, which he designed to have continued from Misenum to the Avernian lake, in a conduit, enclosed in galleries, and also a canal from Avernum to Ostia, that ships might pass from one to the other without a sea voyage. The length of the proposed canal was 160 miles, and it was intended to be of breadth sufficient to permit ships with 5 banks of oars to pass each other. For the execution of these designs, he ordered all prisoners in every part of the empire to be brought to Italy, and that even those who were convicted of the most heinous crimes, in lieu of any other sentence, should be condemned to work at them. He was encouraged to all this wild and enormous profusion, not only by the great revenue of the empire, but by the sudden hopes given him of an immense hidden treasure, which Queen Dido, upon her flight from Tyre, had brought with her to Africa. This, a Roman knight pretended to assure him, upon good grounds, was still hid there in some deep caverns, and might with a little labor be recovered. Roman 32. But being disappointed in his expectations of this resource, and reduced to such difficulties, for want of money, that he was obliged to defer paying his troops and the rewards due to the veterans, he resolved upon supplying his necessities by means of false accusations and plunder. In the first place, he ordered that if any freedman, without sufficient reason, bore the name of the family to which he belonged, the half instead of 3/4 of his estate should be brought into the exchequer at his decease. Also that the estates of all such persons as had not in their wills been mindful of their prince should be confiscated, and that the lawyers who had drawn or dictated such wills should be liable to a fine. He ordained likewise that all words and actions, upon which any informer could ground a prosecution, should be deemed treason. He demanded an equivalent for the crowns which the cities of 361 Greece had at any time offered him in the solemn games. Having forbade anyone to use the colors of amethyst and Tyrian purple, he privately sent a person to sell a few ounces of them upon the day of the Nundini, and then shut up all the merchants' shops on the pretext that his edict had been violated. It is said that, as he was playing and singing in the theater, observing a married lady dressed in the purple which he had prohibited, he pointed her out to his procurators, upon which she was immediately dragged out of her seat, and not only stripped of her clothes, but her property. He never nominated a person to any office without saying to him, "You know what I want, and let us take care that nobody has anything he can call his own." At last he rifled many temples of the rich offerings with which they were stored, and melted down all the gold and silver statues, and amongst them those of the Penates, which Galba afterwards restored. Roman 33. He began the practice of parricide and murder with Claudius himself, for although he was not the contriver of his death, he was privy to the plot. Nor did he make any secret of it, but used afterwards to commend, in a Greek proverb, mushrooms as food fit for the gods, because Claudius had been poisoned with them. He traduced his memory both by word and deed in the grossest manner, one while charging him with folly, another while with cruelty. For he used to say by way of jest that he had ceased merari amongst men, pronouncing the first syllable long, and treated as null many of his decrees and ordinances as made by a doting old blockhead. He enclosed the place where his body was burnt with only a low wall of rough masonry. He attempted to poison 362 Britannicus, as much out of envy because he had a sweeter voice, as from apprehension of what might ensue from the respect which the people entertained for his father's memory. He employed for this purpose a woman named Locusta, who had been a witness against some persons guilty of like practices. But the poison she gave him, working more slowly than he expected, and only causing a purge, he sent for the woman and beat her with his own hand, charging her with administering an antidote instead of poison, and upon her alleging an excuse that she had given Britannicus but a gentle mixture in order to prevent suspicion. "Think you," said he, "that I am afraid of the Julian law?" and obliged her to prepare, in his own chamber and before his eyes, as quick and strong a dose as possible. This he tried upon a kid, but the animal lingering for 5 hours before it expired, he ordered her to go to work again, and when she had done, he gave the poison to a pig, which dying immediately, he commanded the potion to be brought into the eating room and given to Britannicus while he was at supper with him. The prince had no sooner tasted it than he sunk on the floor, Nero meanwhile, pretending to the guests that it was only a fit of the falling sickness, to which, he said, he was subject. He buried him the following day, in a mean and hurried way during violent storms of rain. He gave Locusta a pardon, and rewarded her with a great estate and land, placing some disciples with her to be instructed in her trade. Roman 34. His mother being used to make strict inquiry into what he said or did, and to reprimand him with the freedom of a parent, he was so much offended that he endeavored to expose her to public resentment, by frequently pretending a resolution to quit the government and retire to Rhodes. Soon afterwards, he deprived her of all honor and power, took from her the guard of Roman and German soldiers, banished her from the palace and from his society, and persecuted her in every way he could contrive, employing persons to harass her when at Rome with lawsuits, and to disturb her in her retirement from town with the most scurrilous and abusive language, following her about by land and sea. But being terrified with her menaces and violent spirit, he resolved upon her destruction, and thrice attempted it by poison. Finding, however, 363, that she had previously secured herself by antidotes, he contrived machinery, by which the floor over her bed-chamber might be made to fall upon her while she was asleep in the night. This design miscarrying likewise, through the little caution used by those who were in the secret, his next stratagem was to construct a ship which could be easily shivered, in hopes of destroying her either by drowning, or by the deck above her cabin crushing her in its fall. Accordingly, under color of a pretended reconciliation, he wrote her an extremely affectionate letter, inviting her to Baiae, to celebrate with him the festival of Minerva. He had given private orders to the captains of the galleys which were to attend her, to shatter to pieces the ship in which she had come, by falling foul of it, but in such manner that it might appear to be done accidentally. He prolonged the entertainment, for the more convenient opportunity of executing the plot in the night, and at her return for Bali, instead of the old ship which had conveyed her to Baiae, he offered that which he had contrived for her destruction. He attended her to the vessel in a very cheerful mood, and at parting with her kissed her breasts, after which he sat up very late in the night, waiting with great anxiety to learn the issue of his project. But receiving information that everything had fallen out contrary to his wish, and that she had saved herself by swimming not knowing what course to take, upon her freedman Lucius Agerinus bringing word, with great joy, that she was safe and well, he privately dropped a poniard by him. He then commanded the freedman to be seized and put in chains, under pretense of his having been employed by his mother to assassinate him, at the same time ordering her to be put to death, and giving out that, to avoid punishment for her intended crime, she had laid violent hands upon herself. Other circumstances, still more horrible, are related on good authority, as that he went to view her corpse, and handling her limbs pointed out some blemishes and commended other points, and that, growing thirsty during the survey, he called for drink. Yet he was never afterwards able to bear the stings of his own conscience for this atrocious act, although encouraged by the congratulatory addresses of the army, the Senate, and people. He frequently affirmed that he was haunted by his mother's ghost, and persecuted with the whips, 364, and burning torches of the Furies. Nay, he attempted by magical rites to bring up her ghost from below and soften her rage against him. When he was in Greece, he durst not attend the celebration of the Eleusinian mysteries, at the initiation of which impious and wicked persons are warned by the voice of the herald from approaching the rites. Besides the murder of his mother, he had been guilty of that of his aunt. For, being obliged to keep her bed in consequence of a complaint in her bowels, he paid her a visit, and she, being then advanced in years, stroking his downy chin in the tenderness of affection, said to him, "May I but live to see the day when this is shaved for the first time, and I shall then die contented." He turned, however, to those about him, made a jest of it, saying that he would have his beard immediately taken off, and ordered the physicians to give her more violent purgatives. He seized upon her estate before she had expired, suppressing her will that he might enjoy the whole himself. Roman 35. He had, besides Octavia, 2 other wives, Poppaea Sabina, whose father had borne the office of quaestor, and who had been married before to a Roman knight, and after her Statilia Messalina, great-granddaughter of Taurus, who was twice consul and received the honor of a triumph. To obtain possession of her, he put to death her husband, Atticus Vestinus, who was then consul. He soon became disgusted with Octavia, and ceased from having any intercourse with her, and being censured by his friends for it, he replied, she ought to be satisfied with having the rank and appendages of his wife. Soon afterwards, he made several attempts, but in vain, to strangle her, and then divorced her for barrenness. But the people, disapproving of the divorce and making severe comments upon it, he also banished her. At last he, 365, put her to death upon a charge of adultery so impudent and false, that, when all those who were put to the torture positively denied their knowledge of it, he suborned his pedagogue, Anicetus, to affirm that he had secretly intrigued with and debauched her. He married Poppaea 12 days after the divorce of Octavia, and entertained a great affection for her, but nevertheless killed her with a kick which he gave her when she was big with child, and in bad health, only because she found fault with him for returning late from driving his chariot. He had by her a daughter, Claudia Augusta, who died an infant. There was no person at all connected with him who escaped his deadly and unjust cruelty. Under pretense of her being engaged in a plot against him, he put to death Antonia, Claudius's daughter, who refused to marry him after the death of Poppaea. In the same way, he destroyed all who were allied to him either by blood or marriage, amongst whom was young Aulus Plotinus. He first compelled him to submit to his unnatural lust, and then ordered him to be executed, crying out, "Let my mother bestow her kisses on my successor thus defiled," pretending that he had been his mother's paramour, and by her encouraged to aspire to the empire. His stepson, Rufinus Crispinus, Poppaea's son, though a minor, he ordered to be drowned in the sea, while he was fishing, by his own slaves, because he was reported to act frequently amongst his playfellows the part of a general or an emperor. He banished Tuscus, his nurse's son, for presuming, when he was procurator of Egypt, to wash in the baths which had been constructed in expectation of his own coming. Seneca, his preceptor, he forced to kill himself, though, upon his desiring leave to retire, and offering to surrender his estate, he solemnly swore that there was no foundation for his suspicions, and that he would perish himself sooner than hurt him. Having promised Burrhus, the praetorian prefect, a remedy for a swelling in his throat, he sent him poison. Some old rich freedmen of Claudius, who had formerly not only promoted 366 his adoption, but were also instrumental to his advancement to the empire, and had been his governors, he took off by poison given them in their meat or drink. Roman 36. Nor did he proceed with less cruelty against those who were not of his family. A blazing star, which is vulgarly supposed to portend destruction to kings and princes, appeared above the horizon several nights successively. He felt great anxiety on account of this phenomenon, and being informed by one Babalus, an astrologer, that princes were used to expiate such omens by the sacrifice of illustrious persons, and so avert the danger foreboded to their own persons, by bringing it on the heads of their chief men, he resolved on the destruction of the principal nobility in Rome. He was the more encouraged to this, because he had some plausible pretense for carrying it into execution, from the discovery of two conspiracies against him, the former and more dangerous of which was that formed by Piso, and discovered at Rome. The other was that of Vinicius, at Beneventum. The conspirators were brought to their trials loaded with triple fetters. Some ingenuously confessed the charge. Others avowed that they thought the design against his life an act of favor for which he was obliged to them, as it was impossible in any other way than by death to relieve a person rendered infamous by crimes of the greatest enormity. The children of those who had been condemned were banished the city, and afterwards either poisoned or starved to death. It is asserted that some of them, with their tutors and the slaves who carried their satchels, were all poisoned together at one dinner, and others not suffered to seek their daily bread. Roman 37. From this period he butchered, without distinction or quarter, all whom his caprice suggested as objects for his cruelty, and upon the most frivolous pretenses. To mention only a few, Salvidianus Orfitus was accused of letting 367 out 3 taverns attached to his house in the Forum to some cities for the use of their deputies at Rome. The charge against Cassius Longinus, a lawyer who had lost his sight, was that he kept amongst the busts of his ancestors that of Caius Cassius, who was concerned in the death of Julius Caesar. The only charge objected against Paetus Thrasea was that he had a melancholy cast of features and looked like a schoolmaster. He allowed but 1 hour to those whom he obliged to kill themselves, and to prevent delay, he sent them physicians to cure them immediately if they lingered beyond that time, for so he called bleeding them to death. There was at that time an Egyptian of a most voracious appetite who would digest raw flesh, or anything else that was given him. It was credibly reported that the emperor was extremely desirous of furnishing him with living men to tear and devour. Being elated with his great success in the perpetration of crimes, he declared that no prince before himself ever knew the extent of his power. He threw out strong intimations that he would not even spare the senators who survived, but would entirely extirpate that order, and put the provinces and armies into the hands of the Roman knights and his own freedmen. It is certain that he never gave or vouchsafed to allow anyone the customary kiss, either on entering or departing, or even returned a salute. And at the inauguration of a work, the cut through the isthmus, he, with a loud voice, amidst the assembled multitude, uttered a prayer that the undertaking might prove fortunate for himself and the Roman people, without taking the smallest notice of the Senate. Roman 38. He spared, moreover, neither the people of Rome nor the capital of his country. Somebody in conversation saying, "Imus enantos gaiamicido piri, when I am dead, let fire devour the world." "Nay," said he, "let it be while I am living." And he acted accordingly. For, pretending to be disgusted with the old buildings and the narrow and winding streets, he set the city on fire so openly that many of consular rank caught his own household servants on their property with tow, and 368 torches in their hands, but durst not meddle with them. There being near his golden house some granaries, the sight of which he exceedingly coveted, They were battered as if with machines of war, and set on fire, the walls being built of stone. During 6 days and 7 nights this terrible devastation continued, the people being obliged to fly to the tombs and monuments for lodging and shelter. Meanwhile, a vast number of stately buildings, the houses of generals celebrated in former times, and even then still decorated with the spoils of war, were laid in ashes, as well as the temples of the gods, which had been vowed and dedicated by the kings of Rome, and afterwards in the Punic and Gallic wars. In short, everything that was remarkable and worthy to be seen which time had spared. This fire he beheld from a tower in the house of Mecaenas, and being greatly delighted, as he said, with the beautiful effects of the conflagration, he sung a poem on the ruin of Troy, in the tragic dress he used on the stage. To turn this calamity to his own advantage by plunder and rapine, he promised to remove the bodies of those who had perished in the fire and clear the rubbish at his own expense, suffering no one to meddle with the remains of their property. But he not only received, but exacted contributions on account of the loss, until he had exhausted the means both of the provinces and private persons. Roman 39. To these terrible and shameful calamities brought upon the people by their prince were added some proceeding from misfortune. Such were a pestilence, by which, within the space of 1 autumn, there died no less than 30,000 persons, as appeared from the registers in the temple of Libitina. A great disaster in Britain, where 2 of the principal towns belonging to the Romans were plundered, and a 369 dreadful havoc made both amongst our troops and allies, a shameful discomfiture of the army of the East, where, in Armenia, the legions were obliged to pass under the yoke, and it was with great difficulty that Syria was retained. Amidst all these disasters, it was strange, and, indeed, particularly remarkable, that he bore nothing more patiently than the scurrilous language and railing abuse which was in every one's mouth, treating no class of persons with more gentleness than those who assailed him with invective and lampoons. Many things of that kind were posted up about the city, or otherwise published, both in Greek and Latin, such as these: Neron, Orstes, Alcmaeon, Metrictoni, Neonymphan Neron, Idion Meter Apictenon. Orestes and Alcion Nero too, the lustful Nero, worst of all the crew, fresh from his bridal their own mothers slew. Quis negat eni magna disturp Neronum, sustulit hic matrum, sustulit ille patrum. Sprung from Aeneas, pious, wise, and great, who says that Nero is degenerate? Safe through the flames, one bore his sire, the other, to save himself, took off his loving mother. Dum tendit Cytherem noster, dum cornua parthus, noster erit pian, ille eciti billetis. His lyre to harmony are Nero's strings, his arrows o'er the plain the Parthian wings, or is called the tuneful Paean famed in war, the other Phoebus name, the god who shoots afar. Roma domus fiat, vijos migrate, quirates, si non et vijos occupat ista domus. All Rome will be one house, to Veii fly, should it not stretch to Veii by and by. 370, but he neither made any inquiry after the authors, nor when information was laid before the Senate against some of them, would he allow a severe sentence to be passed. Isidorus, the Cynic philosopher, said to him aloud, as he was passing along the streets, "You sing the misfortunes of Nauplius well, but behave badly yourself." And Datus, a comic actor, when repeating these words in the piece, "Farewell, father, farewell, mother," mimicked the gestures of persons drinking and swimming, significantly alluding to the deaths of Claudius and Agrippina, and on uttering the last clause, "Orcus vabis ducit pedes," you stand this moment on the brink of Orcus. He plainly intimated his application of it to the precarious position of the Senate. Yet Nero only banished the player and philosopher from the city and Italy, either because he was insensible to shame, or from apprehension that if he discovered his vexation, still keener things might be said of him. Excel, the world, after tolerating such an emperor for little less than 14 years, at length forsook him. The Gauls, headed by Julius Vindex, who at that time governed the province as propraetor, being the first to revolt. Nero had been formerly told by astrologers that it would be his fortune to be at last deserted by all the world, and this occasioned that celebrated saying of his, "An artist can live in any country," by which he meant to offer as an excuse for his practice of music, that it was not only his amusement as a prince, but might be his support when reduced to a private station. Yet some of the astrologers promised him, in his forlorn state, the rule of the East, and some in express words the kingdom of Jerusalem. But the greater part of them flattered him with assurances of his being restored to his former fortune. And being most inclined to believe the latter prediction, upon losing Britain and Armenia, he imagined he had run through all the misfortunes which the fates had decreed him. But when, upon consulting the oracle of Apollo at Delphi, he was advised to beware of the 73rd year, as if he were not to die till then, never thinking of Galba's age, he conceived such hopes, not only of living to advanced years, but of constant and singular good fortune, that having lost some things of great value by shipwreck, he scrupled not to say amongst his friends that 371, the fishes would bring them back to him. At Naples, he heard of the insurrection in Gaul, on the anniversary of the day on which he killed his mother, and bore it with so much unconcern, as to excite a suspicion that he was really glad of it, since he had now a fair opportunity of plundering those wealthy provinces by the right of war. Immediately going to the gymnasium, he witnessed the exercise of the wrestlers with the greatest delight. Being interrupted at supper with letters which brought yet worse news, he expressed no greater resentment than only to threaten the rebels. For 8 days together, he never attempted to answer any letters, nor give any orders, but buried the whole affair in profound silence. Roman 41. Being roused at last by numerous proclamations of Vindex, treating him with reproaches and contempt, he in a letter to the Senate exhorted them to avenge his wrongs and those of the Republic, desiring them to excuse his not appearing in the Senate House, because he had got cold. But nothing so much galled him as to find himself railed at as a pitiful harper, and, instead of Nero, styled Enobarbus, which being his family name, since he was upbraided with it, he declared that he would resume it, and lay aside the name he had taken by adoption. Passing by the other accusations as wholly groundless, he earnestly refuted that of his want of skill in an art upon which he had bestowed so much pains, and in which he had arrived at such perfection, asking frequently those about him, if they knew anyone who was a more accomplished musician. But being alarmed by messengers after messengers of ill news from Gaul, he returned in great consternation to Rome. On the road, his mind was somewhat relieved by observing the frivolous omen of a Gaulish soldier defeated and dragged by the hair by a Roman knight, which was sculptured on a monument, so that he leaped for joy and adored the heavens. Even then he made no appeal either to the Senate or people, but calling together some of the leading men at his own house, he held a hasty consultation upon the present state of affairs, and then, during the remainder of the day, carried them about with him to view some musical instruments, of a new invention, which were played by water 372, exhibiting all the parts, and discoursing upon the principles and difficulties of the contrivance, which, he told them, he intended to produce in the theatre, if Vindex would give him leave. Roman 42. Soon afterwards, he received intelligence that Galba and the Spaniards had declared against him, upon which he fainted and, losing his reason, lay a long time speechless, apparently dead. As soon as recovered from this state stupefaction, he tore his clothes and beat his head, crying out, "It is all over with me." His nurse endeavoring to comfort him, and telling him that the like things had happened to other princes before him, he replied, "I am beyond all example wretched, for I have lost an empire whilst I am still living." He, nevertheless, abated nothing of his luxury and inattention to business. Nay, on the arrival of good news from the provinces, he, at a sumptuous entertainment, sung with an air of merriment some jovial verses upon the leaders of the revolt, which were made public, and accompanied them with suitable gestures. Being carried privately to the theatre, he sent word to an actor who was applauded by the spectators, that he had it all his own way, now that he himself did not appear on the stage. Roman 43. At the first breaking out of these troubles, it is believed that he had formed many designs of a monstrous nature, although conformable enough to his natural disposition. These were to send new governors and commanders to the provinces and the armies, and employ assassins to butcher all the former governors and commanders, as men unanimously engaged in a conspiracy against him, to massacre the exiles in every quarter and all the Gaulish population in Rome, the former lest they should join the insurrection, the latter as privy to the designs of their countrymen, and ready to support 373 them. to abandon Gaul itself, to be wasted and plundered by his armies, to poison the whole Senate at a feast, to fire the city, and then let loose the wild beasts upon the people, in order to impede their stopping the progress of the flames. But being deterred from the execution of these designs not so much by remorse of conscience, as by despair of being able to effect them, and judging an expedition into Gaul necessary, he removed the consuls from their office, before the time of its expiration was arrived, and in their room assumed the consulship himself without a colleague, as if the fates had decreed that Gaul should not be conquered, but by a consul. Upon assuming the fasces, after an entertainment at the palace, as he walked out of the room leaning on the arms of some of his friends, he declared that as soon as he arrived in the province, he would make his appearance amongst the troops, unarmed, and do nothing but weep. And that, after he had brought the mutineers to repentance, he would, the next day in the public rejoicings, sing songs of triumph, which he must now, without loss of time, apply himself to compose. Roman 44. In preparing for this expedition, his first care was to provide carriages for his musical instruments and machinery to be used upon the stage, to have the hair of the concubines he carried with him dressed in the fashion of men, and to supply them with battle-axes and Amazonian bucklers. He summoned the city tribes to enlist, but no qualified persons appearing, he ordered all masters to send a certain number of slaves, the best they had, not excepting their stewards and secretaries. He commanded the several orders of the people to bring in a fixed proportion of their estates, as they stood in the censors' books, all tenants of houses and mansions to pay 1 year's rent forthwith into the exchequer, and, with unheard-of strictness, would receive only new coin of the purest silver and the finest gold, insomuch that most people refused to pay, crying out unanimously that he ought to squeeze the informers and oblige them to surrender their gains. Roman 45. The general odium in which he was held received an increase by the great scarcity of corn and an occurrence connected with it. For, as it happened just at that time, there arrived from Alexandria a ship, which was said to be freighted, 374, with dust for the wrestlers belonging to the emperor. This so much inflamed the public rage that he was treated with the utmost abuse and scurrility. Upon the top of one of his statues was placed the figure of a chariot with a Greek inscription, that now indeed he had a race to run, let him be gone. A little bag was tied about another, with a ticket containing these words, "What could I do? Truly thou hast merited the sack." Some person likewise wrote on the pillars in the forum that he had even woke the cocks with his singing. And many, in the night time, pretending to find fault with their servants, frequently called for a vindex. Roman 46. He was also terrified with manifest warnings, both old and new, arising from dreams, auspices, and omens. He had never been used to dream before the murder of his mother. After that event, he fancied in his sleep that he was steering a ship, and that the rudder was forced from him, that he was dragged by his wife Octavia into a prodigiously dark place, and was at one time covered over with a vast swarm of winged ants, and at another, surrounded by the national images which were set up near Pompey's theater, and hindered from advancing farther, that a Spanish jennet he was fond of had his hinder parts so changed as to resemble those of an ape, and having his head only left unaltered, neighed very harmoniously. The doors of the mausoleum of Augustus flying open of themselves, there issued from it a voice, calling on him by name. The Lares being adorned with fresh garlands on the calends, the 1st of January, fell down during the preparations for sacrificing to them. While he was taking 375 the omens, Sporus presented him with a ring, the stone of which had carved upon it the rape of Proserpine. When a great multitude of the several orders was assembled to attend at the solemnity of making vows to the gods, it was a long time before the keys of the Capitol could be found. And when, in a speech of his to the Senate against Vindex, these words were read, that the miscreants should be punished and soon make the end they merited, they all cried out, "You will do it, Augustus." It was likewise remarked that the last tragic piece which he sung was Oedipus in exile, and that he fell as he was repeating this verse. Thanin anoj singamos mider pater. Wife, mother, father, force me to my end. Roman 47. Meanwhile, on the arrival of the news that the rest of the armies had declared against him, he tore to pieces the letters which were delivered to him at dinner, overthrew the table, and dashed with violence against the ground 2 favorite cups, which he called Homer's, because some of that poet's verses were cut upon them. Then taking from Locusta a dose of poison, which he put up in a golden box, he went into the Servilian gardens, and thence dispatching a trusty freedman to Ostia, with orders to make ready a fleet, he endeavored to prevail with some tribunes and centurions of the Praetorian guards to attend him in his flight. But part of them showing no great inclination to comply, others absolutely refusing, and one of them crying out aloud, Usque idione mori miserum est, say, is it then so sad a thing to die? He was in great perplexity whether he should submit himself to Galba, or apply to the Parthians for protection, or else appear before the people dressed in mourning, and, upon the rostra, in the most piteous manner, beg pardon for his past misdemeanors, and, if he could not prevail, request of them to grant him at least the government of Egypt. A speech to this purpose was afterwards found in his writing case. But it is conjectured that he durst not venture upon this project, for fear of being torn to pieces before he could get to the forum. Deferring, therefore, his resolution until the next 376 day, he awoke about midnight, and finding the guards withdrawn, he leaped out of bed and sent round for his friends. But none of them vouchsafing any message in reply, he went with a few attendants to their houses. The doors being everywhere shut, and no one giving him any answer, he returned to his bedchamber, whence those who had the charge of it had all now eloped, some having gone one way and some another, carrying off with them his bedding and box of poison. He then endeavored to find Spicillus, the gladiator, or someone to kill him, but not being able to procure anyone. What, said he, have I then neither friend nor foe? And immediately ran out, as if he would throw himself into the Tiber. Roman 48. But this furious impulse subsiding, he wished for some place of privacy, where he might collect his thoughts. And his freedman Phaon offering him his country house, between the Salarian and Nomentan roads about 4 miles from the city, he mounted a horse, barefoot as he was, and in his tunic, only slipping over it an old soiled cloak with his head muffled up, and an handkerchief before his face, and 4 persons only to attend him, of whom Sporus was one. He was suddenly struck with horror by an earthquake, and by a flash of lightning which darted full in his face, and heard from the neighboring camp the shouts of the soldiers, wishing his destruction and prosperity to Galba. He also heard a traveler they met on the road say, "They are 377 in pursuit of Nero." And another ask, "Is there any news in the city about Nero?" Uncovering his face when his horse was started by the scent of a carcase which lay in the road, he was recognized and saluted by an old soldier who had been discharged from the guards. When they came to the lane which turned up to the house, they quitted their horses, and with much difficulty he wound among bushes and briars, and along a track through a bed of rushes, over which they spread their cloaks for him to walk on. Having reached a wall at the back of the villa, Phaon advised him to hide himself a while in a sandpit, when he replied, "I will not go underground alive." Staying there some little time, while preparations were made for bringing him privately into the villa, he took up some water out of a neighboring tank in his hand, to drink, saying, "This is Nero's distilled water." Then his cloak having been torn by the brambles, he pulled out the thorns which stuck in it. At last, being admitted, creeping upon his hands and knees, through a hole made for him in the wall, he lay down in the first closet he came to, upon a miserable pallet with an old coverlet thrown over it. And being both hungry and thirsty, though he refused some coarse bread that was brought him, he drank a little warm water. Roman 49. All who surrounded him now pressing him to save himself from the indignities which were ready to befall him, he ordered a pit to be sunk before his eyes, of the size of his body, and the bottom to be covered with pieces of marble put together, if any could be found about the house, and water and wood to be got ready for immediate use about his corpse, weeping at everything that was done, and frequently saying, "What an artist is now about to perish." Meanwhile, letters being brought in by a servant belonging to Phaon, he snatched them out of his hand, and there read that he had been declared an enemy by the Senate, and that search was making for him, that he might be punished according to the ancient custom of the Romans. He then inquired what kind of punishment that was, and being told that the 378 practice was to strip the criminal naked, and scourge him to death, while his neck was fastened within a forked stake, he was so terrified that he took up 2 daggers which he had brought with him, and after feeling the points of both, put them up again, saying, "The fatal hour is not yet come." One while he begged of Sporus to begin to wail and lament, another while he entreated that one of them would set him an example by killing himself, and then again he condemned his own want of resolution in these words, I yet live to my shame and disgrace. This is not becoming for Nero. It is not becoming. Thou oughtest in such circumstances to have a good heart. Come, then, courage, man. The horsemen who had received orders to bring him away alive were now approaching the house. As soon as he heard them coming, he uttered with a trembling voice the following verse. Hippen occupaden amphicaetupos vatabale. The noise of swift-heeled steeds assails my ears. He drove a dagger into his throat, being assisted in the act by Epaphroditus, his secretary. A centurion bursting in just as he was half dead, and applying his cloak to the wound, pretending that he was come to his assistance, he made no other reply but this, "'Tis too late. And is this your loyalty?" Immediately after pronouncing these words, he expired with his eyes fixed and starting out of his head, to the terror of all who beheld him. He had requested of his attendants, as the most essential favor, that they would let no one have his head, but that by all means his body might be burnt entire. And this, Iceless, Galba's freedman, granted. He had but a little before been discharged from the prison into which he had been thrown, when the disturbances first broke out. The expenses of his funeral amounted to 200,000 sesterces. The bed upon which his body was carried to the pile and burnt, being covered with the white robes, interwoven with gold, which he had worn upon the calends of January preceding. His nurses, Iclog and Alexandra, with his concubine Acte, deposited his remains in the tomb belonging 379 to the family of the Domitian, which stands upon the top of the hill of the gardens, and is to be seen from the Campus Martius. In that monument, a coffin of porphyry, with an altar of marble of Luna over it, is enclosed by a wall built of stone brought from Thasos. In stature he was a little below the common height. His skin was foul and spotted, his hair inclined to yellow, his features were agreeable rather than handsome, his eyes gray and dull, his neck was thick, his belly prominent, his legs very slender, his constitution sound. For though excessively luxurious in his mode of living, he had, in the course of 14 years, only 3 fits of sickness, which were so slight that he neither forbore the use of wine nor made any alteration in his usual diet. In his dress and the care of his person he was so careless that he had his hair cut in rings, one above another, and when in Achaia he let it grow long behind, and he generally appeared in public in the loose dress which he used at table, with a handkerchief about his neck, and without either a girdle or shoes. He was instructed, when a boy, in the rudiments of almost all the liberal sciences, but his mother diverted him from the study of philosophy, as unsuited to one destined to be an emperor, and his preceptor, Seneca, discouraged him from reading the ancient orators, that he might longer secure his devotion to himself. Therefore, having a turn for poetry, 380, he composed verses both with pleasure and ease, nor did he, as some think, publish those of other writers as his own. Several little pocket-books and loose sheets have come into my possession, which contain some well-known verses in his own hand, and written in such a manner that it was very evident, from the blotting and interlining, that they had not been transcribed from a copy, nor dictated by another, but were written by the composer of them. He had likewise great taste for drawing and painting, as well as for molding statues in plaster. But above all things, he most eagerly coveted popularity, being the rival of every man who obtained the applause of the people for anything he did. It was the general belief that, after the crowns he won by his performances on the stage, he would the next lustrum have taken his place among the wrestlers at the Olympic Games. For he was continually practicing that art, nor did he witness the gymnastic games in any part of Greece otherwise than sitting upon the ground in the stadium, as the umpires do. And if a pair of wrestlers happened to break the bounds, he would with his own hands drag them back into the center of the circle. Because he was thought to equal Apollo in music, and the sun in chariot driving, he resolved also to imitate the achievements of Hercules. And they say that a lion was got ready for him to kill, either with a club or with a close hug, in view of the people in the amphitheater, which he was to perform naked. Towards the end of his life, he publicly vowed that if his power in the state was securely re-established, he would, in the spectacles which he intended to exhibit in honor of his success, include a performance upon organs as well as upon flutes and bagpipes, and on the last day of the games would act in the play and take the part of Turnus, as we find it in Virgil. And there are some who say that he put to death the player Paris as a dangerous rival. He had an insatiable desire to immortalize his name and acquire a reputation which should last through all succeeding ages, but it was capriciously directed. He therefore, 381, took from several things and places their former appellations, and gave them new names derived from his own. He called the month of April Neronius, and designed changing the name of Rome into that of Neropolis. Lvi. He held all religious rites in contempt, except those of the Syrian goddess, but at last he paid her so little reverence that he made water upon her, being now engaged in another superstition, in which only he obstinately persisted. For having received from some obscure plebeian a little image of a girl, as a preservative against plots, and discovering a conspiracy immediately after, he constantly worshipped his imaginary protectress as the greatest amongst the gods, offering to her 3 sacrifices daily. He was also desirous to have it supposed that he had, by revelations from this deity, a knowledge of future events. A few months before he died, he attended a sacrifice according to the Etruscan rites, but the omens were not favorable. Lvi. He died in the 32nd year of his age, upon the same day on which he had formerly put Octavia to death, and the public joy was so great upon the occasion that the common people ran about the city with caps upon their heads. Some, however, were not wanting, who for a long time decked his tomb with spring and summer flowers. Sometimes they placed his image upon the rostra, dressed in robes of state. At another, they published proclamations in his name, as if he were still alive, and would shortly return to Rome and take vengeance on all his enemies. Vologeses, king of the Parthians, when he sent ambassadors to the Senate to renew his alliance with the Roman people, earnestly requested that due honor should be paid to the memory of Nero. And to conclude, when 20 years afterwards, at which time I was a young man, some person of obscure birth gave himself out for Nero, that name secured him so favorable a reception, 382, from the Parthians, that he was very zealously supported, and it was with much difficulty that they were prevailed upon to give him up. "400. The race of the Caesars became extinct in Nero, an event prognosticated by various signs, 2 of which were particularly significant. Formerly, when Livia, after her marriage with Augustus, was making a visit to her villa at Veii, an eagle flying by let drop upon her lap a hen with a sprig of laurel in her mouth, just as she had seized it. Livia gave orders to have the hen taken care of and the sprig of laurel set, and the hen reared such a numerous brood of chickens that the villa, to this day, is called the Villa of the Hens. The laurel groves flourished so much that the Caesars procured thence the boughs and crowns they bore at their triumphs. It was also their constant custom to plant others on the same spot, immediately after a triumph, and it was observed that, a little before the death of each prince, the tree which had been set by him died away. But in the last year of Nero, the whole plantation of laurels perished to the very roots, and the hens all died. About the same time, the temple of the Caesars being struck with lightning, the heads of all the statues in it fell off at once, and Augustus's scepter was dashed from his hands. Roman 2. Nero was succeeded by Galba, who was not in the remotest degree allied to the family of the Caesars, but without doubt of very noble extraction, being descended from a great and ancient family. For he always used to put amongst his other titles, upon the bases of his statues, his being great-grandson to Q. Catulus Capitolinus. And when he came to 401 be emperor, he set up the images of his ancestors in the hall of the palace, according to the inscriptions on which he carried up his pedigree on the father's side to Jupiter, and by the mother, to Pasiphae, the wife of Minos. Roman 3, to give even a short account of the whole family would be tedious. I shall therefore only slightly notice that branch of it from which he was descended. Why, or whence, the first of the Sulpicius who had the cognomen of Galba was so called is uncertain. Some are of opinion that it was because he set fire to a city in Spain, after he had a long time attacked it to no purpose, with torches dipped in the gum called galbanum. Others said he was so named because, in a lingering disease, he made use of it as a remedy wrapped up in wool. Others, on account of his being prodigiously corpulent, such a one being called, in the language of the Gauls, Galba. Or, on the contrary, because he was of a slender habit of body, like those insects which breed in a sort of oak and are called galbi. Sergius Galba, a person of consular rank and the most eloquent man of his time, gave a luster to the family. History relates that, when he was propraetor of Spain, he perfidiously put to the sword 30,000 Lusitanians, and by that means gave occasion to the war of Viriatus. His grandson being incensed against Julius Caesar, whose lieutenant he had been in Gaul, because he was through him disappointed of the consulship, joined with Cassius and Brutus in the conspiracy against him, for which he was condemned by the Pedian law. From him were descended the grandfather and father of the Emperor Galba. The grandfather was more celebrated for his application to study than 402 for any figure he made in the government. For he rose no higher than the praetorship, but published a large and not uninteresting history. His father attained to the consulship. He was a short man and humpbacked, but a tolerable orator and an industrious pleader. He was twice married. The first of his wives was Mummia Achaca, daughter of Catulus and great-granddaughter of Lucius Mummius, who sacked Corinth, and the other, Livia Ocellina, a very rich and beautiful woman, by whom it is supposed he was courted for the nobleness of his descent. They say that she was farther encouraged to persevere in her advances by an incident which evinced the great ingenuousness of his disposition. Upon her pressing her suit, he took an opportunity, when they were alone, of stripping off his toga and showing her the deformity of his person, that he might not be thought to impose upon her. He had by Achaca 2 sons, Caius and Sergius. The elder of these, Caius, having very much reduced his estate, retired from town, and being prohibited by Tiberius from standing for a proconsulship in his year, put an end to his own life. Roman 4. The Emperor Sergius Galba was born in the consulship of M. Valerius Messala, and C.N. Lentulus, upon the 9th of the calends of January 24th December, in a villa standing upon a hill near Terracina, on the left-hand side of the road to Fundi. Being adopted by his stepmother, he assumed the name of Livius with the cognomen of Sella and changed his praenomen, for he afterwards used that of Lucius instead of Sergius until he arrived at the imperial dignity. It is well known that when he came once amongst other boys of his own age to pay his respects to Augustus, the latter, pinching his cheek, said to him, "And thou, child, too, wilt taste our imperial dignity." Tiberius, likewise, being told that he would come to be emperor, but at an advanced age, exclaimed, "Let him live, then, since that does not concern me." When his grandfather was offering sacrifice to 403, avert some ill omen from lightning, the entrails of the victim were snatched out of his hand by an eagle and carried off into an oak tree loaded with acorns. Upon this, the soothsayers said that the family would come to be masters of the empire, but not until many years had elapsed, at which he, smiling, said, "Aye, when a mule comes to bear a foal." When Galba first declared against Nero, nothing gave him so much confidence of success as a mule's happening at that time to have a foal. And whilst all others were shocked at the occurrence, as a most inauspicious prodigy, he alone regarded it as a most fortunate omen, calling to mind the sacrifice and saying of his grandfather. When he took upon him the manly habit, he dreamt that the goddess Fortune said to him, "I stand before your door weary, and unless I am speedily admitted, I shall fall into the hands of the first who comes to seize me." On his awaking, When the door of the house was opened, he found a brazen statue of the goddess, above a cubit long, close to the threshold, which he carried with Slim to Tusculum, where he used to pass the summer season. And having consecrated it in an apartment of his house, he ever after worshipped it with a monthly sacrifice and an anniversary vigil. Though but a very young man, he kept up an ancient but obsolete custom, and now nowhere observed except in his own family, which was to have his freedmen and slaves appear in a body before him twice a day, morning and evening, to offer him their salutations. Amongst other liberal studies, he applied himself to the law. He married Lepida, by whom he had 2 sons, but the mother and children all dying, he continued a widower. Nor could he be prevailed upon to marry again, not even Agrippina herself, at that time left a widow by the death of Domitius, who had employed all her blandishments to allure him to her embraces, while he was a married man. Insomuch that Lepida's mother, when in company with several married women, rebuked her for it, and even went so far as to cuff her. Most of all, he courted the Empress Livia, by whose favor, while she was living, he made a considerable figure, and narrowly missed being enriched by the will which she left at her death, in which she distinguished him from the rest of the 404 legatees by a legacy of 50 millions of sesterces. But because the sum was expressed in figures, and not in words at length, it was reduced by her heir, Tiberius, to 500,000, and even this he never received. Romans 6. Filling the great offices before the age required for it by law during his praetorship, at the celebration of games in honor of the goddess Flora, he presented the new spectacle of elephants walking upon ropes. He was then governor of the province of Aquitania for near a year, and soon afterwards took the consulship in the usual course, and held it for 6 months. It so happened that he succeeded Domitius, the father of Nero, and was succeeded by Salvius Otho, father to the emperor of that name, so that his holding it between the sons of these 2 men looked like a presage of his future advancement to the empire. Being appointed by Caius Caesar to supersede Gaius in his command, the day after his joining the legions, he put a stop to their plaudits in a public spectacle by issuing an order that they should keep their hands under their cloaks. Immediately upon which, the following verse became very common in the camp. Disse miles militaire, Galba est non Gaius. Learn, soldier, now in arms to use your hands. Tis Galba, not Gaius, commands. With equal strictness, he would allow of no petitions for leave of absence from the camp. He hardened the soldiers, both old and young, by constant exercise, and having quickly reduced within their own limits the barbarians who had made inroads into Gaul, upon Caius' coming into Germany, he so far recommended himself and his army to that emperor's approbation, that, amongst the innumerable troops drawn from all the provinces of the empire, none met with higher commendation or greater rewards from him. He likewise distinguished himself by heading an escort, with a shield in his hand, and running at the side of the emperor's chariot 20 miles together. Romans 7. Upon the news of Caius's death, though many earnestly pressed him to lay hold of that opportunity of seizing the empire, he chose rather to be quiet. On this account, he was in great favor with Claudius, and being received into the number of his friends, stood so high in his good opinion that the expedition to Britain was for some time suspended, because he was suddenly seized with a slight indisposition. He governed Africa, as proconsul, for 2 years, being chosen out of the regular course to restore order in the province, which was in great disorder from civil dissensions and the alarms of the barbarians. His administration was distinguished by great strictness and equity, even in matters of small importance. A soldier upon some expedition being charged with selling, in a great scarcity of corn, a bushel of wheat, which was all he had left, for 100 denarii, he forbade him to be relieved by any body when he came to be in want himself, and accordingly he died of famine. When sitting in judgment, a cause being brought before him about some beast of burden, the ownership of which was claimed by 2 persons, the evidence being slight on both sides, and it being difficult to come at the truth, he ordered the beast to be led to a pond at which he had used to be watered, with his head muffled up, and the covering being there removed, that he should be the property of the person whom he followed of his own accord, after drinking. Roman 8. For his achievements, both at this time in Africa and formerly in Germany, he received the triumphal ornaments and 3 sacerdotal appointments, one among the 15, another in the college of Titius, and a third amongst the Augustals. And from that time to the middle of Nero's reign, he lived for the most part in retirement. He never went abroad, 405, so much as to take the air, without a carriage attending him, in which there was 1,000,000 of sesterces in gold, ready at hand, until at last, at the time he was living in the town of Fundi, the province of Hispania Tarraconensis was offered him. After his arrival in the province, whilst he was sacrificing in a temple, a boy who attended with a censer became all on a sudden gray-headed. This incident was regarded by some as a token of an approaching revolution in the government, and that an old man would succeed a young one. That is, that he would succeed Nero. And not long after, a thunderbolt falling into a lake in Cantabria, 12 axes were found in it, a manifest sign of the supreme power. Roman 9. He governed the province during 8 years, his administration being of an uncertain and capricious character. At first he was active, vigorous, and indeed excessively severe in the punishment of offenders. For a money dealer having committed some fraud in the way of his business, he cut off his hands and nailed them to his counter. Another, who had poisoned an orphan, to whom he was guardian and next heir to the estate, he crucified. On this delinquent imploring the protection of the law, and crying out that he was a Roman citizen, he affected to afford him some alleviation, and to mitigate his punishment, by a mark of honor, ordered a cross, higher than usual, and painted white, to be erected for him. But by degrees he gave himself up to a life of indolence and inactivity, from the fear of giving Nero any occasion of jealousy, and because, as he used to say, nobody was obliged to render an account of their leisure hours. He was holding a court of justice on the circuit at New Carthage when he received intelligence of the insurrection in Gaul, and while the lieutenant of Aquitania was soliciting his assistance, letters were brought from Vindex, requesting him to assert the rights of mankind and put himself at their head to relieve them from the tyranny of Nero. Without any long demur, he accepted the invitation, from a mixture of fear and hope. For he had discovered that private orders had been sent by Nero to his procurators in the province to get 407 him dispatched, and he was encouraged to the enterprise, as well by several auspices and omens, as by the prophecy of a young woman of good family. The more so, because the priest of Jupiter at Clunia, admonished by a dream, had discovered in the recesses of the temple some verses similar to those in which she had delivered her prophecy. These had also been uttered by a girl under divine inspiration, about 200 years before. The import of the verses was, that in time, Spain should give the world a lord and master. X taking his seat on the tribunal, therefore, as if there was no other business than the manumitting of slaves, he had the effigies of a number of persons who had been condemned and put to death by Nero, set up before him, whilst a noble youth stood by, who had been banished, and whom he had purposely sent for from one of the neighboring Balearic Isles. And lamenting the condition of the times, and being thereupon unanimously saluted by the title of emperor, he publicly declared himself only the lieutenant of the Senate and people of Rome. Then, shutting the courts, he levied legions and auxiliary troops among the provincials, besides his veteran army consisting of 1 legion, 2 wings of horse, and 3 cohorts. Out of the military leaders most distinguished for age and prudence, he formed a kind of senate, with whom to advise upon all matters of importance, as often as occasion should require. He likewise chose several young men of the equestrian order, who were to be allowed the privilege of wearing the gold ring, and, being called the reserve, should mount guard before his bedchamber, instead of the legionary soldiers. He likewise issued proclamations throughout the provinces of the empire, exhorting all to rise in arms unanimously, and aid the common cause by all the ways and means in their power. About the same time, in fortifying a town, which he had pitched upon for a military post, a ring was found, of antique workmanship, in the stone of which was engraved the goddess Victory with a trophy. Presently after, a ship of Alexandria arrived at Dertosa, loaded with arms, without any person to steer it, or so much as a single sailor or passenger, 408 on board. From this incident, nobody entertained the least doubt but the war upon which they were entering was just and honorable, and favored likewise by the gods, when all on a sudden the whole design was exposed to failure. One of the 2 wings of horse, repenting of the violation of their oath to Nero, attempted to desert him upon his approach to the camp, and were with some difficulty kept in their duty. and some slaves who had been presented to him by a freedman of Nero, on purpose to murder him, had like to have killed him as he went through a narrow passage to the bath. Being overheard to encourage one another not to lose the opportunity, they were called to an account concerning it, and recourse being had to the torture, a confession was extorted from them. These dangers were followed by the death of Vindex, at which, being extremely discouraged, as if fortune had quite forsaken him, he had thoughts of putting an end to his own life. But receiving advice by his messengers from Rome that Nero was slain, and that all had taken an oath to him as emperor, he laid aside the title of lieutenant and took upon him that of Caesar. Putting himself upon his march in his general's cloak, and a dagger hanging from his neck before his breast, he did not resume the use of the toga until Nymphidius Sabinus, prefect of the Praetorian Guards at Rome, with the 2 lieutenants, Fonteius Capito in Germany and Claudius Macer in Africa, who opposed his advancement, were all put down. Roman 12. Rumors of his cruelty and avarice had reached the city before his arrival, such as that he had punished some cities of Spain and Gaul for not joining him readily by the imposition of heavy taxes, and some by leveling their walls, and had put to death the governors and procurators with their wives and children. Likewise that a golden crown of 15 pounds weight, taken out of the temple of Jupiter, with which he was presented by the people of Tarracona, he had melted down, and had exacted from them 3 ounces which were wanting in the weight. This report of him was confirmed and increased as soon as he entered the town. For some seamen who had been taken from the fleet, and enlisted 409 among the troops by Nero, he obliged to return to their former condition. But they refusing to comply, and obstinately clinging to the more honorable service under their eagles and standards, he not only dispersed them by a body of horse, but likewise decimated them. He also disbanded a cohort of Germans, which had been formed by the preceding emperors, for their bodyguard, and upon many occasions found very faithful, and sent them back into their own country without giving them any gratuity, pretending that they were more inclined to favor the advancement of Cneus Dolabella, near whose gardens they encamped, than his own. The following ridiculous stories were also related of him, but whether with or without foundation, I know not, such as that when a more sumptuous entertainment than usual was served up, he fetched a deep groan; that when one of the stewards presented him with an account of his expenses, he reached him a dish of legumes from his table as a reward for his care and diligence. And when Caius, the piper, had played much to his satisfaction, he presented him, with his own hand, 5 denarii taken out of his pocket. Roman 13. His arrival, therefore, in town was not very agreeable to the people, and this appeared at the next public spectacle. For when the actors in a farce began a well-known song, Venit io simus a villa lo, Clodpate from his village comes, all the spectators, with one voice, went on with the rest, repeating and acting the first verse several times over. Roman 14. He possessed himself of the imperial power with more favor and authority than he administered it, although he gave many proofs of his being an excellent prince, but these were not so grateful to the people, as his misconduct was offensive. He was governed by 3 favorites, who, because they lived in the palace and were constantly about him, obtained the name of his pedagogues. These were Titus Vinius, who had been his lieutenant in Spain, a man of insatiable 410 avarice Cornelius Laco, who, from an assessor to the prince, was advanced to be prefect of the Praetorian Guards, a person of intolerable arrogance as well as indolence, and his freedman Icelus, dignified a little before with the privilege of wearing the gold ring, and the use of the cognomen Marcianus, who became a candidate for the highest honor within the reach of any person of the equestrian order. He resigned himself so implicitly into the power of those 3 favorites, who governed in everything according to the capricious impulse of their vices and tempers, and his authority was so much abused by them, that the tenor of his conduct was not very consistent with itself. At one time, he was more rigorous and frugal; at another, more lavish and negligent, than became a prince who had been chosen by the people, and was so far advanced in years. He condemned some men of the first rank in the senatorian and equestrian orders, upon a very slight suspicion, and without trial. He rarely granted the freedom of the city to anyone, and the privilege belonging to such as had 3 children only to 1 or 2, and that with great difficulty, and only for a limited time. When the judges petitioned to have a sixth decury added to their number, he not only denied them, but abolished the vacation which had been granted them by Claudius for the winter, and the beginning of the year. Roman 15. It was thought that he likewise intended to reduce the offices held by senators and men of the equestrian order to a term of 2 years, continuance, and to bestow them only on those who were unwilling to accept them and had refused them. All the grants of Nero he recalled, saving only the 10th part of them. For this purpose he gave a commission to 50 Roman knights, with orders that if players or wrestlers had sold what had been formerly given them, it should be exacted from the purchasers, since the others, having, no doubt, spent the money, were not in a condition to pay. But on the other hand, he suffered his attendants and freedmen to sell or give away the revenue of the state or immunities from taxes, and to punish the innocent or pardon criminals at pleasure. Nay, when the Roman people were very clamorous for the punishment of Helotus and Tigellinus, 2 of the 411 most mischievous amongst all the emissaries of Nero, he protected them and even bestowed on Helotus one of the best procurations in his disposal. And as to Tigellinus, he even reprimanded the people for their cruelty by a proclamation. Romans 16. By this conduct, he incurred the hatred of all orders of the people, but especially of the soldiery. For their commanders having promised them in his name a donative larger than usual, upon their taking the oath to him before his arrival at Rome, he refused to make it good, frequently bragging that it was his custom to choose his soldiers, not buy them. Thus the troops became exasperated against him in all quarters. The Praetorian guards he alarmed with apprehensions of danger and unworthy treatment, disbanding many of them occasionally as disaffected to his government and favorers of Nymphidius. But most of all, the army in Upper Germany was incensed against him, as being defrauded of the rewards due to them for the service they had rendered in the insurrection of the Gauls under Vindex. They were, therefore, the first who ventured to break into open mutiny, refusing upon the calends of January to take any oath of allegiance except to the Senate, and they immediately dispatched deputies to the Praetorian troops to let them know they did not like the emperor who had been set up in Spain, and to desire that they would make choice of another, who might meet with the approbation of all the armies. Romans 17. Upon receiving intelligence of this, imagining that he was slighted not so much on account of his age, as for having no children, he immediately singled out of a company of young persons of rank, who came to pay their compliments to him, Piso Frugi Licinianus, a youth of noble descent and great talents, for whom he had before contracted such a regard that he had appointed him in his will the heir both of his estate and name. Him he now styled his son, and taking him to the camp, adopted him in the presence of the assembled troops, but without making any mention of a donative. This circumstance afforded the better opportunity to Marcus Salvius Otho of accomplishing his object, 6 days after the adoption. Roman 18. Many remarkable prodigies had happened from the 412, very beginning of his reign, which forewarned him of his approaching fate. In every town through which he passed in his way from Spain to Rome, victims were slain on the right and left of the roads. And one of these, which was a bull, being maddened with the stroke of the axe, broke the rope with which it was tied, and running straight against his chariot, with his 4 feet elevated, bespattered him with blood. Likewise, as he was alighting, one of the guard, being pushed forward by the crowd, had very nearly wounded him with his lance. And upon his entering the city and, afterwards, the palace, he was welcomed with an earthquake and a noise like the bellowing of cattle. These signs of ill fortune were followed by some that were still more apparently such. Out of all his treasures he had selected a necklace of pearls and jewels to adorn his statue of Fortune at Tusculum. But it suddenly occurring to him that it deserved a more august place, he consecrated it to the Capitoline Venus. And next night he dreamt that Fortune appeared to him, complaining that she had been defrauded of the present intended her, and threatening to resume what she had given him. Terrified at this denunciation, at break of day he sent forward some persons to Tusculum to make preparations for a sacrifice which might avert the displeasure of the goddess. And when he himself arrived at the place, he found nothing but some hot embers upon the altar and an old man in black standing by, holding a little incense in a glass and some wine in an earthen pot. It was remarked, too, that whilst he was sacrificing upon the calends of January, the chaplet fell from his head, and upon his consulting the pullets for omens, they flew away. Farther, upon the day of his adopting Piso, when he was to harangue the soldiers, the seat which he used upon those occasions, through the neglect of his attendants, was not placed, according to custom, upon his tribunal. And in the Senate house, his curule chair was set with the back forward. Roman 19. The day before he was slain, as he was sacrificing in the morning, the augur warned him from time to time to be upon his guard, for that he was in danger from assassins, and that they were near at hand. Soon after, he was informed that Otho was in possession of the Praetorian camp. And though most of his friends advised him to repair thither immediately, 413, in hopes that he might quell the tumult by his authority and presence, he resolved to do nothing more than keep close within the palace, and secure himself by guards of the legionary soldiers, who were quartered in different parts about the city. He put on a linen coat of mail, however, remarking at the same time that it would avail him little against the points of so many swords. But being tempted out by false reports, which the conspirators had purposely spread to induce him to venture abroad, some few of those about him too hastily assuring him that the tumult had ceased, the mutineers were apprehended, and the rest coming to congratulate him, resolved to continue firm in their obedience. He went forward to meet them with so much confidence, that upon a soldier's boasting that he had killed Otho, he asked him, by what authority, and proceeded as far as the forum. There the knights, appointed to dispatch him, making their way through the crowd of citizens, upon seeing him at a distance, halted a while. After which, galloping up to him, now abandoned by all his attendants, they put him to death. Roman 20. Some authors relate that upon their first approach he cried out, "What do you mean, fellow soldiers? I am yours and you are mine," and promised them a donative. But the generality of writers relate that he offered his throat to them, saying, "Do your work and strike, since you are resolved upon it." It is remarkable that not one of those who were at hand ever made any attempt to assist the emperor, and all who were sent for disregarded the summons except a troop of Germans. They, in consideration of his late kindness in showing them particular attention during a sickness which prevailed in the camp, flew to his aid, but came too late, for being not well acquainted with the town, they had taken a circuitous route. He was slain near the Curtian lake, and there left until a common soldier returning from the receipt of his allowance of corn, throwing down the load which he carried, cut off his head. There being upon it no hair by which he might hold it, he hid it in the bosom of his dress. But afterwards thrusting his thumb into the mouth, he carried it in that manner to Otho, who gave it to the drudges and slaves who attended the soldiers. And they, fixing it upon the 414 point of a spear, carried it in derision round the camp, crying out as they went along, "You take your fill of joy in your old age." They were irritated to this pitch of rude banter by a report spread a few days before, that, upon someone's commending his person as still florid and vigorous, he replied, "Edi moi menos imped estin, my strength as yet has suffered no decay." A freedman of Petrobius's, who himself had belonged to Nero's family, purchased the head from them at the price of 100 gold pieces, and threw it into the place where, by Galba's order, his patron had been put to death. At last, after some time, his steward Sergius buried it, with the rest of his body, in his own gardens near the Aurelian Way. Roman 21. In person he was of a good size, bald before, with blue eyes and an aquiline nose, and his hands and feet were so distorted with the gout that he could neither wear a shoe nor turn over the leaves of a book or so much as hold it. He had likewise an excrescence in his right side, which hung down to that degree that it was with difficulty kept up by a bandage. Roman 22. He is reported to have been a great eater, and usually took his breakfast in the winter-time before day. At supper, he fed very heartily, giving the fragments which were left by handfuls to be distributed amongst the attendants. In his lust, he was more inclined to the male sex, and such of them too as were old. It is said of him that in Spain, when Icelus, an old catamite of his, brought him the news of Nero's death, he not only kissed him lovingly before company, but begged of him to remove all impediments, and then took him aside into a private apartment. Roman 23. He perished in the 73rd year of his age, and the 7th month of his reign. The Senate, as soon as they could with safety, ordered a statue to be erected for him upon the naval column, in that part of the forum where he, 415, was slain. But Vespasian cancelled the decree, upon a suspicion that he had sent assassins from Spain into Judea to murder him. 416. The ancestors of Otho were originally of the town of Ferentum, of an ancient and honorable family, and indeed one of the most considerable in Etruria. His grandfather, Salvius Otho, whose father was a Roman knight, but his mother of mean extraction, for it is not certain whether she was freeborn, by the favor of Livia Augusta, in whose house he had his education, was made a senator, but never rose higher than the praetorship. His father, Lucius Otho, was by the mother's side nobly descended, allied to several great families, and so dearly beloved by Tiberius, and so much resembled him in his features, that most people believed Tiberius was his father. He behaved with great strictness and severity, not only in the city offices, but in the proconsulship of Africa and some extraordinary commands in the army. He had the courage to punish with death some soldiers in Illyricum, who, in the disturbance attempted by Camillus, upon changing their minds, had put their generals to the sword, as promoters of that insurrection against Claudius. He ordered the execution to take place in the front of the camp, and under his own eyes, though he knew they had been advanced to higher ranks in the army by Claudius, on that very account. By this action he acquired fame, but lessened his favor at court, which, however, he soon recovered by discovering to Claudius a design upon his life, carried on by a Roman knight, and which he had learnt from some of his slaves. For the Senate ordered a statue of him to be erected in the palace, an honor which had been conferred but upon very few before him. And Claudius advanced him to the dignity of a patrician, commending him at the same time in the highest terms and concluding with these words, "A man, than whom I don't so 417, much as wish to have children that should be better." He had 2 sons by a very noble woman, Albia Terentia, namely, Lucius Titianus, and a younger called Marcus, who had the same cognomen as himself. He had also a daughter, whom he contracted to Drusus, Germanicus's son, before she was of marriageable age. Roman 2. The Emperor Otho was born upon the 4th of the calends of May, in the consulship of Camillus Aruntius and Domitius Enobarbus. He was from his earliest youth so riotous and wild that he was often severely scourged by his father. He was said to run about in the night time and seize upon anyone he met, who was either drunk or too feeble to make resistance, and toss him in a blanket. After his father's death, to make his court the more effectually to a freedwoman about the palace, who was in great favor, he pretended to be in love with her, though she was old and almost decrepit. Having by her means got into Nero's good graces, he soon became one of the principal favorites, by the congeniality of his disposition to that of the emperor, or, as some say, by the reciprocal practice of mutual pollution. He had so great a sway at court that when a man of consular rank was condemned for bribery, having tampered with him for a large sum of money to procure his pardon, before he had quite effected it, he scrupled not to introduce him into the Senate to return his thanks. Roman 3. Having, by means of this woman, insinuated himself into all the emperor's secrets, he, upon the day designed for the murder of his mother, entertained them both at a very splendid feast, to prevent suspicion. Poppaea Sabina, for whom Nero entertained such a violent passion that he had taken her from her husband and entrusted her to him, he received, and went through the form of marrying her. And not satisfied with obtaining her favors, he loved her so extravagantly that he could not with patience bear Nero for his rival. It is certainly believed that he not only refused admittance to those who were sent by Nero to fetch her, but that on one 418 occasion he shut him out and kept him standing before the door, mixing prayers and menaces in vain, and demanding back again what was entrusted to his keeping. His pretended marriage, therefore, being dissolved, he was sent lieutenant into Lusitania. This treatment of him was thought sufficiently severe, because harsher proceedings might have brought the whole farce to light, which, notwithstanding, at last came out, and was published to the world in the following distich. Cur Otho mentidus sit, quaeritis, exul honor uxoris mochus keeperet esse sui. You ask why Otho's banished. No, the cause comes not within the verge of vulgar laws. Against all rules of fashionable life, the rogue had dared to sleep with his own wife. He governed the province in quality of questor for 10 years, with singular moderation and justice. Roman 4. As soon as an opportunity of revenge offered, he readily joined in Galba's enterprises, and at the same time conceived hopes of obtaining the imperial dignity for himself. To this he was much encouraged by the state of the times, but still more by the assurances given him by Seleucus, the astrologer, who, having formerly told him that he would certainly outlive Nero, came to him at that juncture unexpectedly, promising him again that he should succeed to the empire, and that in a very short time. He, therefore, let slip no opportunity of making his court to everyone about him by all manner of civilities. As often as he entertained Galba at supper, he distributed to every man of the cohort which attended the emperor on guard a gold piece, endeavoring likewise to oblige the rest of the soldiers in one way or another. Being chosen an arbitrator by one who had a dispute with his neighbor about a piece of land, he bought it and gave it him, so that now almost every body thought and said that he was the only man worthy of succeeding to the empire. He entertained hopes of being adopted by Galba and expected it every day. But finding himself disappointed by Piso, being preferred before him, he turned his thoughts to obtaining his purpose by the use of violence. And to this he was instigated, as well by the greatness of his debts, as by resentment, 419, at Galba's conduct towards him. For he did not conceal his conviction, that he could not stand his ground unless he became emperor, and that it signified nothing whether he fell by the hands of his enemies in the field or of his creditors in the forum. He had a few days before squeezed out of one of the emperor's slaves 1,000,000 of sesterces for procuring him a stewardship. And this was the whole fund he had for carrying on so great an enterprise. At first the design was entrusted to only 5 of the guard, but afterwards to 10 others, each of the 5 naming 2. They had every one 10,000 sesterces paid down and were promised 50,000 more. By these, others were drawn in, but not many, from a confident assurance that when the matter came to the crisis, they should have enough to join them. Romans 6. His first intention was, immediately after the departure of Piso, to seize the camp and fall upon Galba whilst he was at supper in the palace. But he was restrained by a regard for the cohort at that time on duty, lest he should bring too great an odium upon it, because it happened that the same cohort was on guard before, both when Caius was slain and Nero deserted. For some time afterwards, he was restrained also by scruples about the omens and by the advice of Seleucus. Upon the day fixed at last for the enterprise, having given his accomplices notice to wait for him in the forum near the temple of Saturn, at the gilded milestone, he went in the morning to pay his respects to Galba. And being received with a kiss as usual, he attended him at sacrifice and heard the predictions of the augur. A freedman of his, then bringing 420 him word that the architects were come, which was the signal agreed upon, he withdrew, as if it were with a design to view a house upon sale, and went out by a back door of the palace to the place appointed. Some say he pretended to be seized with an ague fit, and ordered those about him to make that excuse for him, if he was inquired after. Being then quickly concealed in a woman's litter, he made the best of his way for the camp. But the bearers growing tired, he got out and began to run. His shoe becoming loose, he stopped again, but being immediately raised by his attendants upon their shoulders, and unanimously saluted by the title of emperor, he came amidst auspicious acclamations and drawn swords into the Principia in the camp, all who met him joining in the cavalcade, as if they had been privy to the design. Upon this, sending some soldiers to dispatch Galba and Piso, he said nothing else in his address to the soldiery, to secure their affections, than these few words: I shall be content with whatever ye think fit to leave me. Romans 7. Towards the close of the day, he entered the Senate, and after he had made a short speech to them, pretending that he had been seized in the streets, and compelled by violence to assume the imperial authority, which he designed to exercise in conjunction with them, he retired to the palace. Besides other compliments which he received from those who flocked about him to congratulate and flatter him, he was called Nero by the mob, and manifested no intention of declining that cognomen. Nay, some authors relate that he used it in his official acts, and the first letters he sent to the 421 governors of provinces. He suffered all his images and statues to be replaced, and restored his procurators and freedmen to their former posts. And the first writing which he signed as emperor was a promise of 50 millions of sesterces to finish the golden house. He is said to have been greatly frightened that night in his sleep, and to have groaned heavily. And being found, by those who came running in to see what the matter was, lying upon the floor before his bed, he endeavored by every kind of atonement to appease the ghost of Galba, by which he had found himself violently tumbled out of bed. The next day, as he was taking the omens, a great storm arising, and sustaining a grievous fall, he muttered to himself from time to time, Tigar moi kai macrua alwa, what business have I the loud trumpets to sound? Roman 8. About the same time, the armies in Germany took an oath to Vitellius as emperor. Upon receiving this intelligence, he advised the Senate to send thither deputies, to inform them that a prince had been already chosen, and to persuade them to peace and a good understanding. By letters and messages, however, he offered Vitellius to make him his colleague in the empire and his son-in-law. But a war being now unavoidable, and the generals and troops sent forward by Vitellius advancing, he had a proof of the attachment and fidelity of the Praetorian Guards, which had nearly proved fatal to the senatorian order. It had been judged proper that some arms should be given out of the stores and conveyed to the fleet by the marine troops. While they were employed in fetching these from the camp in the night, some of the guards, suspecting treachery, excited a tumult, and suddenly the whole body, without any of their officers at their head, ran to the palace, demanding that the entire Senate should be put to the sword. And having repulsed some of the 422 tribunes who endeavored to stop them, and slain others, they broke, all bloody as they were, into the banqueting room, inquiring for the emperor. Nor would they quit the place until they had seen him. He now entered upon his expedition against Vitellius with great alacrity, but too much precipitation, and without any regard to the ominous circumstances which attended it. For the ancilia had been taken out of the temple of Mars, for the usual procession, but were not yet replaced, during which interval it had of old been looked upon as very unfortunate to engage in any enterprise. He likewise set forward upon the day when the worshippers of the Mother of the Gods begin their lamentations and wailing. Besides these, other unlucky omens attended him. For, in a victim offered to Father Dis, he found the signs such as upon all other occasions are regarded as favorable, whereas, in that sacrifice, the contrary intimations are judged the most propitious. At his first setting forward, he was stopped by inundations of the Tiber and, at 20 miles distance from the city, found the road blocked up by the fall of houses. Roman 9. Though it was the general opinion that it would be proper to protract the war, as the enemy were distressed by 423, famine, and the straitness of their quarters, yet he resolved with equal rashness to force them to an engagement as soon as possible, whether from impatience of prolonged anxiety, and in the hope of bringing matters to an issue before the arrival of Vitellius, or because he could not resist the ardor of the troops, who were all clamorous for battle. He was not, however, present at any of those which ensued, but stayed behind at Brixellum. He had the advantage in 3 slight engagements, near the Alps about Placentia, and a place called Castor S., but was, by a fraudulent stratagem of the enemy, defeated in the last and greatest battle at Bedriacum. For some hopes of a conference being given, and the soldiers being drawn up to hear the conditions of peace declared very unexpectedly, and amidst their mutual salutations, they were obliged to stand to their arms. Immediately upon this, he determined to put an end to his life, more, as many think, and not without reason, out of shame, at persisting in a struggle for the empire to the hazard of the public interest and so many lives, than from despair or distrust of his troops. For he had still in reserve, and in full force, those whom he had kept about him for a second trial of his fortune, and others were coming up from Dalmatia, Pannonia, and Moesia. Nor were the troops lately defeated so far discouraged as not to be ready, even of themselves, to run all risks in order to wipe off their recent disgrace. My father, Suetonius Linus, was in this battle, being at 424, that time an Angusticlavian tribune in the 13th legion. He used frequently to say that Otho, before his advancement to the empire, had such an abhorrence of civil war, that once, upon hearing an account given at table of the death of Cassius and Brutus, he fell into a trembling, and that he never would have interfered with Galba, but that he was confident of succeeding in his enterprise without a war. Moreover, that he was then encouraged to despise life by the example of a common soldier, who, bringing news of the defeat of the army, and finding that he met with no credit, but was railed at for a liar and a coward, as if he had run away from the field of battle, fell upon his sword at the emperor's feet. Upon the sight of which, my father said that Otho cried out, that he would expose to no farther danger such brave men, who had deserved so well at his hands. advising therefore his brother, his brother's son, and the rest of his friends to provide for their security in the best manner they could. After he had embraced and kissed them, he sent them away. And then, withdrawing into a private room by himself, he wrote a letter of consolation to his sister, containing 2 sheets. He likewise sent another to Messalina, Nero's widow, whom he had intended to marry, committing to her the care of his relics and memory. He then burnt all the letters which he had by him, to prevent the danger and mischief that might otherwise befall the writers from the conqueror. What ready money he had, he distributed among his domestics. Zion now being prepared, and just upon the point of dispatching himself, he was induced to suspend the execution of his purpose by a great tumult which had broken out in the camp. Finding that some of the soldiers who were making off had been seized and detained as deserters, "Let us add," said he, "this night to our life." These were his very words. He then gave orders that no violence should be offered to anyone, and keeping his chamber door open until late at night, he allowed all who pleased the liberty to come and see him. At last, after quenching his thirst with a draught of cold water, he took up 2 poniards, and having examined the points of both, put one of them under his pillow, and shutting his chamber door, slept very soundly, until, awaking about break of day, he stabbed himself under the left pap. Some persons bursting into the room upon his first groan, he at one time covered, and at another exposed his wound to the view of the bystanders, and thus life soon ebbed away. His funeral was hastily performed, according to his own order, in the 38th year of his age and 95th day of his reign. Roman 12. The person and appearance of Otho no way corresponded to the great spirit he displayed on this occasion, for he is said to have been of low stature, splay-footed, and bandy-legged. He was, however, effeminately nice in the care of his person. The hair on his body he plucked out by the roots, and because he was somewhat bald, he wore a kind of peruke, so exactly fitted to his head that nobody could have known it for such. He used to shave every day and rub his face with soaked bread, the use of which he began when the down first appeared upon his chin, to prevent his having any beard. It is said likewise that he celebrated publicly the sacred rites of Isis, clad in a linen garment, such as is used by the worshippers of that goddess. These circumstances, I imagine, caused the world to wonder the more that his death was so little in character with his life. Many of the soldiers who were present, kissing and bedewing with their tears his hands and feet as he lay dead, and celebrating him as a most gallant man and an incomparable emperor, immediately put an end to their own lives upon the spot, not far from his funeral pile. 426. Many of those likewise who were at a distance, upon hearing the news of his death, in the anguish of their hearts, began fighting amongst themselves, until they dispatched one another. To conclude, the generality of mankind, though they hated him whilst living, yet highly extolled him after his death, insomuch that it was the common talk and opinion that Galba had been driven to destruction by his rival, not so much for the sake of reigning himself, as of restoring Rome to its ancient liberty. (427) Very different accounts are given of the origin of the Vitellian family. Some describe it as ancient and noble, others as recent and obscure, nay, extremely mean. I am inclined to think that these several representations have been made by the flatterers and detractors of Vitellius after he became emperor, unless the fortunes of the family varied before. There is extant a memoir addressed by Quintus Eulogius to Quintus Vitellius, quaestor to the divine Augustus, in which it is said that the Vitelli were descended from Faunus, king of the Aborigines, and Vitellia, who is worshipped in many places as a goddess, and that they reigned formerly over the whole of Latium. That all who were left of the family removed out of the country of the Sabines to Rome and were enrolled among the patricians. That some monuments of the family continued a long time. As the Vitellian way, reaching from the Janiculum to the sea, and likewise a colony of that name, which, at a very remote period of time, they desired leave from the government to defend against the Equicolli, with a force raised by their own family only. Also that, in the time of the war with the Samnites, some of the Vitelli who went with the troops levied for the security of Apulia, settled at Nuceria, and their descendants, a long time afterwards, returned again to Rome and were admitted, 428, into the patrician order. On the other hand, the generality of writers say that the founder of the family was a freedman. Cassius Severus and some others relate that he was likewise a cobbler, whose son, having made a considerable fortune by agencies and dealings in confiscated property, begot, by a common strumpet, daughter of one Antiochus, a baker, a child who afterwards became a Roman knight. Of these different accounts, the reader is left to take his choice. Roman 2. It is certain, however, that Publius Vitellius of Nuceria, whether of an ancient family or of low extraction, was a Roman knight and a procurator to Augustus. He left behind him 4 sons, all men of very high station who had the same cognomen, but the different praenomina of Aulus, Quintus, Publius, and Lucius. Aulus died in the enjoyment of the consulship, which office he bore jointly with Domitius, the father of Nero Caesar. He was elegant to excess in his manner of living, and notorious for the vast expense of his entertainments. Quintus was deprived of his rank of senator, when, upon a motion made by Tiberius, a resolution passed to purge the Senate of those who were in any respect not duly qualified for that honor. Publius, an intimate friend and companion of Germanicus, prosecuted his enemy and murderer, Cneus Pies, and procured sentence against him. After he had been made proctor, being arrested among the accomplices of Sergius, and delivered into the hands of his brother to be confined in his house, he opened a vein with a penknife, intending to bleed himself to death. He suffered, however, the wound to be bound up and cured, not so much from repenting the resolution he had formed, as to comply with the importunity of his relations. He died afterwards a natural death during his confinement. Lucius, after his consulship, was made governor of Syria, and by his politic management not only brought Artabanus, king of the Parthians, to give him an interview, but to worship the standards of the Roman legions. He afterwards filled 2 ordinary consulships, and also the censorship jointly with the Emperor Claudius. Whilst that 429 prince was absent upon his expedition into Britain, the care of the empire was committed to him, being a man of great integrity and industry. But he lessened his character not a little by his passionate fondness for an abandoned freedwoman with whose spittle, mixed with honey, he used to anoint his throat and jaws, by way of remedy for some complaint, not privately nor seldom, but daily and publicly. Being extravagantly prone to flattery, it was he who gave rise to the worship of Caius Caesar as a god, when, upon his return from Syria, he would not presume to accost him any otherwise than with his head covered, turning himself round, and then prostrating himself upon the earth. And to leave no artifice untried to secure the favor of Claudius, who was entirely governed by his wives and freedmen, he requested as the greatest favor from Messalina, that she would be pleased to let him take off her shoes, which, when he had done, he took her right shoe, and wore it constantly betwixt his toga and his tunic, and from time to time covered it with kisses. He likewise worshipped golden images of Narcissus and Pallas among his household gods. It was he, too, who, when Claudius exhibited the secular games, in his compliments to him upon that occasion, used this expression, "May you often do the same." Roman 3. He died of palsy, the day after his seizure with it, leaving behind him 2 sons, whom he had by a most excellent and respectable wife, Sextilia. He had lived to see them both consuls, the same year and during the whole year also, the younger succeeding the elder for the last 6 months. The Senate honored him after his decease with a funeral at the public expense and with a statue in the rostra, which had this inscription upon the base: "One who was steadfast in his loyalty to his prince." The Emperor Aulus Vitellius, the son of this Lucius, was born upon the 8th of the calends of October, or, as some say, upon the 7th of the Ides of September, in the consulship of Drusus Caesar and Norbanus Flaccus. His parents were so, 430, terrified with the predictions of astrologers upon the calculation of his nativity, that his father used his utmost endeavors to prevent his being sent governor into any of the provinces, whilst he was alive. His mother, upon his being sent to the legions, and also upon his being proclaimed emperor, immediately lamented him as utterly ruined. He spent his youth amongst the catamites of Tiberius at Capri, was himself constantly stigmatized with the name of Spintria, and was supposed to have been the occasion of his father's advancement, by consenting to gratify the emperor's unnatural lust. Roman 4. In the subsequent part of his life, being still most scandalously vicious, he rose to great favor at court, being upon a very intimate footing with Caius, because of his fondness for chariot driving, and with Claudius for his love of gaming. But he was in a still higher degree acceptable to Nero, as well on the same accounts, as for a particular service which he rendered him. When Nero presided in the games instituted by himself, though he was extremely desirous to perform amongst the harpers, yet his modesty would not permit him, notwithstanding the people entreated much for it. Upon his quitting the theatre, Vitellius fetched him back again, pretending to represent the determined wishes of the people, and so afforded him the opportunity of yielding to their entreaties. By the favor of these 3 princes, he was not only advanced to the great offices of state, but to the highest dignities of the sacred order, after which he held the proconsulship of Africa and had the superintendence of the public works, in which appointment his conduct, and, consequently, his reputation, were very different. For he governed the province with singular integrity during 2 years, in the latter of which he acted as deputy to his brother, who succeeded him. But in his office in the city, he was said to pillage the temples of their gifts and ornaments, and to have exchanged brass and tin for gold and silver. Roman 6. He took to wife Petronia, the daughter of a man of consular rank, and had by her a son named Petronius, who was blind of an eye. The mother being willing to appoint this youth her heir, upon condition that he should be released from his father's authority, the latter discharged him accordingly. But shortly after, as was believed, murdered him, charging him with a design upon his life, and pretending that he had, from consciousness of his guilt, drank the poison he had prepared for his father. Soon afterwards, he married Galeria Fundana, the daughter of a man of praetorian rank, and had by her both sons and daughters. Among the former was one who had such a stammering in his speech that he was little better than if he had been dumb. Roman 7. He was sent by Galba into Lower Germany, contrary to his expectation. It is supposed that he was assisted in procuring this appointment by the interest of Titus Junius, a man of great influence at that time, whose friendship he had long before gained by favoring the same set of charioteers with him in the Circensian games. But Galba openly declared that none were less to be feared than those who only cared for their bellies, and that even his enormous appetite must be satisfied with the plenty of that province, so that it is evident he was selected for that government more out of contempt than kindness. It is certain that when he was to set out, he had not money for the expenses of his journey, he being at that time so much straitened in his circumstances that he was obliged to put his wife and children, whom he left at Rome, into a poor lodging which he hired for them, in order that he might let his own house for the remainder of the year. And he pawned a pearl taken from his mother's ear ring to defray his expenses on the road. A crowd of creditors who were waiting to stop him, and amongst them the people of Cynussa and Formia, whose taxes he had converted to his own use, he eluded, by alarming them with the apprehension of false accusation. He had, however, sued a certain freedman, who was clamorous in demanding a debt of him, under pretense that he had kicked him, which action he would not withdraw until he had wrung from the freedman 50,000 sesterces. Upon his arrival in the province, the army, 432, which was disaffected to Galba and ripe for insurrection, received him with open arms, as if he had been sent them from heaven. It was no small recommendation to their favor that he was the son of a man who had been thrice consul, was in the prime of life, and of an easy, prodigal disposition. This opinion, which had been long entertained of him, Vitellius confirmed by some late practices, having kissed all the common soldiers whom he met with upon the road, and been excessively complacent in the inns and stables to the muleteers and travelers, asking them in a morning if they had got their breakfasts, and letting them see, by belching, that he had eaten his. Roman 8. After he had reached the camp, he denied no man anything he asked for, and pardoned all who lay under sentence for disgraceful conduct or disorderly habits. Before a month, therefore, had passed, without regard to the day or season, he was hurried by the soldiers out of his bedchamber, although it was evening, and he in an undress, and unanimously saluted by the title of emperor. He was then carried round the most considerable towns in the neighborhood, with the sword of the divine Julius in his hand, which had been taken by some person out of the temple of Mars, and presented to him when he was first saluted. Nor did he return to the praetorium until his dining room was in flames from the chimneys taking fire. Upon this accident, all being in consternation, and considering it as an unlucky omen, he cried out, "Courage, boys, it shines brightly upon us." And this was all he said to the soldiers. The army of the upper province likewise, which had before declared against Galba for the Senate, joining in the proceedings, he very eagerly accepted the cognomen of Germanicus, offered him by the unanimous consent of both armies, but deferred assuming that of Augustus, and refused for ever that of Caesar. Roman 9. Intelligence of Galba's death arriving soon after, when he had settled his affairs in Germany, he divided his troops into two bodies, intending to send one of them before him against Otho, and to follow with the other himself. The army he sent forward had a lucky omen, for suddenly an eagle cams flying up to them on the right, and having hovered 433 round the standards, flew gently before them on their road. But on the other hand, when he began his own march, all the equestrian statues, which were erected for him in several places, fell suddenly down with their legs broken, and the laurel crown, which he had put on as emblematical of auspicious fortune, fell off his head into a river. Soon afterwards, at Vienne, as he was upon the tribunal administering justice, a cock perched upon his shoulder, and afterwards upon his head. The issue corresponded to these omens, for he was not able to keep the empire which had been secured for him by his lieutenants. He heard of the victory at Bedriacum, and the death of Otho, whilst he was yet in Gaul, and without the least hesitation, by a single proclamation, disbanded all the praetorian cohorts, as having, by their repeated treasons, set a dangerous example to the rest of the army, commanding them to deliver up their arms to his tribunes. 120 of them, under whose hands he had found petitions presented to Otho, for rewards of their service in the murder of Galba, he besides ordered to be sought out and punished. So far his conduct deserved approbation, and was such as to afford hope of his becoming an excellent prince, had he not managed his other affairs in a way more corresponding with his own disposition, and his former manner of life, than to the imperial dignity. For, having begun his march, he rode through every city in his route in a triumphal procession, and sailed down the rivers in ships, fitted out with the greatest elegance, and decorated with various kinds of crowns, amidst the most extravagant entertainments. Such was the want of discipline, and the licentiousness both in his family and army, that, not satisfied with the provision everywhere made for them at the public expense, they committed every kind of robbery and insult upon the inhabitants, setting slaves at liberty as they pleased, and if any dared to make resistance, they dealt blows and abuse, frequently wounds, and sometimes slaughter amongst them. When he reached the plains on which the battles, 434, were fought, some of those around him being offended at the smell of the carcasses which lay rotting upon the ground, he had the audacity to encourage them by a most detestable remark, that a dead enemy smelt not amiss, especially if he were a fellow citizen. To qualify, however, the offensiveness of the stench, he quaffed in public a goblet of wine, and with equal vanity and insolence distributed a large quantity of it among his troops. On his observing a stone with an inscription upon it to the memory of Otho, he said, it was a mausoleum good enough for such a prince. He also sent the poniard, with which Otho killed himself, to the colony of Agrippina to be dedicated to Mars. Upon the Apennine hills he celebrated a bacchanalian feast. So at last he entered the city with trumpets sounding, in his general's cloak, and girded with his sword, amidst a display of standards and banners, his attendants being all in the military habit, and the arms of the soldiers unsheathed. Acting more and more in open violation of all laws, both divine and human, he assumed the office of Pontifex Maximus upon the day of the defeat at the Allia, ordered the magistrates to be elected for 10 years of office, and made himself consul for life. To put it out of all doubt what model he intended to follow in his government of the empire, he made his offerings to the shade of Nero in the midst of the Campus Martius, and with a full assembly of the public priests attending him. And at a solemn entertainment, he desired a harper who pleased the company much, to sing something in praise of Domitius. And upon his beginning some songs of Nero, he started up in presence of the whole assembly, and could not refrain from applauding him, by clapping his hands. Roman 12. After such a commencement of his career, he conducted 435 his affairs, during the greater part of his reign, entirely by the advice and direction of the vilest amongst the players and charioteers, and especially his freedman Asiaticus. This fellow had, when young, been engaged with him in a course of mutual and unnatural pollution, but being at last quite tired of the occupation, ran away. His master, some time after, caught him at Puteoli, selling a liquor called Posca, and put him in chains, but soon released him and retained him in his former capacity. Growing weary, however, of his rough and stubborn temper, he sold him to a strolling fencing master. After which, when the fellow was to have been brought up to play his part at the conclusion of an entertainment of gladiators, he suddenly carried him off, and at length, upon his being advanced to the government of a province, gave him his freedom. The first day of his reign, he presented him with the gold rings at supper, though in the morning, when all about him requested that favor in his behalf, he expressed the utmost abhorrence of putting so great a stain upon the equestrian order. Roman 13. He was chiefly addicted to the vices of luxury and cruelty. He always made 3 meals a day, sometimes 4, breakfast, dinner, and supper, and a drunken revel after all. This load of victuals he could well enough bear, from a custom to which he had inured himself, of frequently vomiting. For these several meals, he would make different appointments at the houses of his friends on the same day. None ever entertained him at less expense than 400,000 sesterces. The most famous was a set entertainment given him by his brother, at which, it is said, there were served up no less than 2,000 choice fishes and 7,000 birds. Yet even this supper he himself outdid, at a feast which he gave upon the first use of a dish which had been made for him, and which, for its extraordinary size, he called the Shield of Minerva. In this dish there were tossed up together the livers of charfish, the brains of pheasants and peacocks, with the tongues of flamingos, and the entrails of lampreys, which had been brought in ships of war as far as 436, from the Carpathian Sea and the Spanish Straits. He was not only a man of an insatiable appetite, but would gratify it likewise at unseasonable times, and with any garbage that came in his way, so that, at a sacrifice, he would snatch from the fire flesh and cakes, and eat them upon the spot. When he traveled, he did the same at the inns upon the road, whether the meat was fresh dressed and hot, or what had been left the day before and was half-eaten. Roman 14. He delighted in the infliction of punishments, and even those which were capital, without any distinction of persons or occasions. Several noblemen, his schoolfellows and companions, invited by him to court, he treated with such flattering caresses as seemed to indicate an affection short only of admitting them to share the honors of the imperial dignity. Yet he put them all to death by some base means or other. To one he gave poison with his own hand, in a cup of cold water which he called for in a fever. He scarcely spared one of all the usurers, notaries, and publicans who had ever demanded a debt of him at Rome, or any toll or custom upon the road. One of these, while in the very act of saluting him, he ordered for execution, but immediately sent for him back. Upon which all about him applauding his clemency, he commanded him to be slain in his own presence, saying, "I have a mind to feed my eyes." 2 sons who interceded for their father, he ordered to be executed with him. A Roman knight, upon his being dragged away for execution, and crying out to him, "You are my heir," he desired to produce his will. And finding that he had made his freedman joint heir with him, he commanded that both he and the freedman should have their throats cut. He put to death some of the common people for cursing aloud the Blue Party in the Circensian Games, supposing it to be done in contempt of himself and the expectation of a revolution in the government. There were no persons he was more severe against than jugglers and astrologers, and as soon as any one of them was informed against, he put him to death without the formality of a trial. He was enraged against them, because, after his proclamation by which he commanded all astrologers to quit home, and Italy also, before the calends of October, a bill was immediately posted about the city with the following words: "Take notice. The Chaldeans also decree that Vitellius Germanicus shall be no more, by the day of the said calends." He was even suspected of being accessory to his mother's death, by forbidding sustenance to be given her when she was unwell. A German witch, whom he held to be oracular, having told him that he would long reign in security if he survived his mother. But others say that being quite weary of the state of affairs and apprehensive of the future, she obtained without difficulty a dose of poison from her son. Roman 15. In the 8th month of his reign, the troops both in Moesia and Pannonia revolted from him, as did likewise of the armies beyond sea, those in Judea and Syria, some of which swore allegiance to Vespasian as emperor in his own presence, and others in his absence. In order, therefore, to secure the favor and affection of the people, Vitellius lavished on all around whatever he had it in his power to bestow, both publicly and privately, in the most extravagant manner. He also levied soldiers in the city, and promised all who enlisted as volunteers, not only their discharge after the victory was gained, but all the rewards due to veterans who had served their full time in the wars. The enemy now pressing forward both by sea and land, on one hand he opposed against them his brother with a fleet, the new levies, and a body of gladiators, and in another quarter the troops and generals who were engaged at Bedriacum. But being beaten or betrayed in every direction, he agreed with Flavius Sabinus, Vespasian's brother, to abdicate on condition of having his life spared, and 100 millions of sesterces granted him, and he immediately, upon the palace steps, publicly declared to a large body of soldiers there assembled that he resigned the government, which he had accepted reluctantly. But they all remonstrating against it, he deferred the conclusion of the treaty. Next day, early in the morning, he came down to the forum in a very mean habit, and with many tears repeated the 438 declaration from a writing which he held in his hand. But the soldiers and people again interposing and encouraging him not to give way, but to rely on their zealous support, he recovered his courage, and forced Sabinus, with the rest of the Flavian party, who now thought themselves secure, to retreat into the capital, where he destroyed them all by setting fire to the temple of Jupiter, whilst he beheld the contest and the fire from Tiberius's house, where he was feasting. Not long after, repenting of what he had done, and throwing the blame of it upon others, he called a meeting, and swore that nothing was dearer to him than the public peace, which oath he also obliged the rest to take. Then drawing a dagger from his side, he presented it first to the consul, and, upon his refusing it, to the magistrates, and then to every one of the senators. But none of them being willing to accept it, he went away, as if he meant to lay it up in the temple of Concord. But some crying out to him, "You are conquered," he came back again, and said that he would not only keep his weapon, but for the future use the cognomen of Concord. Romans 16. He advised the Senate to send deputies, accompanied by the Vestal Virgins, to desire peace, or at least time for consultation. The day after, while he was waiting for an answer, he received intelligence by a scout that the enemy was advancing. Immediately, therefore, throwing himself into a small litter, borne by hand with only 2 attendants, a baker, and a cook, he privately withdrew to his father's house, on the Aventine Hill, intending to escape thence into Campania. But a groundless report being circulated, that the enemy was willing to come to terms, he suffered himself to be carried back to the palace. Finding, however, nobody there, and those who were with him stealing away, he girded round his waist a belt full of gold pieces, and then ran into the porter's lodge, tying the dog before the door and piling up against it the bed and bedding. Romans 17. By this time the forerunners of the enemy's army had broken into the palace, and meeting with nobody, searched, as was natural, every corner, being dragged by them out of his cell and asked who he was, for they did not recognize him, and if he knew where Vitellius was. He deceived them by a falsehood. But at last being discovered, he begged hard to be detained in custody, even were it in a prison, pretending to have something to say which concerned Vespasian's security. Nevertheless, he was dragged half-naked into the forum, with his hands tied behind him, a rope about his neck, and his clothes torn amidst the most contemptuous abuse, both by word and deed, along the Via Sacra, his head being held back by the hair in the manner of condemned criminals, and the point of a sword put under his chin, that he might hold up his face to public view. Some of the mob, meanwhile, pelting him with dung and mud, whilst others called him an incendiary and glut. They also upbraided him with the defects of his person, for he was monstrously tall, and had a face usually very red with hard drinking, a large belly, and one thigh weak, occasioned by a chariot running against him as he was attending upon Caius, while he was driving. At length, upon the scaly Gemoniae, he was tormented and put to death in lingering tortures, and then dragged by a hook into the Tiber. Roman 18. He perished with his brother and son in the 57th year of his age, and verified the prediction of those who, from the omen which happened to him at Vienne, as before related, foretold that he would be made prisoner by some man of Gaul. For he was seized by Antoninus Primus, a general of the adverse party, who was born at Toulouse, and when a boy had the cognomen of Becco, which signifies a cock's beak.